those fronts as well, the MEA had been roped in. We have seen that now the deadline was given to the Pak nationals living in India, and it was Home Minister Amit Shah who spoke to the chief ministers across the country of the UTs and states that find them and deport them. And therefore, the reason perhaps district level committees were formed to identify whoever Pakistani nationals are living, they need to be deported as soon as possible. The 27th deadline is already over, and now it come down to the 29th of April deadline for medical visas for the Pakistani citizens who are in India, and they will have to be also deported very soon. So all of those firm actions are being taken. Of course, as you rightly mentioned, there are new developments that have taken place on the recommendations of the Ministry of Home Affairs. It is the government of India who had banned 16 Pakistani YouTube channels for spreading fake narrative against India, and it is 3 social media posts also which the government of India had put down, who had published misinformation regarding the BBC. The government of India had written a letter and had said that they will continue to monitor the reporting of BBC on this terror attack as well. They have mentioned militant in terms of terrorist, and therefore the reason perhaps this is an argument that Indian government has raised in front of them as well. So on every possible area, every possible field, the Indian government is trying to corner, and therefore the reason perhaps after the ceasefire violations that we have seen along the LOC for the last 4 straight days and provoking Indian troops, it is the Defense Ministry who have taken certain decisions.
Right.
The direction that had been given to the Indian Army over there, that had been briefed by the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh to the Prime Minister this morning.
All right, thanks so much, Aishwarya. Aishwarya, they're reporting from outside the Prime Minister's residence, where a 40-minute meeting just took place, a briefing by the Raksha Mantri, who has left the residence. Now, we'll continue to track that story, but for the moment, let's just bring you some news from Sikkim, where heavy snowfall has taken place, and heavy rainfall and snowfall disrupting activity there. The Nathula Pass has been shut for tourists, the very popular pass. So 200 tourist vehicles have been stranded due to this inclement weather, and stranded tourists are being evacuated. Connectivity has been affected in East Sikkim. So this is sudden snowfall that has taken place and hit the tourists who were traveling there in Sikkim, and the Nathula Pass has had to be closed due to this heavy snowfall and rain. All right, with that, we'll slip into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side. Please stay with us.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh briefs PM Modi on the Pahalgam attack, a 40-minute meeting underway focused on security preparedness. "16 Pakistani YouTube channels with a total of 63 million subscribers have been banned in India for spreading provocative and communally sensitive content in the aftermath of Pahalgam." The centre has put BBC on notice over Pahalgam. Government says BBC had called terrorists as militants. Jammu Kashmir Assembly holds special session to condemn the Pahalgam terror attack, pays tribute to the victims and denounces attack on Kashmirians. India and France are set to finalize a deal for the purchase of 26 Rafale fighter jets for the Indian Navy. Jets are expected in 2031. And as Donald Trump is all set to complete 100 days of his second US presidency, Americans view his performance as deeply negative so far, giving him the lowest approval rating for any US president in 70 years. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We are starting this edition with our top focus. 16 YouTube channels have been banned in India for spreading provocative and communally sensitive content in the aftermath of Pahalgam terror attack. As per government sources, the YouTube channels have been banned on the Union Home Ministry's recommendations. This is the latest that's coming in at the moment. 16 Pak YouTube channels now have been blocked. The government has blocked these YouTube channels as they've been promoting provocative content on these channels. Where these channels, we understand, with a total of more than 60 million subscribers, have been banned by this centre here. Well, this comes in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack, as government is taking stern action against those spreading such kind of messages that could disrupt communal harmony. My colleague Ishwarya Jain is also now joining us on the broadcast here. He's getting us more on that. Ishwarya, take us through the details. We understand multiple news channels as well as sports channels have been banned by the centre.
Well, that's right. The government of India is in a view that they want to corner Pakistan on every front possible, digitally or culturally or diplomatically. It is, of course, on the recommendations of the Home Ministry, the government of India has taken a decision to ban 16 Pakistani YouTube channels. The reason that has been given by the government of India is that they had the agenda to spread fake narrative and false news had been spread across the country. These 16 YouTube channels had more than 63.5 million subscribers across the globe, and they have been completely banned in the country from immediate effect. The important thing to note is that apart from these 16 YouTube channels, there are 3 social media posts which has also been put down by the government. One of the social media posts that had posted a BBC article. The government of India and the MEA department, the XP department of the MEA had written to the country head of the BBC. They have written a formal letter to the BBC for writing militant in terms of terrorist in their report on the Pahalgam terrorist attack, which the Indian government has not taken in a right way. Terrorist is a terrorist according to the country.
Absolutely.
And therefore the reason perhaps the government has also stated that they will be further monitoring the reporting of BBC in the Pahalgam terror attack. So
Absolutely.
clearly
Strong action by the centre here when it comes to protecting our rights. Well, it comes to protecting our people. Well, India has made it clear that anybody spreading such misinformation and provocative messages on social media or even on news channels and sports channels, as we know, that have been blocked by the center, this is not going to be accepted. Well, Aishwarya, any information as to, we understand now the center is taking these stern actions when it comes to diplomatic channels, of course, through these means as well, by banning these YouTube channels as well as news, broadcasting channels as well. Any information as to this action could continue? There could be other channels as well in the future that could be banned.
Well, very categorically, Government of India has stated that they will continue to monitor such YouTube channels from Pakistan, such social media platforms from Pakistan, and the directions will be given to the IB ministry to further ban them as well. So continuous monitoring will be done as far as the XP department of the MEA is concerned, in collaboration with the Information and Broadcasting. There are recommendations from the Ministry of Home Affairs that will be taken into consideration as well before taken any decision. It is 16 YouTube channels which had been banned till now on the recommendation of Ministry of Home Affairs, and further scrutiny will continue to be done by the Government of India, is what we have been told.
All right. So what we are learning is that the number of channels of news outlets, Dawn, ARY News, Bold News, Raftar, Geo News, all Pak channels, also sports channels, we are learning now, have been blocked by the Indian government. Well, this comes as a strong response. Through different channels, we understand in diplomatic ways as well, India is giving us befitting reply to Pakistan after the Pahalgam attack, we understand. More information as well coming in. Aishwarya, just stay on with us. I have, more information that we are picking up at the moment. The center also has written to the India head of the BBC over its coverage of the Pahalgam terror attack. And a formal letter was written to the BBC on terming terrorists as militants. The XP division of the MEA is going to be monitoring now the reporting by BBC. The center's action against BBC comes on a day when it has also banned these YouTube channels from Pakistan, including Geo News, GNN, Irshad Bhatti, etc., for spreading communally sensitive content and misinformation against India. Well, tensions between both the sides are at an all-time high since the Pahalgam attack. And India, of course, has already suspended the Indus Water Treaty between the two nations. It has shut down the Atari checkpost and downgraded bilateral ties between the two countries as it hit back at Pakistan over the terror attack. All right, well, Aishwarya, my colleague, continues to be with us on the broadcast here. He is getting all the details here as to what actions have been now taken by the government in this regard. Well, we understand the government has now written to BBC and has expressed its strong objection to the Pahalgam coverage, specifically where BBC goes on to write terrorists as militants. Same had happened with the content in New York Times. After, of course, a few days, they did change their content. But, BBC, of course, is under fire over its coverage on the Pahalgam attack. Aishwarya.
Well, that's right. Globally, different countries are with India, and therefore the reason perhaps we have heard that how Prime Minister Narendra Modi had stated in his Mann Ki Baat and earlier from the rally in Bihar as well, that world leaders are condemning this terror attack. It is, of course, the United States House clearly stated and corrected New York Times for using a militant word in terms of terrorist, and now it is Government of India who had officially written a letter. The action which has been taken against the social media post and the action clearly states that the XPD conveyed the country's strong sentiments to Jackie Martin, India head of the BBC, regarding their reporting on the terror attack. Formal letter has been written to BBC on terming terrorists as militants. It is XP who will be monitoring further the reporting of the BBC. This is one post. There are two other posts that the Ministry of Home Affairs have officially announced that the action has been taken upon. One, of course, is regarding threat on generating fake Aadhaar, and that as well the FIR had been registered, it has been initiated. One, of course, on the misleading fact about what had been given by the Ministry of Defence on Army Welfare Fund, and the fact check has been done by the PIB as well. So all sort of scrutinies on the digital platforms are being done by the social media, by the Government of India. The INB is taking all firm action against those, and they will continue to monitor, as I said.
Absolutely. Well, this is not the first time, as I've been saying, not just BBC, even New York Times had posted content on the Pahalgam terror attack, calling the terrorists as gunmen. And, well, the US House panel had then slammed the New York Times Kashmir coverage, saying that this is a terrorist attack and that is how it needs to be reported, after which the New York Times had to correct itself. Well, we've seen in the past also how Western media has been, has always loved to whitewash, terror when it comes to India, when it comes to the coverage regarding Kashmir. Well, this is not going to be acceptable. This is what India has already made it clear, as well as the US House panel made it categorically clear to New York Times also about its coverage on Kashmir. Aishwarya, stay on with us. I'll just come back to you in just a bit. We have more information now pouring in. We're learning Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is meeting Prime Minister Modi to discuss the security preparedness in Kashmir. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is also part of the key meeting that's taking place. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is meeting PM Modi at 7 LKM. That is the official residence of the Prime Minister. This meeting comes a day after the Chief of Defence Staff had briefed the Defence Minister on the critical decisions that have been made to counter Pakistan in the aftermath of the deadly Pahalgam terror attack in Jammu Kashmir. My colleague Aishwarya Jain is also now getting us more details about this crucial meeting that's taking place. Aishwarya, what all is being discussed in the meeting? Any information?
Well, these are very, very sensitive matters. It's a closed-door meeting. A briefing has been done by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to Prime Minister Narendra Modi at his residence at 7 LKM. The meeting lasted for almost 40 minutes. The meeting is now over, but this comes after a series of meetings that have taken place in the last few days, be it the CDS meeting, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh yesterday at his residence, or the three service chiefs meeting the Defence Minister as well. We also know that how it was NSA Ajit Doval who went to South Block and met Dr. S. Jaishankar, and after all of those, today it was Rajnath Singh who met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But the importance of these meetings is very, very important, because certainly it was for the last 4 days, there was continuous ceasefire violations done by the Pakistani troops along with the LOC, and the Indian army had given a response. They have stated that they have responded swiftly and effectively on the ceasefire violation against them, but there has been continuous movement of our troops towards the border areas. What directions has been given by the Defence Ministry to the Army, Navy or Air Force is something that was briefed by Rajnath Singh to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The meeting lasted for 40 minutes. We all know for the fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had stated that there will be an unimaginable action against the terrorists. They will track them and punish them as well. So clearly on those lines, when will this action be taking place is something that is very sensitive. Of course, a series of meetings are going on as we are reporting from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg as well. But certainly the Prime Minister was briefed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh along with the NSA Ajit Doval, who was also present in this meeting. The meeting lasted for 40 minutes.
Absolutely. These are sensitive matters, as you rightly pointed out, and we understand that India, of course, at this point in time is gauging its response as to how to respond to Pakistan through diplomatic channels. We've already done that. But is there more that we are looking at? Well, that is something that's not going to be disclosed, of course. But when it happens, the world will know. Thank you so much, Ishwarya, for getting us all those details there. We have more news that we're tracking here. The Jammu Kashmir Assembly is holding a special session to condemn the Pahalgam terror attack. The MLAs also observed a moment of silence to pay respects to the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. Also, discussions are likely to be on the impact of the incident on Kashmir's tourism. LG Manoj Sinha called for the Jammu Kashmir Assembly session for this one-day session in the aftermath of the attack on tourists in South Kashmir's Pahalgam.
This House unequivocally condemns the heinous, cowardly act that resulted in the loss of innocent lives. Such acts of terror are a direct assault on the ethos of Kashmir. The values enshrined in our Constitution and the spirit of unity, peace and harmony that have long characterized Jammu and Kashmir and our nation. This House stands in full solidarity with the victims and their families. We extend our deepest condolences to those who have suffered irreparable loss and affirm our collective resolve to share in their grief and support them in their hour of need. This House commends the people of Jammu and Kashmir for their extraordinary display of unity, compassion and resilience in the aftermath of attack, the peaceful demonstration across town and villages, and the spontaneous outpouring of moral and material support towards tourists, reaffirm the people's steadfast commitment to peace, communal harmony and the rule of law. और हम उस भगवान उस अल्लाह ताला से यही दुआ करते हैं कि पहलगाम का आखिरी यह हमला होना चाहिए, ये जम्मू कश्मीर में से आगे कोई हमला नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जम्मू कश्मीर खास करके जिस पार्टी से मैं बिलोंग करता हूं, ऑनरेबल स्पीकर साहब, इस पार्टी के बहुत सारे मिनिस्टर हमारे शहीद हुए, हमारे एमएलए शहीद हुए। इस पार्टी ने लाखों कुर्बानियां इस जम्मू कश्मीर को मजबूत करने के लिए, इस हिंदुस्तान को मजबूत करने के लिए दी हैं। इसलिए आज के इस अवसर पर जब मैं श्रद्धांजलि अपने उन पहलगाम के उन टूरिस्ट को, उन मेहमानों को देता हूं, उसके साथ साथ शहीद सईद आदिल हुसैन शाह साहब को भी देता हूं।
All right, my colleague Nazir is also now joining us on the broadcast here. He is getting us more about the developments here. Nazir, what was discussed in the session? We understand the session is still underway, and do all party leaders stand together? They speak in one voice when it comes to condemning the terror attack?
Well, in one voice, everybody is on the same page, and there's a unanimity when it comes to condemning terror and ending terror from Jammu and Kashmir. From opposition to ruling party, from BJP to National Conference to the PDP, everybody is saying, or the Congress saying in one voice, that this should be the last terror attack and it should never be repeated. And they have paid homage to the victims of Pahalgam massacre. There was special mention of Sayyid Adil Hussain Shah, the hero of Pahalgam, the local Poniwala, who sacrificed his life while trying to save tourists and resist terrorists. So this is just something for the first time we see in the history of last 35 years of militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir Assembly is convening a special session to condemn a terrorist attack and demanding an end of terrorism. The resolution moved by Jammu and Kashmir Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary has also backed center's move, whatever punitive action it is taking or the diplomatic efforts it's making with regard to Pakistan, which includes suspending Indus Water Treaty. This is something Government of India has done to hurt where it hurts the most. So this is a resolution which also talks about, people who stood by the government and who have shown, who come out in large numbers spontaneously condemning terrorism. So this is something for the first time we see shutdown in the valley, people coming out in large numbers condemning this terror and standing with the victims of terror. And this is actually the reflection or the articulation of that sentiment on the ground, which we see in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly today, where members from cutting across party lines are strongly condemning it. At the same time, there have been voices about the security lapse, which central government has accepted that there was a security lapse, because there was an intelligence about a possible terrorist attack on tourists. But the security force were apprehending that this attack could be on some hotel. But what happened eventually? Terrorists chose an isolated place, a meadow called Baisaran Valley, which is like 4-5 kilometers from the main Pahalgam tower. You have to trek through those forests and reach there. So there were 1,000 tourists there at that time, and they resorted to heavy firing and identified the victims based on their religious identity. Right. So this somebody is also talking about that, how they wanted to create a communal vibe, divide the society on a communal line. This is what we all have to come together and fight that.
That has been their strategy and plan so far. And of course, this is the time that we all unite when it comes to issues like these, when it comes to terror attacks like these. It's time to unite as a nation and rise above politics. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us those details there. We'll come back to you later as more developments come in. Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you,
Big big breaking news now coming in. We are learning the Supreme Court of India is hearing a plea today seeking to ban sexually explicit content on OTT platforms and social media. The petition urges establishing a national content control authority to monitor and regulate content, citing risk to societal values and public safety. This is what we are learning at the moment. The SE is currently hearing this petition that has been filed asking to ban sexually explicit content on OTT platforms as well as social media. We will try and get more details about this petition that has been filed and as to what is happening in the court at the moment. We understand so far arguments have been heard. Whether the court will be giving an order in regard to this, that of course remains to be seen. Meanwhile, the plea is seeking for the government to establish a central authority to monitor the online content. And also, the petition said that child pornography has been shared on social media on various websites and OTT platforms. That is something that needs to be looked into, and an important step is to be taken in this regard in order to make sure that crimes against children as well as those harming societal values of our country are not encouraged, and the crimes against children are also stopped. Well, this is what we are learning at the moment. The Supreme Court is hearing the petition at the moment. Supreme Court also in this hearing has said that the petition that has been filed before the court raises important concerns. My colleague Nupur Dogra is also now joining us. She is outside the court and is getting more details about the hearing that's taking place. Nupur, take us through the details. Yeah.
Well, today in a big development, the Supreme Court has issued notices to major social media platforms like Google and Meta, and in fact OTT platforms including Netflix and Amazon Prime and Ulu app over obscene content that are being played that are freely available on these platforms. In fact, today Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, appearing for Centre, said that there are some concerns and the court may continue to monitor the situation. However, Justice B.R. Gavai, while before agreeing to issue notice, made this very important observation that this issue of regulating online content and OTT content falls under the purview of executive and legislature, and as it is, judiciary is facing allegations of interfering with this domain. But after Solicitor General Tushar Mehta assured the court that this won't be treated as adversarial intervention from the court, the top court has now issued notice to these OTT platforms, the regulatory and has in fact expressed concern over these content that are freely available, even though they have this disclaimer that 18+ audience should view them, but they are in fact freely available. Their content is also played up on social media platforms, and today Supreme Court has also expressed concern about this particular issue, that there is no regulation on the kind of pornographic and obscene content that is available on social media platforms, and unregulated obscene content, vulgar content on OTT platforms like Alt Balaji and other Ulu apps and etc. So now the top court has issued notices to these OTT platforms and social media platforms, and it will be important to see that how this case comes forward, as the now court will be also monitoring the situation.
All right. Thank you so much, Nupur Dogra, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later as more developments come in. Meanwhile, this is the latest we're picking up. We are now shifting our focus to some more news. We're learning now Defence Minister Rajnath Singh met Prime Minister Modi to discuss the security preparedness in Kashmir. This was a meeting that lasted for 40 minutes. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval was also part of the scheme meeting, and this comes just a day after the Chief of Defence Staff Anil Chauhan had briefed the Defence Minister on the key decisions that have been made to counter Pakistan in the aftermath of the deadly Pahalgam attack in Jammu Kashmir. This also comes just 3 days after the all-party meeting that was held in Parliament premises on the Pahalgam terror attack, which the Defence Minister had chaired. India has so far announced a slew of punitive measures against Pakistan that includes the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty as well as closing of the only operational land border crossing at Atari. Well, this is what we're learning at the moment. We'll try and get more details about this meeting as well as the security preparedness that has been discussed in Kashmir in this meeting. My colleague Shiv Arur is in Shopian, we understand. He's been tracking the developments on the ground there. Shiv, this important meeting was it took place between Defence Minister and the Prime Minister, a 40-minute long meeting that took place, and the security preparedness in Kashmir was discussed. What do you see around you? What all developments are you looking at?
Well, this was a very, very important meeting that's just gotten over between the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and the Prime Minister. One can look at these meetings as routine, but in the circumstances of what happened in Pahalgam, what's happening right now on the line of control, the multi-pronged provocations that are continuing from Pakistan and the aftermath of the punitive measures that India has taken against that terror state, these meetings assume an enormous amount of outsized significance. The Defence Minister, remember, is the leader of the Defence Ministry and therefore controls the armed forces, and the security agencies that operate in Jammu and Kashmir as well. Like you rightly said, he was briefed by the Chief of Defence Staff yesterday, whose mandate it is to look into, border security, etc. The security situation here in Jammu and Kashmir is evolving day on day. In fact, we are here in Shopian, which is considered by most as a kind of hotbed of terrorism and militancy, especially when it comes to recruitment and, sending local cadres across the line of control for training. We're going to be visiting one of the houses. In fact, it's become very, very tense, very restive, because there are neighborhood tensions in the places where houses of terrorists have been demolished. There's a lot of hostility, local hostility, and the media, including us, being disbarred from actually accessing those sites anymore because there could be blowback against policemen. So all of these aspects are, go into the mix of, of preparedness and security, because even the smallest thing right now could have a lasting effect as far as the security of Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. And therefore, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, who is apprised of all of these issues, will be taking all the top issues to discuss with the Prime Minister. That's what happened, I believe, at this 40-minute meeting.
Well, these meetings, of course, assume a lot of significance. Prime Minister Modi also yesterday in his address in Man Ki Baat had said that those who are the backers of terrorism, those who are behind the terror attack in Pahalgam will be facing the harshest response. And the whole world, of course, is standing with India in the fight against terrorism. All eyes, of course, will be on what action India will be taking next.
Indeed, what that action is that India will take is only known to those who will push the proverbial button. It will obviously be a political decision, but all of these meetings you see now, starting from the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting last week, to the Army Chief visiting Srinagar a couple of days ago, to the meetings that we're talking about right now, all of them are to be in alignment with the directive principles that the Prime Minister put out on two occasions, once in a political speech in Bihar and then in his Man Ki Baat, which leaves nothing to the imagination. It is about destroying terror mercilessly, ending terrorism once and for all. And this is something that assumes a great deal of importance, because remember, it is this government that has taken unprecedented, harsh, punitive measures against Pakistan in the recent past. In 2016, using the surgical strikes. In 2019, using the air bombings of a Jaish-e-Mohammed training facility in Balakot. And therefore, not only is there a great deal of pressure on this government, it's not going to act based on pressure and national mood. And it must be said, there is a huge sort of national appetite for retribution right now. But that is not what guides the government. That is not what's going to guide the armed forces. It will be a measure that will be taken at a time and place of India's choosing. What we can all be reasonably sure of is that it's going to be something bigger, perhaps, than the two previous actions India has taken. So It's not uncommon and probably a good thing that nobody really knows what it's really going to be. There's an air of mystery around it, and that's the way it's going to play out.
Absolutely. And through diplomatic channels, of course, India has made it clear that it's not going to cow down. And of course, we've taken a lot of stern actions against Pakistan diplomatically also, and here in India as well. When it comes to the coverage from Western media, we've seen in the past also, Shiv, how, Western media has been calling these terrorists as militants, as gunmen. NYT, of course, was called by the US House panel. And also, India has also now made it clear, written to BBC, that they have to be, when it comes to the coverage of this terror attack or, such incidents, it has to be, straightforward, calling them as terrorists, not militants, of course.
The hypocrisy and duplicity of Western media, when it comes to covering issues like Kashmir and terrorism against India, is a long historical tale. And I personally believe that, the Indian government or Indian agencies trying to get the BBCs or the Financial Times or the New York Times of the world to change their style books is a useless kind of exercise, because they're never going to do that. This is ultimately about certain forms of agenda. This is about certain hypocritical principles of their newsrooms that have been inbuilt over a long period of time, and it is beyond what we really require. I mean, it's silly to think that one would need the BBC's newsroom or the New York Times newsroom to be on your quote-unquote side, for missions of this kind. I understand the government's concerns about, trying to correct the narrative when it comes to the Western press, but I don't see that as making any real headway. Gunmen is what they're going to call them, unless it suits them and the people attacking innocent people are in those countries or countries that are sort of beneficial to that agenda. So expect that to continue. I think from the Indian side, the actions are incremental, but they're building up to something larger. Today we had a news break about YouTube channels and Pakistani guests who have now been disbarred from appearing on Indian channels. So all of these will add up perhaps to a larger punitive atmosphere against Pakistan.
Absolutely. These are steps that have been taken by the Indian government in the right direction, and something that has to be done. Could have been done earlier also, but it's never too late, of course. Thank you so much, Shiv, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later for more on that. Meanwhile, the centre has written to the India head of the BBC over its coverage of the Pahalgam terror attack. A formal letter was written to the BBC on terming the terrorists as militants. Well, the XP division of the MEA will now be monitoring the reportage by BBC. The centre's action comes against BBC on a day when it has also banned 16 YouTube channels from Pakistan, including Dawn, Sama TV, Geo News and GNN. So 16 Pakistani YouTube channels with a total of over 60 million subscribers have been banned in India for spreading provocative and communally sensitive content in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack, as per government sources. The YouTube channels have been banned on the Union Home Ministry's recommendations. Well, this is what we are learning at the moment. My colleague Aishwarya Jain is also getting us more details. Aishwarya, well, big action, strong action by the Indian government again. Well, 16 Pakistani YouTube channels that also include news channels as well as sports channels have been blocked now.
Well, certainly, and this is the exercise of Government of India on a usual basis. Such fake narratives, such propaganda is not allowed in the country, and that's a state message from the government. This time on the recommendation of the Home Ministry, it is almost 16 YouTube channels, 3 social media posts which had completely put down by the government, which had more than 65 million followers across the globe. Now this includes several Pakistani news channels, YouTube platforms. This includes Pakistani sports YouTube platforms as well, and certainly individuals from the Pakistani side who spreads fake narrative. Official statement had come out from the Ministry of Home Affairs that stated that this is on the recommendation of the Ministry of Home Affairs, that these YouTube channels for disseminating provocative and communally sensitive content, false and misleading narratives and misinformation against India, the decision has been taken by the Indian government to completely ban that. Of course, as we are mentioning about why this is so important, of course, after the Pahalgam terror attack, we had been witnessing several Pakistani news channels spreading fake narrative against the Indian government. They had been using the Indian opposition to counter their own stand, and they were using our opposition leaders who had already stated in the past that they are completely standing with the government of India at this point of time, and they will be together with whatever action the government of India has been taken. But they were using, photographs of Siddaramaiah, photographs of Rahul Gandhi, and they were spreading fake narrative. These action had come out after Pahalgam terror attack, of one of the major action to corner Pakistan digitally. Important to notice is about the BBC. They mentioned in one of their article that they used the term militants in terms of terrorists. India is very clear that these people who are involved in this attack are not militants, are not gunmen. They are terrorists, and they had done terrorism activity in the country. The entire globe had cornered Pakistan. They have condemned this terror attack and had spoken to Prime Minister Narendra Modi to isolate them digitally. This particular BBC article, the government of India has written an official letter to the BBC India head as well, and had further stated that they will continue to scrutinize, continue to monitor BBC reportage on Pahalgam terror attack on Indian soil. And if they do so further, then further actions can also be taken by the government of India, and they have done in the past as well against such organizations.
Well, yes.
So clearly,
we
digitally now, India is trying to corner
YouTube
Pakistan,
channels,
and therefore this
including
decision.
news and sports channels, have been blocked. But this exercise could even continue, and there could be more trouble for other channels as well who engage in such, spreading such misinformation and communally sensitive content, as has been made clear by the Indian government. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. Shifting our focus now, US President Donald Trump has come racing out of the gates in his second term in the office, slashing government agencies, launching trade wars with friends and foes alike, and even taking on the judiciary over his immigration crackdown. Well, the Republicans' approval rating has sunk since returning to the White House, but his supporters could not care less. Despite the tumultuous first 100 days of his reign, Trump supporters continue to support the unconventional billionaire. All right, my colleague Gauri Dwivedi is also now joining us on the broadcast to talk about in detail about the 100 days of Trump 2.0 administration. So far, Gauri, number of decisions, of course, that have been taken by Donald Trump. A lot of them have been questioned as well, but he continues to maintain that that is in the interest of the nation, in the interest of the US. How do you look at it, all those decisions that have been taken, and what's really coming in the future?
Kitty, in fact, one of the things that President Trump has said several times in the last couple of days is that he is doing exactly what he was brought in to do by his voters, by his supporters. And frankly, immigration, one of the issues that is very central to his administration, was also very central to his campaign. He did mention to his supporters that once he comes in, he is going to fix the broken immigration system of America. And to that extent, one of the most sweeping set of decisions have actually been taken with regard to immigration. Has that been a reform or not? The jury is still out there. And quite literally, given the fact that there have been many lawsuits that have actually been filed with regard to immigration and the changes that he's actually brought in. But the most important part is that how he has really transformed how immigration is seen, is viewed in this administration, unlike others in the past. 10,000 have been the kind of troop deployment on the southern border with Mexico, where the largest infiltration typically happens. And the Trump administration says that because of these changes that they've put in place, whether they've invoke the rare Wartime Alien Enemies Act, almost 200 years old, or whether it is deploying troops, or whether, of course, the way in which a lot of criminals and those with criminal backgrounds are being deported to El Salvador, in the biggest prison of entire Latin America. All these measures, President Trump feels that will really address the issue of illegal aliens. That is what the illegal immigrants are called by his administration. But one needs to keep in mind that this also has an impact when it comes to Indians and Indian Americans, because it's not just the illegals, it's also a crackdown as far as legal immigrants are concerned. A lot of students are now facing deep uncertainty, deep crisis, because there isn't a clarity as to whether their visas will be extended or whether there could actually be sudden overnight changes that may actually be brought in place. Not just students, but also H-1B techies, even senior citizens are at the forefront of facing this brunt when it comes to the crackdown on immigration. But all in all, Kitty, all I can say is that this is just the beginning, because this has been one of the central themes of his campaign and is the central theme of his administration as well. So it's just been 100 days, only a couple of thousand people have been deported so far, less than 40,000, and he's promised lakhs and lakhs, millions and millions. So this is a campaign that's going to go ahead. How much of it the courts will be able to decide, how much will be the impact on Indian Americans, is something that we'll get to know maybe in the next couple of months.
And also, you know, Gauri, to mention here, tariffs, of course, also have been a worry for a lot of nations around the world. And for India, we understand as well. We understand a trade deal is also being worked out between the US and India. How soon, can we really see it happening? And, what all it could actually entail? And how could it benefit India as well as US at the same time?
In fact, trade policy and the trade pact between US and India could be one of the highlights of the US-India relationship under Donald Trump, given the fact that the Trump administration views bilateral relationships through the prism of economic ties. So that's how important economic relationships are for President Trump. A pact that has been in the works for some time. There are now reports that indicate breakthroughs have been achieved, progress has been made, and the first draft of that pact may actually be finalized in the next couple of months itself, and with, of course, a big announcement likely when President Trump will be in India in the third quarter of this year, when he'll be here to attend the Quad Summit. That is when the big bang announcement is likely to take place. But let's not forget that India has made the best possible use of the 90-day pause that is there for tariffs right now to be able to get some sort of a trade pact going. And all reports indicate that before that 90-day pause lifts, a trade pact will be in place, insulating India from the kind of tariff hikes that some of the other countries are likely to be exposed to.
All right. Thank you so much, Gauri, for getting us all those details there. Well, 100 days of Trump administration 2.0 and a lot of decisions that have been taken by Donald Trump, which, of course, have been accepted by many, but, of course, questioned as well. And a lot that can be seen happening in the future as well. We'll keep an eye on the developments here. Meanwhile, we understand now Donald Trump has also said that he intends to end the Ukraine war. How is he really going to do that? That, of course, remains to be seen. A lot of negotiations, discussions have been taking place. But let's get you a detailed report on that.
So sad to see so many people have been killed in Ukraine, and we're going to get it settled up. I'm going to do it before we ever get back. We have to get it stopped.
I swear that I will faithfully execute. That I will faithfully execute.
Day one, that was the promise. US President Donald Trump vowed to end the war in Ukraine within 24 hours of being sworn in.
I will end the war in Ukraine. I'm the one that can do it. I'm the only one that's going to do it.
But 100 days later, Trump's second term has mostly delivered delays, drama, and deadlock. Trump's plan was simple: sideline NATO, sideline Ukraine, and talk directly to Moscow. Step 1 was a 30-day ceasefire. Zelensky agreed, hoping it would restart US military aid. Putin also responded with a laundry list of demands, including no mobilization, no new weapons, and no using the ceasefire to prepare for war. When that collapsed, the United States scaled down its ambitions. no attacks on energy, no strikes in the Black Sea. Both sides signed on. Both sides blamed each other for breaking it, and meanwhile, the war kept going. Russia edged closer to encircling the Ukrainian stronghold of Kursk. Its winter strikes on energy were already winding down, and Trump's much-touted naval deal went largely irrelevant. Ukraine had already pushed Russia out of the Black Sea. As the plan unraveled, Trump's frustration grew, but not with Putin. Instead, Zelensky found himself in the crosshairs. From a fiery Oval Office meeting to a sudden aid freeze, Washington turned the screws on Kiev, while largely leaving Moscow alone. In March, Trump even threatened oil tariffs if Putin kept stonewalling, but follow-through was minimal. Then came the mineral deal.
I think Zelensky, by the way, I see he's trying to back out of the rare earth deal. And if he does that, he's got some problems, big problems.
Trump pressured Zelensky into handing over 50% of Ukraine's natural resource revenues, ports, pipelines, all of it, to a United States investment fund until Kiev repaid America's military aid bill. But what Ukraine got in return was a vague memorandum. No actual security guarantees, and not exactly the kind of peace Zelensky had in mind. Last week, the Trump administration signaled they might finally walk away from the talks altogether.
So if they're serious about peace, either side or both, we want to help. If it's not going to happen, then we're just going to move on.
Trump ruled out NATO membership for Ukraine. He ruled out US security guarantees. But even that hasn't moved Putin, who keeps adding new demands to every version of the deal. And now, one final effort is reportedly in the works. United States' recognition of Crimea as a Russian territory and a frozen front line. 100 days after Trump's return to power, the man who promised peace in 24 hours still faces a war with no end in sight. Ridhima Kedia's report for NDTV World.
And in some more international news, Canada will also go to polls today. The contest will see the parties of Liberal leader Mark Carney and Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre facing off. Party leaders crisscrossed the country during the weekend in a last sprint to the finish line, spending the final hours of the federal election campaign trying to win over voters in tight races. All right, we'll come back to this in just a bit. We are learning now. Omar Abdullah is speaking in the Jammu Kashmir Assembly. Listen in.
से हालात बनेंगे कि हमें दोबारा यहाँ इस माहौल में मिलना पड़े। सबसे पहले तो मैं लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब का शुक्रिया करूंगा कि काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स के मशवरे पे ये स्पेशल असेंबली सेशन बुलाया गया। हमने जब काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स में मीटिंग की, पहलगाम के हमले के बाद उसकी निंदा करने के लिए, उसकी मजम्मत करने के लिए और उन 26 लोगों के साथ हमदर्दी करने के लिए उस वक्त ये तय हुआ कि हम ऑनरेबल लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब से गुजारिश करेंगे कि वो एक दिन का सेशन बुलाएं। वो इसलिए कि न पार्लियामेंट न इस मुल्क का कोई और असेंबली पहलगाम के उन 26 लोगों के दुख दर्द को इतना समझती है जितना जम्मू कश्मीर का अपना ये असेंबली। स्पीकर साहब दाएं बाएं देखिए, आपके सामने वो लोग बैठे हैं जिन्होंने खुद अपने किसी करीबी रिश्तेदार को कुर्बान होते हुए देखा। हमारी छोटी बहन शगुन से लेके सकीना, सजाद, कैसर, किन किन के नाम लो। किसी ने वालिद खोया, किसी ने अंकल, और सजाद ने जिस तरह हाउस के सामने उस दर्द का इजहार किया, मेरे पास शायद उससे बेहतर उसका यहां हाउस के सामने जिक्र करने के लिए अल्फाज नहीं होंगे। हम में से कितने हैं जिनके ऊपर हमले हुए। रफीक साहब, इन्होंने अपने वालिद साहब पे हमला होते हुए देखा। नायक साहब, उस हमले की जो निशानी उन पर रही, कब्र तक वो उन जख्मों को ले गए। इसी तरह कई सारे हमारे साथी जो अगर हम गिनना शुरू करें, गिनते गिनते थक जाएंगे कितने हमले हुए। ये असेंबली, राठौर साहब आप उस असेंबली के मेंबर थे, सलाथिया साहब उस असेंबली के मेंबर थे, सागर साहब, मुबारक गुल साहब, सैफुल्ला मीर साहब, कितने और हमारे साथी जब 1 अक्टूबर 2001 श्रीनगर के असेंबली कॉम्प्लेक्स पे हमले में 40 लोग अपनी कीमती जानें गवा गए। इसलिए मैंने कहा उन लोगों के दुख दर्द को शायद इस असेंबली से ज्यादा कोई और असेंबली या पार्लियामेंट समझ नहीं पाएगी। इसलिए हमने चाहा कि यहां इस हाउस के तरफ से इस हमले की मजम्मत हो और उन 26 खानदानों के साथ हम अपनी जो है उनके साथ हमदर्दी करें। हम सही कहा सजाद ने, उनके नाम का जिक्र होना चाहिए। मैं चाहूंगा कि जब जो ओरिजिनल आपने ओबिचुरी रेफरेंस मूव की, उनमें जो 26 नाम हैं, लेफ्टिनेंट नेवी के अफसर विनय नरवाल हरियाणा से, एन रामचंद्रन केरला से, दिनेश अग्रवाल छत्तीसगढ़ से, अतुल श्रीकांत मोनी महाराष्ट्र से, नीरज उधवानी उत्तराखंड से यूएई में काम कर रहे थे, समीर गुहा वेस्ट बंगाल से, सुशील नकियाल मध्य प्रदेश से, संजय लेले महाराष्ट्र से, संदीप न्योपानी नेपाल से, बितेन अधिकारी वेस्ट बंगाल से, मंजूनाथ राव कर्नाटक से, दिलीप देसले महाराष्ट्र से, प्रशांत सतपति उड़ीसा से, मनीष रंजन बिहार से, सैयद आदिल हुसैन शाह हापतनाग अनंतनाग जम्मू कश्मीर से, JS चंद्रमौली आंध्र प्रदेश से, मधुसूदन राव कर्नाटका से, संतोष जगदाई महाराष्ट्र से, कस्तूबा गनवोटे महाराष्ट्र से, हेमंत जोशी महाराष्ट्र से, सुधम द्विवेदी यूपी से, भारत भूषण कर्नाटका से, सुमित परमार गुजरात से, यतीश परमार गुजरात से, टेगे हलिंज अरुणाचल प्रदेश से और शैलेश भाई गुजरात से। स्पीकर साहब, उत्तर से लेके दक्षिण, पूरब से लेके पश्चिम, कहां अरुणाचल, कहां गुजरात, कहां जम्मू कश्मीर, कहां केरला और बीच की सारी रियासतें, पूरा मुल्क इस हमले के लपेट में आया है। ये सही है स्पीकर साहब, ये पहला हमला नहीं था। हमने कई हमले होते हुए देखे। हमने अमरनाथ यात्रा के कैंप पे हमले होते हुए देखे। हमने डोडा के मुख्तलिफ गांवों पे हमले होते हुए देखे। हमने कश्मीरी पंडितों के बस्तियों पे हमले होते हुए देखे। हमने सरदारों के बस्तियों पे हमले होते हुए देखे। लेकिन एक बीच का ऐसा वक्त आया था, ये बाईसरन का हमला 21 साल के बाद इतना बड़ा हमला हुआ है सिविलियन। हमें लग रहा था कि ये हमले जो है ये अब हमारे माजी का एक हिस्सा है, देयर पार्ट ऑफ आवर पास्ट। ये हमारे आज की कहानी नहीं है, ये हमारा मुस्तकबिल नहीं है। लेकिन बदकिस्मती से बाईसरन ने दोबारा वो हालात यहां पैदा किए, जबकि हमें लगता है कि पता नहीं अगला हमला कहां पे होगा। मैं अपनी जगह क्योंकि उस दिन लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन के साथ मैं भी पुलिस कंट्रोल रूम पे मौजूद था जब हमने 26 लोगों को वहां पे श्रद्धांजलि पेश की। मेरे पास अल्फाज नहीं थे कि मैं क्या कह के उनके घर वालों से माफी मांगूं। ये जानते हुए कि जम्मू कश्मीर की सिक्योरिटी, जम्मू कश्मीर की सुरक्षा, जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों की चुनी हुई हुकूमत की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, लेकिन तब भी यहां के वज़ीर आला की हैसियत से, यहां की टूरिज्म के मिनिस्टर की हैसियत से मैंने इन लोगों को दावत दी यहां आने की। मेजबान होते हुए मेरी जिम्मेदारी थी कि सही सलामत मैं इन्हें यहां से वापस भेजूं। नहीं भेज पाया। और माफी मांगने के अल्फाज नहीं थे। क्या कहता हूं उनको, उन छोटे बच्चों को जिन्होंने अपने वालिद को खून में लपेटा हुआ देखा, उस नेवी अफसर की विधवा को जिनको शादी हुए ही चंद दिन हुए थे, मुझे एक दो आए, मुझे कहा हमारा कसूर क्या था, हम पहली मर्तबा कश्मीर आए थे छुट्टी मनाने के लिए, और इस छुट्टी का जिंदगी भर अब हमें खमियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा। जिन लोगों ने ये किया कहने के लिए तो वो कहते हैं कि हमारी भलाई के लिए किया, लेकिन क्या हमने उनसे कहा था कि हम ये चाहते हैं? क्या हमने उनसे कहा था कि हमारे नाम में आप इन 26 लोगों को कब्र में बंद करके यहां से वापस भेजें? क्या हमारी इसमें कोई मंजूरी थी? क्या ये हमारी इजाजत से हुआ? हम में से कोई इस हमले के साथ नहीं है। इस हमले ने हमें अंदर से खोखला किया, लेकिन इस हमले ने, क्योंकि हर खराबी में कहीं ना कहीं हमें कोई रोशनी की किरण ढूंढने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। बहुत मुश्किल है इन हालात में वो रोशनी ढूंढना, लेकिन स्पीकर साहब, पहली मर्तबा 26 साल में मैंने जम्मू कश्मीर में किसी हमले के बाद लोगों को इस तरह बाहर आते हुए नहीं देखा। कठुआ से लेके कुपवारा तक शायद ही कोई शहर या गांव ऐसा जहां लोगों ने बाहर आके इस हमले की मजम्मत नहीं की, कहा कि ये मेरे नाम में नहीं हुआ, नॉट इन माय नेम। ये आपने जिसके लिए भी किया हो, मेरे लिए नहीं किया। और ये लोगों का बाहर आना, इसमें हम में से किसी का हाथ नहीं है। हुकूमत ये कहे कि हमने कराया, कोई और ये कहे हमने कराया, कोई नहीं ना। हम भी इस गाड़ी पे चढ़े, हमने इस गाड़ी पे सवारी की, लेकिन गाड़ी चलाई हमने नहीं। ये लोगों ने खुद गाड़ी बना के इस पे सवार होके जुलूस निकाले, नारे दिए, बैनर बनाए, मोमबत्तियां जलाई, ये कहने के लिए कि हम इस हमले के साथ नहीं हैं। मिलिटेंसी, टेरर, दहशत, आतंकवाद, इसका खात्मा तब होगा जब लोग हमारे साथ होंगे। और ये स्पीकर साहब उस मौके की शुरुआत है। अगर कि हम इस मौके पे एहतियात से कदम जो है लें, हमारे तरफ से कोई ऐसा कदम नहीं उठना चाहिए जिससे कि हम लोगों को अपने से दूर करें। कोई हमारे तरफ से ऐसी बात नहीं होनी चाहिए या कोई एक्शन हमारे तरफ से जिससे ये जो अपने आप में पैदा हुआ इसको कहीं जख्म पहुंचे। क्योंकि सही कहा सजाद ने, हम बंदूक के जरिए मिलिटेंसी को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, उसको खत्म नहीं कर सकते। खत्म तब होगा जब लोग हमारे साथ होंगे। और आज लगता है कि लोग अब वहां तक पहुंच रहे हैं। स्पीकर साहब, मस्जिदों में जुमा नमाज से पहले 2-2 मिनट की खामोशी इख्तियार की गई। जामा मस्जिद श्रीनगर, ये शायद बाकी मुल्क में लोग इतना इस चीज को समझेंगे नहीं। आप और मैं समझते हैं ना। हम समझते हैं किसी हमले के बाद उस मस्जिद में 2 मिनट की खामोशी का मतलब क्या है। तो मेरी तो सिर्फ यही कोशिश रहेगी कि इस सिलसिले को हम बनाएं, बढ़ाएं, घटाएं नहीं, कम ना करें। आफतार के उस नौजवान आदिल के बारे में क्या कहें? अरे ना, जान की परवाह सबको होती है, लेकिन अपनी जान की फिक्र ना करते हुए टूरिस्टों को, अपने मेहमानों को बचाने के लिए वो अपनी जान की कुर्बानी दे गया। भागता तो कौन उसको कुछ कहता? भागने के बजाय खतरे की तरफ गया। इस तरह के और मिसाल हैं जिनके बारे में आज हम सुनना शुरू कर रहे हैं। जो टूरिस्ट वहां से निकले, उन्होंने अब जिक्र करना शुरू किया। किसी एक ने वहां लोकल पोनी वाले को कहा कि मेरी बीवी और बच्चे को ले जाओ, इनको बचाओ, मुझे यहां छोड़ दो। और उसने कहा, मैं ना आपकी बीवी को कुछ होने दूंगा, ना आपके बच्चे को कुछ होने दूंगा, ना आपको कुछ होने दूंगा। इनको कुछ होने से पहले इनको मेरे ऊपर से गुजरना होगा। और छुपा के उनको सलामत रखा। जख्मियों को अपने कंधों पे पहाड़ से नीचे उतार के अस्पताल, एम्बुलेंस तक पहुंचाया। और उसके बाद जिस तरह लोकल लोगों ने मदद करने की कोशिश की, गरीब वो शिकारा वाला जो डल लेक पे फल बेचता है, उसने अपनी किश्ती पे एक छोटा सा बोर्ड लगाया, टूरिस्टों के लिए मुफ्त फ्रूट चाट। अरे ना, वो दिन के 200-300 रुपए कमाने वाला, वो कहता है कोई नहीं ना चले मेरे हफ्ते की कमाई, लेकिन मैं कम से कम अपने मेहमानों को यह एहसास देना चाहता हूं कि हम उनके साथ हैं। वो 3 व्हीलर वाला सिर्फ टूरिस्टों को कहा कि अगर आपको हवाई अड्डा पहुंचना है, मैं मुफ्त आपको हवाई अड्डा पहुंचा दूंगा। इसी तरह के टैक्सी वाले, होटल वालों ने अपने कमरे खोले और कहा आप यहां रहिए। जिन्होंने गुलमर्ग छोड़ के, पहलगाम छोड़ के, सोनमर्ग छोड़ के श्रीनगर भाग के आए, जिनके पास रहने की जगह नहीं थी, होटल वालों ने उनको कहा कि हम आपसे पैसा नहीं लेंगे, आप रहिए यहां पे। मैं सलाम करता हूं। यही है हमारी मेहमान नवाजी। उसके साथ साथ उनका शुक्रिया करता हूं कि उन्होंने ये किया। जम्मू कश्मीर के बाहर हमारे कुछ स्टूडेंट्स, हमारे कुछ रहने वालों को कुछ जगहों पे तकलीफ हुई, उससे कौन इनकार कर सकता है। लेकिन मैं उसके साथ साथ उन तमाम रियासती हुकूमतों का शुक्रगुजार हूं जिन्होंने मौके पर तहकीकात करके हालात को काबू में लाने में अपना रोल अदा किया। मैं अपने मिनिस्टर कुलीग्स का शुक्रिया करता हूं जिन्होंने बिल्कुल कम नोटिस पे जगह जगह गए। कोई शिमला, कोई लखनऊ, कोई देहरादून, कोई बंबई, कोई चंडीगढ़। वहां की हुकूमतों का मैं शुक्रिया करूंगा कि इनसे मिलने के बाद इन्होंने मीटिंगें ऑर्गेनाइज की। हम अपने तरफ से एक सिस्टम जो है वो तैयार करना चाहते हैं, सोशल मीडिया और व्हाट्सएप वगैरह का इस्तेमाल करते हुए, ताकि एक नोडल पॉइंट हमें मिले हम तो चाहेंगे कि इस तरह के हालात ना हो, लेकिन इक्का दुक्का अगर कहीं हो जाए तो बच्चियों के पास, दूसरों के पास एक जगह होनी चाहिए जहां पे वो इन चीज़ों को दर्ज कर सकें। उसके लिए हम तैयारी कर रहे हैं। बदकिस्मती से सोशल मीडिया में जहां 90% खबरें जो है वो सही होती हैं, 10% वो भी लोग हैं जो झूठी खबर फैलाने की कोशिश करते हैं। मैं उन्हें कहना चाहता हूं कि अपनी हरकतों से बाज आओ। जब ये लोग झूठी खबरें फैलाते हैं तो जिन पे असली ये मुश्किल का जो इनको सामना करना पड़ता है, उनको भी फिर
Ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone to kindly settle down. Please sit down. We've had some really insightful sessions so far, but this next one, it is going to be really, really special because our next guest is literally writing a new chapter for Delhi. She made history by becoming the 3rd woman chief minister of Delhi and the first BJP chief minister in 2.5 decades. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the dynamic Srimati Rekha Gupta. She'll be in conversation with NDTV's senior managing editor, Nikunj Garg. I would request you to please come on stage, ma'am, please.
सबसे पहले तो मैं आपका धन्यवाद कर दूं मुख्यमंत्री जी, आपने समय निकाला आपके व्यस्त शेड्यूल से एनडीटीवी के इस कार्यक्रम में आने के लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू।
और उसके बाद मैं ये आपसे पूछूं कि अभी आप एक कार्यक्रम से आ रही हैं जिसमें पहली बार फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ दिस सिटी, एटलीस्ट इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ नेशनल कैपिटल, 70 साल के ऊपर के तमाम लोगों को एक हेल्थ कार्ड, आयुष्मान भारत का हेल्थ कार्ड हमने रोल आउट किया है। क्या आइडिया है इस बुनियादी हेल्थ सुविधा को देने के पीछे आपका नेशनल कैपिटल के सिटीजन्स के लिए?
मैं एक्चुअली बताऊं, सच में जो 70+ एज ग्रुप के हमारे रेजिडेंट हैं देश के, उनको ये हेल्थ एश्योरेंस मिलना सरकार की ओर से कि आप निश्चिंत हो जाइए, आपकी किसी तकलीफ़ में, आपकी किसी बीमारी की स्थिति में सरकार विल टेक केयर ऑफ़ यू, आपकी पूरा ध्यान रखेगी, आपका इलाज कराएगी, आपकी टेस्टिंग्स, आपका हर वो मेडिकल एक्सपेंडिचर जो आपको अपने बूते पे करना कई बार डिफ़िकल्ट हो जाता है, कई बार आपके बच्चे भी उतना सपोर्ट नहीं कर पाते, कई बार सिचुएशंस बड़ी ऑड होती है। ऐसे में सरकार जो अपने सीनियर सिटीजन्स की केयर टेकिंग कर रही है, ये ना केवल दिल्ली के लिए, मैं बताऊं पूरे विश्व में आप कोई देश उठा के देख लीजिए, ऐसी योजना आपको मिलेगी नहीं। ये पूरे वर्ल्ड के लिए एक विजनरी योजना है जिसमें आप अपने देश के, अपने शहर के 70 साल से ऊपर के बुज़ुर्गों का इलाज करा रहे हैं डिस्पाइट ऑफ देयर इनकम स्टेटस। उनका धर्म, जाति, स्टेटस कुछ भी इसमें काउंट नहीं करता। आपके पास उस शहर का आधार कार्ड हो, आप वहाँ के लोकल रेजिडेंट है, दैट इज़ एनफ। आप सोचिए कितनी खूबसूरती है इस योजना में कि एक अमीर आदमी जो अपने सब कुछ उसके पास होगा उसके लिए भी ये योजना है, और एक गरीब रेडी पटरी वाला व्यक्ति भी, उसके लिए भी वो सेम योजना है। और सही बताऊं, अमेरिका हो या कोई और बड़ा देश हो, अगर उन्होंने कोई हेल्थ का प्रोविज़न अपने सिटीजन्स के लिए क्रिएट किया होगा तो केवल उसका क्राइटेरिया है आप टैक्स पेई हैं कि नहीं है। अगर आप टैक्स पेई हैं तो गवर्नमेंट विल गिव यू हेल्थ असिस्टेंस। पर ये जो योजना है, वेदर यू आर टैक्स पेयर और नॉट, कुछ भी आपका स्टेटस है, आपको ये योजना समान रूप में हर एक बुजुर्ग को मिल रही है। मैं सच में थैंक्स करना चाहूँगी नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी का, जिनकी वजह से आज दिल्ली के सब बुजुर्गों को उनको एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत लाभ मिला है, योजना मिली है और जीने का एक नया अधिकार मिला है।
और मैं ये इसी बात पे आने वाला था कि प्रधानमंत्री का पर्सनल फोकस इस योजना को लेके बहुत रहा है। पर्सनली उन्होंने खुद पुश किया है 70+ की आरोग्य स्कीम को देश भर के लिए, और काफ़ी दिनों से ये रुकी हुई थी नेशनल कैपिटल में, और अब आपको लगता है कि आप इसको पूरा स्प्रेड दे पाएंगी। वो लोग खासकर जिनको कि इस तरह की चीज़ों की जानकारी नहीं पहुंच पाती है, जो लोगों को जानकारी हो जाती है वो तो जानकारी से सुविधा का फ़ायदा उठा लेते हैं, उनको भी आपकी सरकार कोशिश करेगी कि क्या उनको पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन दे और वो इसका फ़ायदा ले सके?
मैं प्रॉमिस करती हूँ दिल्ली के हर एक 70 साल से ऊपर के बुजुर्ग को कि आप हम तक पहुँचे या ना पहुँचे, सरकार आप तक पहुँचेगी और एक एक बुजुर्ग का रजिस्ट्रेशन करा के उसको इस हेल्थ योजना का पूरा लाभ मिलेगा।
So Chief Minister, that you promised from the NDTV's forum, thank you very much. एक और बात बताइए मुख्यमंत्री जी, आप यू आर ए यंग चीफ मिनिस्टर, बीजेपी के शासन में पहली बार एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री बनी है दिल्ली में, और दिल्ली में मुख्यमंत्री बनने के पिछले 10 साल का एक्सपीरियंस जो था उससे कहीं ना कहीं लोगों को एक बड़ी डिसअपॉइंटमेंट भी हुई थी कुछ इश्यूज़ को लेकर के। आपके अपने मन में, क्योंकि आप दिल्ली के रेजिडेंट हैं, आपने स्टूडेंट पॉलिटिक्स करी है यहाँ पे, आपके अपने मन में एक नेशनल कैपिटल की क्या छवि है, कैसे चेंज देखना चाहती हैं आप इसमें?
मुझे कई बार ये प्रश्न पूछा जाता है कि आप दिल्ली को कैसा बनाना चाहती हैं, लंदन बनाना चाहती हैं, पेरिस बनाना चाहती हैं, क्या बनाना चाहती हैं? तो मेरा एक ही जवाब होता है कि मैं दिल्ली को दिल्ली बनाना चाहती हूँ। दिल्ली जो देश की राजधानी है, दिल्ली जिसका एक अपना इतिहास गौरव है, दिल्ली का अपना एक कल्चर है, दिल्ली एक मिनी इंडिया है। पूरे देश के हर राज्य के लोग यहाँ आकर के बसे हैं, उनके लिए ये उनका होम टाउन है। और ऐसे में दिल्ली का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, दिल्ली का हेल्थ, दिल्ली का एजुकेशन, दिल्ली हर मायने में दिल्ली अप टू डेट होनी चाहिए। पूरे देश में सबसे टेक्नोलॉजिकली अपडेटेड शहर होना चाहिए, पूरे विश्व में इसका एक सम्मान होना चाहिए। पिछली सरकारों के राज में आप देखेंगे एक नेगेटिव पॉलिटिक्स, एक नेगेटिव इमेज दिल्ली शहर की बिल्डअप हुई, और आज भी कहीं ना कहीं पॉल्यूशन के लेवल पे कहें, यमुना जी की सफाई के लिए कहें, दिल्ली का जब नाम पूरे वर्ल्ड फ्रेम में आता है तो हम देखेंगे कि सबसे ज़्यादा एयर पॉल्यूशन कहाँ है, दिल्ली में है जी। सबसे ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम कहाँ है, दिल्ली में है जी। तो मैं ये सोचती हूँ कि दिल्ली की इमेज बिल्डिंग होनी चाहिए। दिल्ली में ये जो नेगेटिव एक्सपेक्ट है ये ख़त्म होना चाहिए। दिल्ली के लोगों को वो मिलना चाहिए जो दिल्ली का अधिकार है, और दिल्ली में रहने वाले लोगों का दिल लगना चाहिए यहाँ, ऐसा मेरा सोचना है।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, दिल्ली की छवि बदलनी चाहिए, और आपने पोल्यूशन और यमुना की क्लीनिंग के दो बड़ी चीज़ों की बात करी। दोनों ही मुद्दे आप भी जानती हैं, क्योंकि आप जैसे मैंने कहा कि स्टूडेंट डेज से यहाँ पॉलिटिक्स कर रही हैं, रहने वाली हैं, रेजिडेंट हैं दिल्ली की। दोनों ही मुद्दे ऐसे हैं जो कि जिसमें बहुत काम करने की ज़रूरत है। ये ओवरनाइट सॉल्यूशंस इन इश्यूज़ का हो जाए ऐसा संभव है नहीं। तो एक बड़ी कैपेसिटी आपकी गवर्नमेंट को, आपको खुद और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के साथ कोलैबोरेशन में डिस्प्ले करनी पड़ेगी अगर हम इन दोनों इश्यूज़ को हमें सेटल करना है तो।
ऑफ कोर्स करनी ही पड़ेगी। आप देखिए, पॉल्यूशन जो है एक बहुत सीरियस मैटर है, और पूरी दिल्ली का हर एक नागरिक इससे बहुत इफ़ेक्टेड है। छोटा बच्चा हो, बड़ा बुजुर्ग हो, अनेक तरह की बीमारियां इस पॉल्यूशन के कारण से आज दिल्ली के लोगों को लगी है। पर समाधान क्या दिया पिछली सरकारों ने, मैं आपको बताती हूँ। समाधान के नाम पे एडवर्टीजमेंट, हम पराली की दवाई बनाएंगे, वो दवाई बेच देंगे, अन्य राज्यों को देंगे, पराली ख़त्म हो जाएगी, हवा साफ़ हो जाएगी। ऐसी एडवर्टीजमेंट के ऊपर करोड़ों रुपए का बजट सरकारों ने खर्च किया। पर आप तो मीडिया चैनल हैं, आप मुझे खोज के बताइए तो कि वो दवाई बनी क्या, किसी को मिली क्या, कोई इलाज उसका हुआ क्या, कोई लाभ मिला क्या? नथिंग। करोड़ों रुपए की एडवर्टीजमेंट के बाद ना कोई दवाई मिली, ना कोई दवाई बनी, ना किसी स्टेट में गई, ना पराली ख़त्म हुई। हाँ, उनकी सरकार बन गई इसलिए पराली खत्म। अब पंजाब का कोई रोल नहीं है पराली में। अब सारी की सारी पराली जो है वो बीजेपी गवर्नड जो राज्य है वहाँ से आती है। अब पंजाब की दिशा से आना बंद हो गई। तो ये उनका सॉल्यूशन था। अगला सॉल्यूशन ऑड इवन। अब बताइए, इतने समझदार लोग हैं, इतने सारे पर्यावरणविद भी यहाँ पर हैं, ऑड इवन करने से कितना पॉल्यूशन कम हुआ भाई? ये 3 मेजर स्टेप मैं बता रही हूँ जो पिछली सरकारों ने किए। एक, पराली की दवाई बनाएंगे, दूसरा हम ऑड इवन करेंगे, और तीसरा एक स्मोक टावर बनाया गया। कहाँ है वो एक स्मोक टावर? हमने खोजा, पता चला कि कनाट प्लेस में बना था, 6 महीने चला, कॉस्टिंग उसकी 2 करोड़ थी, उस पर एडवर्टीजमेंट 30 करोड़ का था, और आज वो वर्किंग नहीं है। अब बताइए, ये समाधान सोचेंगे तो एयर क्वालिटी ठीक होगी क्या? आज भी आपको लगातार जब पता चलता है कि जी आज भी एयर क्वालिटी ख़राब थी, आज भी, तो ये वो काम नहीं है कि साल के 2 महीने सर्दियों का मौसम आया तो आपने एयर का सोचना शुरू किया, तब आपने ग्रैब लगा दिए, तब आपको कोट फटकार लगा रहा है, तब आप काम करने की सोच रहे हो कि अब क्या करें, और कुछ नहीं मिलता तो दूसरे पे इल्ज़ाम, ये हरियाणा का प्रॉब्लम है, ये यूपी का प्रॉब्लम है, ये बाकी केंद्र सरकार का है, इसमें पीएम नहीं है, इसमें एलजी नहीं है। नहीं भाई, अगर आपको सच में एयर पोल्यूशन ख़त्म करना था तो एक उसका डिटेल स्टडी, उसका सॉल्यूशन, उसमें कंसल्टेंट्स, उसमें ऐसे लोगों की राय कि करना क्या चाहिए। हमने जब सरकार आने के बाद इसको पूरी तरीके से ऑब्ज़र्व किया, इस समस्या पे घंटों के लोगों की कंसल्टेंसी ली, तो ये समझ में आता है कि जो इसके कंपोनेंट है एयर पोल्यूशन के, चाहे वो आपकी डस्ट हो, क्योंकि आधे से ज़्यादा शहर तो आपका ओपन है, वहाँ पे ना ग्रीनरी है, ना आप वो सीमेंटेड है। दूसरा, इसमें व्हीकलर पोल्यूशन कि आपके जो व्हीकल पूरे शहर में चलते हैं उसका पोल्यूशन होता है। और ये जो डस्ट पार्टिकल एयर में रहते हैं, ये कोई 2 महीने के लिए नहीं आते, ये साल भर है। वो आज गर्मी के मौसम में भी है, वो सर्दी के मौसम में भी है, हर समय है। तो हमने आते ही जितनी योजनाएं बनाई, हमने वाटर स्प्रिंकलर्स थे, हमने जो स्मोक गन्स थी, पूरा साल भर चले एक्सेप्ट मानसून मौसम, क्योंकि उस टाइम तो ईश्वर बारिश कर रहा है। तो पूरा साल भर स्प्रिंकलिंग हो, पूरा साल भर स्मोक गन्स चलें ताकि जो एयर पॉल्यूटिंग कंटेंट हैं वो बैठ जाएं। ये साल भर की योजना बनाई, डिटेल्ड बनाई कि आपके अगर दिल्ली में 250 वार्ड हैं तो उन 250 वार्डों पे 4-4 मशीनें उनको अलॉट करनी है। उसके लिए बजट क्रिएशन किया, उसके टेंडर लगे, और अब वो जनता के बीच में आने की शुरुआत पे है। तो ये जो काम किया, मतलब अब व्हीकल का पॉल्यूशन है, तो व्हीकल मान लीजिए आप पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को कर लेंगे तो प्राइवेट ट्रांसपोर्ट, और प्राइवेट ट्रांसपोर्ट को भी कर लेते हैं तो जो दिल्ली के बाकी शहरों से यहाँ पे ट्रांसपोर्ट आ रहा है, वो प्राइवेट गाड़ी आ रही है, वो आपकी ट्रांसपोर्ट की बसेज आ रही हैं, राजस्थान से आ रही है, हरियाणा से आ रही है, पंजाब से आ रही है। तो क्या आप उनका पॉल्यूशन चेक कर रहे हैं? तो ये भी तो कंपोनेंट है दिल्ली के पॉल्यूशन में। तो इसके लिए क्या नीति बनाई, इसके लिए क्या किया? तो इस सब के ऊपर काम करने की ज़रूरत है, बहुत ज़्यादा डिटेलिंग में। और मैं विश्वास दिलाती हूँ कि दिल्ली की आपकी अपनी ये सरकार अब इस पे बहुत माइक्रो मैनेजमेंट के साथ चल रही है। हर एक जो सेगमेंट पॉल्यूशन का है उस पे काम किया जा रहा है और हर एक को समाधान दिया जाएगा।
और सेम यमुना पॉल्यूशन के लिए?
यस, यमुना। देखिए, यमुना जी पे भी केवल बातें हुई। सरकार ने 8,000 करोड़ रुपए पिछली सरकार को दिया, अब वो उन्होंने कहाँ खर्च किया, क्या कर दिया, पर यमुना को सॉल्यूशन नहीं मिला। कस्में खाई, वादे किए, बाद में माफ़ी भी मांग ली, पर होना क्या चाहिए था। आज यमुना जी का जो सेगमेंट हमारी दिल्ली में आ रहा है, प्रयागराज से शुरू हो, प्रयागराज पे ख़त्म होते हैं और यमुनोत्री से शुरू होकर यमुना का जो जितना हिस्सा दिल्ली के अंतर्गत है वो सबसे ज़्यादा पॉल्यूटिंग इसलिए है कि उसमें 22 बड़े बड़े नाले जो कि नदी से भी बड़े हैं, वो सारे जाके यमुना जी में एज इट इज़ गिरते हैं, जिसमें आपका इंडस्ट्रियल वेस्ट होता है, जिसमें आपका डोमेस्टिक वेस्ट और हर प्रकार की गंदगी, केमिकल सब उसमें है। तो सबसे पहला इलाज तो ये है कि इन सभी नालों की डिसिल्टिंग हो, इन सभी के ऊपर STPs बने। ये जो जिस नाले को आप कर्व नहीं कर सकते वहाँ डिसेंट्रलाइज STP बने। आप यकीन मानिए कि मैं आपको पिछले 15 दिन पहले की, 1 महीने पहले की रिपोर्ट, देखो सरकार को अभी 65 दिन हुए हैं, एक भी STP वर्किंग में नहीं था उनकी सरकार के समय का, एक भी डिसेंट्रलाइज STP उन्होंने बनाया नहीं। आज हमारी सरकार के माध्यम से हमने 9,000 करोड़ रुपए इस प्रोजेक्ट में रखे और उसमें से 500 करोड़ के केवल डिसेंट्रलाइज एसटीपी की जो आपके नाले को देन एंड देयर वहीं सफाई करके उसके बाद उसका बीओटी ठीक करके उसको नाले में छोड़ेंगे, उसके बाद उसको यमुना जी में छोड़ा जाएगा। तो ये काम करने की ज़रूरत है। आज जब मुझसे लोग पूछते हैं जी कब तक साफ़ हो जाएगी, इसीलिए मैं उनको कहती हूँ भाई मुझे झूठ बोलने की आदत नहीं है, मैं जो बोलूँगी सच बोलूँगी। काम चल रहा है, काम प्लान हुआ है, काम के वर्क ऑर्डर होंगे, एक एक चीज़ बनेगी, समय लगेगा, क्योंकि जिस योजना पे काम शुरू ही नहीं हुआ आज उसको शुरू करने की ज़रूरत है, उसको लागू करने की ज़रूरत है और तभी तो रिजल्ट निकलेगा और तभी यमुना साफ़ होगी। तो हम जो भी मेजरमेंट्स हैं उन सबको कर रहे हैं और यमुना आपको एक दिन ज़रूर ऐसा मिलेगा जब साफ दिखाई देगी और आप सब उसके किनारे बैठ कर के यमुना जी की आरती करेंगे और मन से जो आपके भाव हैं उनको पूरा करेंगे।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, आपने इससे पहले एक बात कही थी कि यहाँ पे दिल्ली शहर है, सारे देश के लोग आते हैं, यहाँ रहते हैं, माइग्रेंट पॉपुलेशन है और माइग्रेंट पॉपुलेशन से जुड़ा हुआ एक सेक्टर है एमएसएमई सेक्टर का, जिस सेक्टर के लिए हम ये आज कॉन्क्लेव कर रहे हैं। और एमएसएमई सेक्टर में ही सबसे ज़्यादा माइग्रेंट्स एंगेज होते हैं, वो एम्प्लॉय करता है उनको और उन्हीं के बेसिस पे मेजर एम्प्लॉयमेंट इवन इन ए सिटी लाइक दिल्ली, हालांकि दिल्ली में और बहुत तरह के एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी हैं पर एमएसएमई सेक्टर के दम पे ही वो सारी एम्प्लॉयमेंट दिल्ली में रहती है। तो एमएसएमई सेक्टर को स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए और उनको मदद करने के लिए या उनके कारोबार को बढ़ाने के लिए आपकी सरकार के मन में कोई थॉट, कोई सोच, कोई नई दिशा आप लेना चाह रही हैं?
आज दिल्ली में जितने उद्योग हैं, जितने ट्रेड हैं, वर्षों से बड़ी बुरी अवस्था में है। उनको जो असिस्टेंस गवर्नमेंट से मिलना चाहिए, जो पॉलिसी गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे बननी चाहिए, वो दिल्ली में उसकी कमी रही और इस कारण से आप देखेंगे कि देश भर में कम बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी होने की वजह से हमारे जितने ट्रेड हैं, हमारी जितनी इंडस्ट्री है, वो दिल्ली से बाहर का रास्ता खोजती रही। आज ज़रूरत है नई इंडस्ट्री पॉलिसीज़ बनाने की। आज ज़रूरत है आप व्यापार को ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस करने की। आज ज़रूरत है नई वेयर हाउस पॉलिसी लाने की। हर एक समस्या जो हमारी इस व्यापार जगत की है उसको सुनने की और सुलझाने की। मैं बड़े अफसोस के साथ कहती हूँ कि आज कोई ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है जहाँ पे हमारे इन ट्रेडर्स का, हमारे व्यापारियों का, हमारे उद्योगपतियों की समस्याओं को सुना जाए और उनका समाधान किया जाए। एज ए दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट मैं इस बात को इस तरीके से कह सकती हूँ कि आज जितने भी हमारे शहर में उद्योग हैं उनके लिए जिन नई पॉलिसीज़ को फ्रेम करने की ज़रूरत है सरकार उनको बनाएगी। जितने भी जगह इन उद्योगों को एक सपोर्ट, एक टेक्निकल असिस्टेंस या इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरल पूरा काम जो चाहिए उनको, वो सरकार करेगी। आज जितने हमारे इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया हैं, आज आप देखिए तो वहाँ पे डेवलपमेंट के नाम पे जीरो है।
इनफैक्ट वो बहुत ही खराब स्थिति में है। अगर आप इंडस्ट्रियल एरियाज, कभी ऐसा लगता ही नहीं है कि वो प्रॉपर डेजिग्नेटेड इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया हैं शहर के, किसी भी इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया को आप देखिए।
जबकि वो आपके वो इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया हैं जो कि आपके अप्रूव्ड हैं
और टैक्स पेइंग है,
टैक्स पेइंग
हर तरह का टैक्स आपको
वहाँ आपको सड़क नहीं मिलेगी, वहाँ आपको ड्रेनेज सिस्टम ठीक नहीं मिलेगा, वहाँ उनके लिए कोई कॉमन फैसिलिटी सेंटर्स नहीं है, वहाँ उनकी लेबर के लिए कोई ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का अच्छा व्यवस्था नहीं है, लाइट का, बिजली सबसे ज़्यादा रेटों में मिल रही है आज दिल्ली शहर में। तो इतनी सारी तकलीफ़ें उनके पास है। आपका कोई सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम नहीं है, आपको ऑफिसर, कोई छोटे से छोटा ऑफिसर भी बड़े से बड़े इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को जाकर के कुछ भी बोल सकने की ताकत रखता है। तो एक इतना प्रेशर इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट पे होता है कि वो क्या करे, मतलब उसको अपनी औकात जो है, ऐसा लगता है कि मैं तो एक बैगर हूँ कि मैं अपने लिए जो सुविधा मांग रहा हूँ, एक एक पेपर के लिए, एक एक सर्टिफिकेट के लिए मुझे सरकार के आगे हाथ फैलाना पड़ता है। तो मैं ये सोचती हूँ कि दिल्ली में हमारी इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी बहुत सुलभ होनी चाहिए और पब्लिक को सपोर्ट करने वाली होनी चाहिए और ऐसा होना चाहिए कि इंडस्ट्रीज़ जो हैं वो हमारे दिल्ली में आकर के काम करना पसंद करें। इससे रोज़गार भी जनरेट होगा, इससे आपकी इकोनॉमी बढ़ेगी और रेवेन्यू भी बढ़ेगा ऑब्वियसली। तो हमें इस सारी फ्रेमवर्क में आज इतनी सारी इंडस्ट्रीज लीज पे दी हुई है, वर्षों से वो फ्री होल्ड नहीं हो पा रही, और कितने सारे लीगल केसेस इसी के कारण आते हैं। लोग ये सोचते हैं कि भाई हम कोई चीज़ खरीदे तो खरीदे कैसे, उसको चलाएं तो चलाएं कैसे। तो फ्री होल्ड पॉलिसी लाने की ज़रूरत है, आपको हर दिशा में काम करने की ज़रूरत है। अभी मतलब स्काई इज़ ए लिमिट, यहाँ जीरो से शुरू करके और कहाँ तक आपको लेके जाना पड़ेगा। पर मैं कह सकती हूँ कि सरकार हर उस काम को ज़रूर करेगी जिससे लोगों को सहूलियत हो।
और चीफ मिनिस्टर, देयर countrywide the experience has been, and the prime minister has also been pushing for it, his government has been pushing for it, कि जितने भी अप्रूवल्स हों, चाहे वो MSME सेक्टर हो, चाहे वो बाकी इंडस्ट्री हो, आप खुद बिजनेस कम्युनिटी की से आती हैं, तो वो कम से कम ऑनलाइन अवेलेबल हों लोगों को। मतलब जो ये लोगों को धक्के खाने पड़ते हैं एक डिपार्टमेंट से दूसरे डिपार्टमेंट में जा करके, और वो कोई एक फोरम अवेलेबल नहीं है जहाँ पे उनको कोई टाइम बाउंड डेडलाइंस और डेटलाइंस मिली रहे हैं कि भाई इतने दिन के अंदर ये अप्रूवल आना चाहिए, इस तरह का कुछ आपको देखने।
चलिए अच्छा है, आपने अपने मुंह से कह दिया, पिछली पढ़ी लिखी सरकार ने कुछ भी ऑनलाइन रखा नहीं। और मैं बड़े अफसोस के साथ इस बात को एडमिट करती हूँ कि यहाँ तक कि कोई ग्रीवेंस रिड्रेसल भी दिल्ली सरकार के पास नहीं रहा पीछे। यहाँ तक कि आप कोई कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर कोई दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट का ऐसा भी नहीं है। तो आज मुझे अपने बजट में इसका प्रोविज़न क्रिएट करना पड़ा कि हम अपना इंटीग्रेटेड दिल्ली का एक कंट्रोल एंड कमांड सेंटर बनाएंगे, जिसमें हम पूरी दिल्ली का कहाँ आपका ट्रैफिक कंजेशन है, कहाँ आपके पॉल्यूशन के सेंटर हैं, कहाँ पे आपका मतलब हर चीज़ को, कहाँ वाटर लॉगिंग के पॉइंट हैं, कहाँ पे आपका सिक्योरिटी लैब्स है, कहाँ पे आपकी लाइट की कमी है, हर चीज़ आपको दिखाई देनी चाहिए, सुनाई देनी चाहिए, जनता की आवाज़ आप तक पहुंचनी चाहिए, उनको समाधान मिलना चाहिए। और आप हर चीज़ में देखेंगे ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग है, जो पढ़ी लिखी सरकारों को करना ही चाहिए था, कहीं भी किसी भी फील्ड में। मतलब अभी पीछे हमें अपने वाटर टैंकर्स को GPS के साथ में असिस्ट करना पड़ा। आपका वाटर टैंकर दिल्ली में दिल्ली आज आधी दिल्ली वाटर टैंकर पे चल रही है, क्योंकि आपने पानी की पाइपलाइन तो बिछाई नहीं कि घरों तक नल के माध्यम से जल जाए। तो अब वाटर टैंकर कहाँ से निकला, कहाँ पहुँचा, कितनी बार चक्कर काटा, कागज़ों में पूरा पेमेंट हो रहा है, पर उसका अपीयरेंस आपको नहीं मिल पा रहा। तो पहली बार आकर के हमारी सरकार ने हर वाटर टैंकर पे GPS लगाना, उसको कंट्रोल एंड कमांड सेंटर से ऑब्जर्व करना, जनता को ऐप के माध्यम से उसका लोकेशन देना कि उसकी लोकेशन भी सर्च कर सकें, उसकी टाइमिंग भी फिक्स हो और उसका जितना राउंड है वो भी सरकार दे सके और उसी हिसाब से पेमेंट हो। तो आप सोचिए हमें कितनी लीकेजेस रोकनी पड़ रही है, कहाँ कहाँ रोके ये बताइए।
अच्छा हुआ मुख्यमंत्री जी आपने ये बात कर ली कि वाटर लॉगिंग का चैलेंज है बस आने वाला है अब आपके पास कुछ 45 दिनों के अंदर। वो भी बड़ा कुछ एक पॉइंट्स ऐसे हैं दिल्ली में जो कि हर बार इंटरनेशनल शेम बनते हैं हमारे, जैसे कि मिंटो ब्रिज। वहाँ पे
आपको मालूम कितने वाटर लॉगिंग के पॉइंट है दिल्ली में? लगभग 550 पॉइंट पे दिल्ली में बड़े वाटर लॉगिंग पॉइंट है। हर बार वर्षों तक आप सब ने देखा मिंटो ब्रिज के नीचे बस डूबी हुई है। ये पिक्चर एक ऐसी स्टैंडर्ड हो गया है जो हर बारिश में अखबार में फ्रंट पेज पे छपनी ही छपनी है। आपको तिलक ब्रिज पे पानी मिलेगा ही मिलेगा। आपके ऐसे पॉइंट जो आपके घरों के आसपास है, आपको वो वर्षों से उस पिक्चर को आप देखते हैं। और दिल्ली में देखिए तकलीफ किस बात की, दिल्ली वाले किसी वेदर को एंजॉय नहीं कर सकते। सर्दी आती है तो पॉल्यूशन आ जाता है, बारिश आता है तो ट्रैफिक जैम और वाटर लॉगिंग आ जाती है।
अच्छा है मुख्यमंत्री जी, आपने मुख्यमंत्री होके ये बात बोल ली। अच्छा
मैं बोल रही हूँ भाई, मुझे इस बात को कहने में कोई शर्म, तकलीफ जरूर है, शर्म नहीं है कि जहाँ से हमें शुरू करना है, जहाँ हम खड़े हैं, मैं कोई गलत पिक्चर पोर्ट्रेट करके नहीं आगे बढ़ना चाहती। आप गर्मियों में हीट वेव का प्रॉब्लम है, हर मौसम कुछ ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम लेके आता है, पर उसका टाइमली समाधान हो जाए, उसकी एक पूरी वर्किंग हो जाए। जैसे अब वाटर लॉगिंग की प्रॉब्लम आपने कही, आज हमारी सरकार को बने हुए 65 दिन हुए, परंतु कम से कम 5 बार दिल्ली के बड़े ड्रेन्स पे मैं खुद जा कर के खड़ी होके वहाँ पे विजिट करके आई हूँ कि किस नाले पे कितना डिसिल्टिंग हुआ। आप मेरा रिकॉर्ड सोशल मीडिया पे और अपने चैनल्स पे और न्यूज़पेपर में देख सकते हैं कि पिछले 60 दिन के अंदर 5 बार दिल्ली की सभी बड़ी ड्रेन्स को मैंने खुद जा कर के, हमारे मंत्रियों ने, LG साहब ने जाके वहाँ खड़े होना, कितना सिल्ट का टारगेट दिया था, कितनी सिल्ट निकली, पहुंची कि नहीं पहुंची अपना ढलाव पर। उसके बाद भाई आपके सारे बड़े ड्रेन बंद हैं, भरे हुए हैं, ओवरफ्लो है। तो दिल्ली में जो 2023 की बाढ़ आई थी, वो कितनी शर्मनाक थी कि देश की राजधानी में जहाँ नदी तो सूखी रहती है पर बाढ़ आ रही है। क्यों? क्योंकि नाले भरे हुए हैं, बड़े नाले भरे हुए हैं, इसलिए आपके पीडब्ल्यूडी के नाले नहीं खुलते। पीडब्ल्यूडी के नाले भरे हुए हैं इसलिए आपके अंदर की नालियाँ ओवरफ्लो होती है और बेचारा व्यक्ति घर से स्टेप डाउन करने में सोचता है कि देखो पानी भरा हुआ है।
और उसको लेके एक बड़ा दर्दनाक हादसा भी हो गया राजेंद्र नगर में, जो 3 IAS
एग्जैक्टली वो क्या था? वो वाटर लॉगिंग थी, जो आपके नाले सफाई नहीं हुए। अगर वो नाले साफ होते तो वो 3 बच्चे नहीं मरते। तो कौन ध्यान दे रहा था? कौन मंत्री जा रहा था? आप मुझे बता दीजिए, कभी मंत्री जी ने या किसी मुख्यमंत्री ने पहले नालों के ऊपर राउंड किए हो इतने? आज ये सरकार जो लोगों की, जनता की सरकार है, वो अपना देख रही है। नाले भी डिसिल्ट होने चाहिए, आपके वाटर लॉगिंग के पॉइंटों को भी आपने कर्व करना है। आज मिंटो ब्रिज पे खुद हमने घंटों खड़े होके, कैसे होगा, मैं खुद 6 टैंकर पानी वहाँ लेके गई, गिरवाया, दिखाया कि भाई पानी आपका। एक बारिश में तो ये हुआ कि सरकार ने पंप लगा दिया, जब बारिश आई तो वो पंप ही डूब गया और वो ट्रैफिक जाम के कारण ऑपरेटर पहुंच ही नहीं पाया। तो ऐसी पढ़ी लिखी सरकार भी किस नाम की। तो हमने जो इस बार किया मिंटो ब्रिज पे, एक ऑटोमेटिक पंप जो ज़मीन से लगभग 10 फुट की ऊंचाई पे हमने उसको प्लेस किया, और जैसे ही पानी का लेवल एक मेजर के ऊपर जाएगा, ऑटोमेटिक पंप काम करना शुरू कर देगा। तो ये सारी चीज़ों की तैयारी आज हमने कर दी कि बारिश आएगी तो हमें और क्या क्या चीज़ें ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है, जिसको हमें आज ही करना है। तो वी आर ऑन वर्क, और आई होप कि इस बार वो फोटो अखबार में नहीं छपेगी।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, दिल्ली में एक चैलेंज जिसकी चलते शीला दीक्षित गवर्नमेंट को, जो आपसे पहले की महिला मुख्यमंत्री थी, बहुत क्रेडिट मिला, वो चैलेंज था इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का चैलेंज। और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को लेके ही पिछले कुछ सालों में लोगों की शिकायत ये रही दिल्ली वालों की कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के फ्रंट पे कोई खास काम हुआ नहीं। बट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऐसी चीज़ है जिसको लगातार बढ़ाने की ज़रूरत है, बिकॉज आबादी बढ़ती है, आसपास के क्षेत्रों की आबादी, जैसे नोएडा, ग्रेटर नोएडा और गुड़गांव, इन सब की आबादी बढ़ती है। तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को लेकर के अब बड़े चैलेंजेस शहर में दोबारा से हैं। तो एक नए सिरे से इंडस्ट्रियल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, एक तो MSME से जुड़ा हुआ जो इंडस्ट्रियल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, उसको इमेजिन करने की ज़रूरत है और उसको रीवर्क, बट एक ओवरऑल शहर के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी आपको लगता है कि पूरा रीइमेजिन करने की ज़रूरत, टाइम आ गया है इस समय?
देखिए, मैं आज आपको ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि आज दिल्ली का जो व्यक्ति है ना, उसका दिल में छोटी छोटी चीज़ों की आशाएं हैं। वो आपसे कुछ बड़ा नहीं मांग रहा। वो ये नहीं कह रहा मुझे स्टेडियम बना दो, मुझे ऑडिटोरियम बना दो, मेरे लिए क्या ही महल खड़ा कर दो। वो क्या चाहता है? मेरी नाली साफ़ हो जाए, मेरा सीवर ओवरफ्लो ना हो, मेरी सड़क में गड्ढे ना हो, मेरा स्कूल अच्छा मिल जाए, मेरे को हॉस्पिटल में इलाज के लिए जाऊँ तो ठीक ठाक मेरा इलाज हो जाए। ठीक है, आप पिछली सरकार का पूरा 10 साल 11 साल का टेन्योर देखिए। एक फ्लाईओवर, एक बड़ा रोड, एक बड़ा अस्पताल, या कोई सिर्फ मीडिया, सोशल मीडिया पे आपने अपने प्रोजेक्ट को ऐसे दिखाया कि हमारा एजुकेशन जो है मॉडल बहुत बढ़िया है, हमारा हेल्थ मॉडल बहुत बढ़िया है, पर कोई कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर उस सरकार के द्वारा किया ही नहीं गया। उन्होंने ऐसी ऐसी स्कीम ला दी कि भी फ्री बीज को करके कि दिल्ली के लोग केवल इसमें उलझे रहें और उनकी नज़र जो है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे जाए ही ना। और मुझे ये कहने में कोई तकलीफ़ नहीं है कि जितना भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दिल्ली में आज खड़ा है, या तो वो आदरणीय मदन लाल खुराना जी के समय का है, जो उन्होंने मेट्रो शुरू करी, जो उन्होंने फ्लाईओवर बनाए, जो उन्होंने काम अपने टाइम में किए, या उसके बाद शीला दीक्षित जी ने जो उसको आगे बढ़ाया, और या फिर हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी और मोदी जी, जिनके माध्यम से पूरा हमारा पेरिफेरी वे और पूरा एक्सप्रेस वे या फ्लाईओवर जो दिल्ली को मिले, बड़ा बड़ा पेरिफेरी वे जो आपको मिला, वो केवल केंद्र सरकार की वजह से मिला। आप केजरीवाल साहब का तो पूरा वो टटोल लीजिए, कोई आपको एक उद्घाटन नहीं मिलेगा। मेट्रो का शेयर कभी नहीं देती थी सरकार। आज भी मेट्रो की 6000 करोड़ की देनदारी जो उनके टाइम की है पेंडिंग है, जो हमें देनी पड़ेगी। पर मेट्रो पे अगर झंडी लहरानी हो, ट्वीट करना हो, क्रेडिट लेना हो, तो वो तुरंत पहुंच जाते थे। देखिए मेट्रो का मतलब, ये वो सरकार थी जिन्होंने मेट्रो का 4th फेज़ 5th फेज़ को लाने के लिए, मतलब टरकाने के लिए, रोकने के लिए, उसको हडल क्रिएट करने के लिए सारे काम किए कि क्रेडिट मिल ना जाए कहीं पे। तो ऐसे में उन सरकारों की क्या ही बात करें, पर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दिल्ली की इस टाइम की टॉप मोस्ट ज़रूरत है। और मैंने जो इस बार दिल्ली सरकार का बजट प्रस्तुत किया 1 लाख करोड़ का, उसमें हमारी टॉप प्रायोरिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है। फिर वो चाहे पानी की पाइपलाइन हो, सीवर की पाइपलाइन हो, सड़कें हो, रिपेयर हो, फ्लाईओवर हो, ब्रिजेस हो, फुटओवर ब्रिज हो, या हॉस्पिटल्स की बिल्डिंग रिपेयर हो, नई बिल्डिंग बनना हो, या हमारे स्कूल का रेनोवेशन। हर चीज़ में जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरल एक्सपेंसेस है, और पहली बार दिल्ली में ऐसा बजट आया जिसमें कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर के नाम पे काम हो रहे हैं, अब होंगे और वो सरकार उसकी पूरी केयर टेकिंग करेगी।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, इससे पहले कि मैं आपको जाने दूँ, 2 सवाल और पूछ लेता हूँ कि एक ग्रीन इंडस्ट्री, अब पूरी दुनिया में उसको ऐसा देखा जा रहा है कि ग्रीन इंडस्ट्री इज़ द फ्यूचर ऑफ अर्बन सेंटर्स, और दिल्ली इस देश का और दुनिया का भी एक बड़ा अर्बन सेंटर है। तो आपको लगता है कि अब जो हमारी इंडस्ट्री है उसमें, जहाँ पहले भी बहुत दफ़ा सीएनजी के यूज़ के साथ में और इस सब के साथ में ग्रीन की तरफ ट्रांजिशन होने की ज़रूरत हुई, बट अब नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इंडस्ट्रियल रिफॉर्म में ग्रीन की तरफ बढ़ने की ज़रूरत अब आपको लग रही है, और उसके लिए आपकी गवर्नमेंट को इंडस्ट्री के साथ मिल करके काम करना होगा, पर्टिकुलरली एमएसएमई में, जहाँ पे कि इस तरह की ग्रीन इनिशिएटिव्स की काफ़ी ज़रूरत है।
बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं। दिल्ली जो देश की राजधानी है, जब ऐसी दिक्कतों से घिरी हुई है जहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा एयर पोल्यूशन, सबसे ज़्यादा कूड़े के पहाड़ और अलग अलग अन्य तरह की जो प्रॉब्लम्स दिल्ली में है, उसको देखें तो इस समय समाधान यदि आप कुछ कह सकते हैं तो वो ग्रीन इंडस्ट्री की तरफ चलना ही सबसे बड़ा समाधान है। और इसके लिए हमें पूरे दिल्ली शहर को उस चीज़ के लिए तैयार करना पड़ेगा, पूरी सोसाइटी को आगे बढ़ कर के, पूरी इंडस्ट्री को आगे बढ़ कर के इसे अपने हाथों में लेना पड़ेगा। और इसीलिए हम अब जब जो भी योजनाएं दिल्ली के लिए बना रहे हैं, वो आने वाले 100 सालों का पूरा रोड मैप बनाते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं कि आज की जो प्रॉब्लम है वो 100 साल बाद किस रूप में आएगी और उसका समाधान आज से ही शुरू करें। तो आई थिंक कि भी ग्रीन इंडस्ट्री को हम पूरा उपयोग करेंगे और दिल्ली को ग्रीन दिल्ली बनाने के लिए काम करेंगे।
और मुख्यमंत्री जी, आपने लोगों को काफ़ी अपनी सरकार का रोड मैप दिया, और आपकी सरकार की तरफ से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या बाकी जितने भी डेवलपमेंट इनिशिएटिव्स हैं उनका ब्यौरा भी दिया, बट आपकी देखिए दिल्ली और बाकी यहाँ अर्बन सेंटर्स के साथ में एक ये बात होती है कि वहाँ ज़्यादातर जनता हाईली एजुकेटेड लोग होते हैं, पढ़े लिखे लोग होते हैं, तो उनकी शायद जिम्मेदारी भी ज़्यादा बन जाती है कंपेयर टू लोग जो एक्सपोज नहीं हैं, जिन्होंने ट्रैवल नहीं किया या जिनकी पढ़ाई लिखाई उतनी नहीं है। पढ़े लिखे लोगों की एक जिम्मेदारी भी ज़्यादा बनती है। एज ए दिल्ली चीफ मिनिस्टर, एज ए चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ द नेशनल कैपिटल, एज ए लेडी चीफ मिनिस्टर, आपका दिल्ली वालों के लिए क्या कहना है कि दिल्ली वालों को दिल्ली में रहते हुए या आते जाते समय अपनी किन जिम्मेदारियों का सबसे ज़्यादा ध्यान रखने की ज़रूरत है, ताकि उसी कोलैबोरेशन से लोग ऐसा फील कर सकें कि दिल्ली एक्चुअली एक वर्ल्ड क्लास ग्लोबल सिटी के रास्ते पे है। आपका दिल्ली वालों के लिए क्या मैसेज?
ये आपने बहुत मेरे मतलब की बात कही। मुझे हमेशा से ये लगता है, देखो पूरे देश में पहलगाम की चर्चा है, मैं उससे जोड़ती हूँ इसे। जब मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कह सकती हूँ कि पूरे देश में, पूरी दिल्ली में और यहाँ इस हॉल में बैठे हुए भी जितने लोग होंगे, उस हमले को देख करके सबके दिल में ये भाव जरूर आया होगा कि मुझे अगर मौका मिल जाए तो मैं ही जा कर के बंदूक उठाऊं और गोलियों से भून दूं उन्हें। ऐसी देशभक्ति, ऐसा देश के प्रति प्यार सबके अंदर है। हर व्यक्ति सोचता है मुझे मौका मिले तो शायद मैं कुछ कर पाऊं, पर मैं आपको विश्वास से बता सकती हूँ किसी को मौका मिलेगा ही नहीं, ना सरहद पे जाने का, ना गोली मारने का दुश्मन को, और ना सीने पे गोली खाने का। देश के लिए मरने का एक भी मौका नहीं है हम सबके पास। देश के लिए मरने का एक भी मौका हमारे पास नहीं है। हमारे पास यदि कुछ मौका है तो देश के लिए जीने का मौका है, और अपने लिए जीते हुए, अपना व्यापार, रोजगार, नौकरी करते हुए हमें जरूर अपने देश के लिए सेंसिटिव होना पड़ेगा, अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ को समझना पड़ेगा। हम जब विदेश जाते हैं ना, वो मैं हूँ, आप हो या कोई भी हो, विदेश जाके हम बड़े कल्चर्ड हो जाते हैं। हम कुछ भी खाएंगे रैपर अपने पर्स में रख लेंगे, नहीं 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 यहाँ तो फेंक नहीं सकते, यहाँ तो थूक नहीं सकते, यहाँ तो बैठ नहीं सकते, इसको डैमेज नहीं कर सकते, रूल को फॉलो करना ज़रूरी है, फुटपाथ ऐसे क्रॉस नहीं करेंगे, रेड लाइट ऐसे नहीं जंप करेंगे, सब याद आ जाता है हमें। पर जब हम अपने देश में होते तो वी आर फ्री टू डू एनीथिंग, स्वच्छंद पक्षी, कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, अपना देश है भाई, अपना शहर है, फेंकिए, कुछ भी करिए। तो मैं ये सोचती हूँ कि यदि हम लोग बड़ा काम ना सही छोटा छोटा ये समझ लें कि ये मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि मेरा शहर गंदा ना हो, मैं कूड़ा सड़क पे ना फेंकूं, मैं ट्रैफिक रूल्स को डिसोबे ना करूं, मैं अपने घर की मूर्ति टूट जाए तो नज़दीक के किसी पेड़ के नीचे जाके ना रखूं, कुछ और सोचूं कि इसका क्या वे आउट है, मैं अपने घर की फूल मालाएँ पूजा करने के बाद नहर में ना फेंकूं, मैं अपनी आस्था का पालन करते हुए गाय को रोटी खिलानी है तो सड़क पे ना फेंक के आऊँ।
मैं मुझे एक सवाल पूछना पड़ेगा आपसे, उस पे पहले
अरे मैं पूछ तो लूँ, बता तो दूँ। अब जब आपने कहा है कि दिल्ली वालों से क्या कहना चाहती हो,
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल,
तो उनको समझ में आए कि भाई मुख्यमंत्री जी आपसे निवेदन कर रही है कि दिल्ली अपनी है। मैंने तो नेताओं को भी बोला है भाई कि ये जो दिल्ली में पोस्टर लगाते हो, वॉल रेंटिंग करते हो, सब बंद करो, नहीं करनी है। अब दिल्ली को सुंदर बनाना है, साफ बनाना है, और स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम माई सेल्फ। कभी मैंने भी करी होगी गलती, पर हम अगर दिल्ली को खूबसूरत देखना चाहते हैं, हरा भरा देखना चाहते हैं, तो ये हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि हम प्लांटेशन करें, दिल्ली को बदसूरत ना करने दें। कमर्शियल जो हम करते हैं, वॉल राइटिंग, पोस्टर राइटिंग, और ये सब छोड़ना पड़ेगा। दिल्ली को साफ़ रखने के लिए हम सबका रोल प्ले है। जो चीज़ हमें बुरी लगती है वो हम करें भी ना, बस इतना अगर हमने कर लिया तो ये मानिए कि आज से दिल्ली सुंदर दिल्ली, विकसित दिल्ली, हरित दिल्ली सब होना शुरू हो जाएगी। तो एक काम देश के नाम, हम सबको अपने लिए सोचना होगा और करना होगा। जी,
अब मैं आपसे कह रहा था कि जो गाय को रोटी खिलाने वाला वो एक इंसिडेंट आपके साथ हो भी गया, आपने सड़क पे किसी को टोका भी कि भाई ये खिलाना है तो जरा।
अरे होता तो कई बार है, अब मुख्यमंत्री बनने के बाद कैमरा मेरे ऊपर आया।
तो
मैं तो इस काम के लिए हमेशा से, कोई मुझे दिखता है तो टोकती रहती हूँ। यहाँ तक कि जब मैं अपने, मेरा कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी एरिया शालीमार बाग, निगम पार्षद थी, तो मैंने अपने वॉलेंटियर खड़े कर दिए हर चौक पे कि कोई डाले तो उसको पकड़ लेना और उसको रिक्वेस्ट करना कि भाई यहाँ नहीं डालना है। तो लोग झगड़ा करते थे, आपको क्या दिक्कत है जी, हम तो डालेंगे, हमें तो पंडित जी ने बोला कि पालक खिला के आना है गाय को आज, तो मैं तो यहीं खड़ा होकर गाय को पालक खिलाऊंगा, मैं तो यहीं रोटी खिलाऊंगा। तो मतलब लोग इस चीज़ को नहीं समझ रहे कि आप जिसे माँ कह रहे हैं, गौ माँ, उसके लिए सड़क पे डाल के रोटी खिला रहे हो, कुछ भी सामान खिला रहे हो, तो क्या ये फेयर है? कभी गाय को भी एक्सीडेंट हो सकता है, कोई गाड़ी टक्कर मार जाएगी, और कहीं वहाँ पे फिसलन होने से
होता ही रहता है, वो गाय के साथ भी एक्शन।
यस, व्यक्ति को भी दिक्कत, गौ माता को भी दिक्कत। ऐसा काम क्यों करना है? और वो लोग भी कल्प्रिट हैं जो गाय को सड़क पे छोड़ते हैं, एक्चुअल में तो वो ज़्यादा कल्प्रिट है। फिर वो
खिलाफ एक्शन ले आपकी सरकार, उनके खिलाफ एक्शन ले आपकी सरकार?
देखिए, ले भी रही है लगातार। अभी सिस्टम को बहुत ठीक करने की ज़रूरत है, इसमें बहुत सारी एजेंसीज इन्वॉल्व हैं। गाय सड़क पे छोड़ने वाला जो गवाला, जो दूध वाला है, वो इन्वॉल्व है। वो जो एमसीडी जिसको गायें वहाँ से हटानी है और वो नहीं हटा रहे या मिली भगत है, वो जिम्मेदार है। जहाँ से उठा करके जिस गौशाला में भेजनी है उसकी कमी, गौशालाओं की कमी, वहाँ पे केयर टेकिंग की कमी, वो जिम्मेदार है। और ऐसे पूरा सिस्टम रेनोवेट होने की ज़रूरत है। उसमें जो काम दिल्ली सरकार के पार्ट पे है 100% उसे हम पूरा करेंगे। एक नई गौशाला 40 करोड़ की लागत से दिल्ली सरकार बना रही है, जो कि बिल्कुल एक मॉडल गौशाला होगी। और इसके अलावा भी समाज के साथ में जुड़ करके ज़मीन सरकार दे, गौशाला लोग चलाएं, ऐसा प्रपोजल भी सरकार की ओर से है।
Chief Minister, you spared some very valuable thoughts and also spared your valuable time. I know you have a busy schedule. Your government is only 65 days old, but I wish you luck from the NDTV group, and I wish you luck from all the people who have assembled here. Thank you very much for coming, Chief Minister. Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana.
Well, Jammu and Kashmir has held a special assembly session today. Omar Abdullah, the Chief Minister, has condemned the Pahalgam terror attack, called it an attack on Kashmiriyat. Jammu and Kashmir Assembly passes a resolution condemning the Pahalgam attack. In fact, Omar Abdullah also spoke in strongest words and said the attack was a setback to Kashmiriyat. J&K Assembly holds a special session to condemn Pahalgam terror attack. MLAs observed a moment of silence to pay respects to the victims of this terror attack. Remember, 26 people died in this brutal attack by terrorists, and this was in Pahalgam. Discussions are likely on the impact of the incident on Kashmir's tourism and other sectors. Session was called to express tributes to those people who lost their lives in this brutal attack. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. News Night, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, you're watching NDTV. India is all set to sign an important deal on procuring 26 Rafale M fighter jets for Indian Navy from France. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has had an important meeting with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on the security preparedness of this country. All that and more coming up, but first, the headlines. Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta exclusive to NDTV. Delhi Chief Minister speaks on Ayushman Bharat scheme for seniors. Delhi government will reach all senior citizens. J&K Assembly holds a special session to condemn Pahalgam terror attack. In fact, the Chief Minister has called it an attack on Kashmirians. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh briefs Prime Minister Narendra Modi. 40-minute meeting focused on security preparedness. "16 Pakistani YouTube channels with a total of 63 million subscribers have been banned in India for spreading provocative and communally sensitive content in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack. Market surge over 1%, Sensex surges over 1,000 points, reclaims 80,000. Supreme Court issues a notice to all OTT platforms. This is after a plea in SE that asked for a ban on all explicit content on OTT platforms. As Donald Trump is all set to complete 100 days of his second US presidency, Americans view his performance as deeply negative so far, giving him the lowest approval rating for any US president in last 70 years. J&K Assembly held a special session today to condemn the Pahalgam terror attack. In fact, the legislators observed a moment of silence to pay respects to the victims of this terror attack. Remember, 26 people died in this attack by terrorists in Pahalgam in southern Kashmir. Discussions are likely on the impact of the incident on Kashmir's tourism as well. The session was called to express tributes to those people who have lost lives in this attack. And Omar Abdullah, the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, said that this was an attack on the people of Kashmir and also on the spirit of Kashmiriyat.
मेजबान होते हुए मेरी जिम्मेदारी थी कि सही सलामत मैं इन्हें यहां से वापस भेजूं, नहीं भेज पाया और माफी मांगने के अल्फाज नहीं थे। क्या कहता हूं उनको, उन छोटे बच्चों को जिन्होंने अपने वालिद को खून में लपेटा हुआ देखा, उस नेवी अफसर की विधवा को जिनको शादी हुए ही चंद दिन हुए थे। मुझे एक दो आए, मुझे कहा हमारा कसूर क्या था, हम पहली मर्तबा कश्मीर आए थे छुट्टी मनाने के लिए, और इस छुट्टी का जिंदगी भर अब हमें खमियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा। क्या यह हमारी इजाजत से हुआ? हम में से कोई इस हमले के साथ नहीं है। इस हमले ने हमें अंदर से खोखला किया, लेकिन इस हमले ने, क्योंकि हर खराबी में कहीं ना कहीं हमें कोई रोशनी की किरण ढूंढने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। बहुत मुश्किल है इन हालात में वो रोशनी ढूंढना, लेकिन स्पीकर साहब, पहली मर्तबा 26 साल में मैंने जम्मू कश्मीर में किसी हमले के बाद लोगों को इस तरह बाहर आते हुए नहीं देखा। मिलिटेंसी, टेरर, दहशत, आतंकवाद, इसका खात्मा तब होगा जब लोग हमारे साथ होंगे, और ये स्पीकर साहब उस मौके की शुरुआत है। अगर कि हम इस मौके पे एहतियात से कदम जो है लें, हमारे तरफ से कोई ऐसा कदम नहीं उठना चाहिए जिससे कि हम लोगों को अपने से दूर करें। हम बंदूक के जरिए मिलिटेंसी को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, उसको खत्म नहीं कर सकते। खत्म तब होगा जब लोग हमारे साथ होंगे। नौजवान आदिल के बारे में क्या कहें? अरे नाब, जान की परवाह सबको होती है, लेकिन अपनी जान की फिक्र ना करते हुए टूरिस्टों को, अपने मेहमानों को बचाने के लिए वो अपनी जान की कुर्बानी दे गया। मैं सलाम करता हूं। यही है हमारी मेहमान नवाजी। उसके साथ साथ उनका शुक्रिया करता हूं कि उन्होंने ये किया।
My colleague Nazir joins us with more details on this. Nazir, the special session was also convened by the LG because the legislators requested for this. Is this also a sign that the political class in Jammu and Kashmir is completely united when it comes to their resistance against terror?
Well, actually, what I saw in the assembly today is most unprecedented. The legislators here represented the sentiment which was on the street over the last 1 week. That was strong condemnation of terrorism, saying enough is enough, it should end for all times to come, and this should be the last terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir, and those behind it should be brought to justice. And this is a simple example here how this assembly behaved today. I'm joined by one BJP and one Congress legislator. And since this resolution was unanimous, all of the members, yes, people did talk about security lapses, responsibility should be fixed. But when it comes to fighting terrorism, everybody was on the same page. And Chief Minister made a very, very emotional speech. And he talked about how it is crucial to fight terrorism with the support of people. You can only control terror with the security. But when it comes to finishing terrorism, public support is the key. Let me first talk to Dr. Sunil Bhardwaj of BJP.
Yes.
Very, very uncommon thing in this assembly we have seen today.
We have seen for the first time in the history of Jammu and Kashmir that all parties, all the leaders in the House have shown and passed the resolution unanimously and shown a strong condemnation of what happened in Pahalgam, where a heinous, barbaric and a cowardly attack was done by terrorists on unarmed and innocent tourists.
And BJP leader of opposition Sunil Sharma was just praising Chief Minister Umar Abdullah.
Yes, definitely.
Was it that terror fight against terror has brought everybody together?
Yes, definitely, because when it comes to fighting terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, we must be on the same platform. And this is what has happened today. And this is what has happened 2 days back when all-party meeting was called in Srinagar. So it's a welcome step, and this is a positive sign.
So here's Irfan Saab of Congress. You are also here. You also have the same sentiments as Sunil Bhardwaj.
Everybody, the resolution passed by the House unanimously, which provides that it was the inhuman, barbaric act. It provides that it was a direct assault on the ethos of the Kashmirian.
Correct.
And it further salutes the sacrifice made by the Adil while protecting the guests. I won't say tourists only, but the guests.
Okay.
And further, the resolution provides across the political action, everybody supported it, that they urged the political parties, group leaders, civil society, and particularly the media houses to maintain calm and to maintain calm and this uphold peace and reject violence and divisive rhetoric. So this was passed by the House, and we, in the rarest of the rare occasions, see when all political parties are on the same page. And I must say that everybody says it was a murder of humanity, not these political parties, but everybody across the country, particularly in Kashmir, they condemned it strongly.
So that is the sentiment. You can see it.
Right.
Congress and BJP MLAs, same sentiment was inside the assembly, and it was an emotional session, very emotional session.
Thank you, Nazir, for joining us with those voices. Political parties in Jammu and Kashmir speaking in one voice against terror. Meanwhile, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh met Prime Minister Narendra Modi to discuss security preparedness in Kashmir. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval was also part of the key meeting today. And this meeting comes a day after Chief of Defence Staff Anil Chauhan briefed Defence Minister on critical decisions made to counter Pakistan in the aftermath of the deadly Pahalgam terror attack on the 22nd of April. Today's meeting also comes 3 days after all-party meeting was held in Parliament premises on the Pahalgam terror attack, which the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh had himself chaired. India has so far announced several punitive measures against Pakistan, including suspension of the Indus Water Treaty and the closure of the only operational land border crossing at Atari. My colleague Aishwarya joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, tell us a little bit about this meeting that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh had with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Tell us what could be the key takeaways from that.
Well, since the Prime Minister chaired the CCS, we are witnessing series of meetings taking place in the national capital. Be it the CDS meeting, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh at his residence, the CDS meeting all the three service chiefs, or the DG BSF going to Ministry of Home Affairs, meeting Home Minister Amit Shah. And in that series, it is Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That meeting lasted for almost 40 minutes. Why is this meeting very important in the backdrop of what has happened in the last 4 days along the line of control, where Pakistani troops had gone on to have a ceasefire violation? The Pakistani troops were countered by the Indian troops along with the line of control, and the Indian Army said that they are taking this measure of Pakistani troops and countering them in a very effective way. Certainly, after that, there are several directions that were given by the Defence Ministry to the Army, Navy and Air Force. And to prove that, Prime Minister was at his residence along with the NSA as well, and Defence Minister briefed about the recent developments happening over there. We all know for the fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that there will be an unimaginable action against the terrorists, but at what time and what place are some decisions that are very closed doors, very sensitive, and that should be left to the top administration of the country. And certainly in that particular line, as India is trying to corner and isolate on different fronts Pakistan, it is several rounds of meetings that are taking place. Of course, the movement is heavy on the border areas, is all what we have reported. But certainly it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi was briefed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and NEC Ajit Doval at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Moving on to some breaking news now. NIA, the National Investigating Agency, has produced Tahawur Rana in court today. This is Tahawur Rana produced by NIA. Remember, he is in the custody of NIA, and this is also the plotter of 26/11 attack on India, and he has been produced. He has been taken to Patiala House today. And this is part of the judicial proceedings, a trial that he has to face now. Remember, he was extradited from the US a few days ago, and he is under NIA custody, and today he was taken to Patiala House. This is one of the main conspirators of 26/11 attack, one of the most brutal attacks that India has seen. And Tahabur Rana has finally been produced in court today by the National Investigating Agency, and he has been taken to Patiala House today. Tahabur Rana, produced in court today, NIA has taken him to Patiala House, the 26/11 plotter being produced in court today. Anushka, my colleague, joins us with more details on this. Anushka, tell us, is this what is expected next? Because he clearly has to go through trial now. NIA has produced him in Patiala court. What is expected next?
That's right. The 18-day custody that the NIA had gotten from the Patiala House Court had in fact ended today, and that is why he had to be produced to the court today. We did see that he was produced just a few minutes back. He's right now also in fact inside the NIA courtroom is what we are understanding. Mumbai Crime Branch team had also in fact questioned Tahabur Rana, who is the key accused of 26/11 Mumbai terror attack for over 8 hours in Delhi, when he is in NIA. He was lodged in NIA custody. He gave evasive answers. He in fact also did try to talk to some of his relatives, and the matter had went to court, and the court had in fact dismissed the whole case. The crime branch team comprising 4 officers had also in fact questioned Rana on Wednesday for his alleged role in the conspiracy of the terror attack. We do know that the NIA is trying to, fill the missing dots. That was in fact in the 26/11 case. Tahabur Rana has so far been very evasive with the answers that he has given to the NIA, and also did not cooperate. We also know that Tahabur Rana is in fact right now being produced. The NIA will in fact be asking for more custody time here. The Mumbai Crime Branch team has in fact also questioning Tahabur Rana regarding his role of providing logistics and finance to David Hedi, who is the main conspirator, main accused of the 26/11 attack. We do know that among the 10 Pakistani terrorists who carried out encoding sites at multiple locations, including radio station, luxury hotels and center. After arriving in Mumbai, Rana is also in fact accused of conspiring with Headley, who was operating under the name of Dawood Jilani, and operatives of designated terrorist organizations like Lashkar-e-Taiba and SUJI, along with other Pakistani-based co-conspirators, to carry out the 3-day terror siege of India's financial capital. So right now he is being produced to the NIA court, where the NIA will be asking for custody for more days.
Right. Thank you, Anushka, for joining us with those details. Tahabur Rana, one of the main conspirators of 26/11, has been produced in court today. In fact, he's been taken to Patiala House. Senior advocate Dayam Krishna, who's leading the NIA team, has also arrived in Patiala House Court. Meanwhile, Ravi Shankar Prasad, the BJP MP and also one of the spokespersons of the party, is holding a press conference today, and he's speaking on Pahalgam attack. Let's listen into what he's saying.
आज कोई हम उत्तेजना की बात नहीं कहना चाहते हैं. आज हम बहुत पीड़ित हैं, बहुत दुखित हैं. हमें इन टिप्पणियों से बहुत ठेस लगी है, और 1-2 होता तो हम शांत होते. लेकिन जब एक पैटर्न बन गया है, तो हमें लगा कि आज पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय मंच से चर्चा करनी चाहिए. मैं 6-7 प्रमुख लोगों का वक्तव्य आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं, जो आप सुन भी चुके हैं. कर्नाटक के मुख्यमंत्री कांग्रेस नेता सिद्धरामैया ने कहा है, जंग जरूरी नहीं है. 26 अप्रैल को भारत के खिलाफ उन्होंने कहा, कोई जंग की जरूरत नहीं है, हम इस जंग के हक में नहीं है, हमें सख्त कदम उठाने चाहिए. चीफ मिनिस्टर है ना, और पाकिस्तान इसको पूरा प्ले कर रहा है. जो कांग्रेस के नेतागण यहां बोलते हैं, कांग्रेस सरहद के पार पाकिस्तानी टेलीविजन चैनल और उनके जर्नल्स इसका उपयोग करते हैं कि भारत का व्यू है. इज द चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ एन इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेट ऑफ इंडिया. इनका खूब वायरल हो रहा है. और बाद में उन्होंने एक लंबा चौड़ा पोस्ट टारीफाई किया. उसमें उन्होंने कहा कि बस और भी कोई खास बात नहीं की, खाली हमको देश में एक रूप रहना चाहिए. कर्नाटक के आबकारी मंत्री हैं आरबी तिमापुर. ये तो कमाल है साहब। आतंकियों ने पर्यटकों को गोली मारने के पहले उनका धर्म नहीं पूछा। मुझे लगता है कि पहलगाम में जो हमला हुआ तो आतंकियों ने वहां मौजूद पर्यटकों से उनके धर्म के बारे में नहीं पूछा। फिर मैं कोट कर रहा हूं, कितने शर्म की बात है। प्रैक्टिकल तौर पर सोच करके देखो, जिस आदमी को गोली चलानी होगी वह किसी की जाति या धर्म पूछेगा, सीधा गोली मार देगा। आपको मालूम है कर्नाटक में 2 पर्यटक शिवमोगा के मंजुनाथ राव और बेंगलोर के मथिकरी निवासी भारत भूषण दिवंगत हुए और दोनों की पत्नियों ने फोन कहा टीवी पर कि उनका धर्म पूछा गया। ये जो माननीय मंत्री जी हैं ये एक अलग सर्टिफिकेट दे रहे हैं। ये भी पाकिस्तान में खूब चल रहा है। कांग्रेस विधायक दल के नेता हैं महाराष्ट्र में विजय वट्टेरीवार, तो और भी कमाल है। सरकार कह रही है आतंकवादियों ने लोगों से उनका धर्म पूछकर उनकी हत्या की। क्या आतंकवादियों के पास ये सब करने का समय है? कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ। बाकी सुरक्षा की व्यवस्था क्यों नहीं थी? बाकी सब जो पीड़ित लोग हैं, उनकी जो पत्नियां हैं, जो परिवार के लोग हैं, वो रोते हुए इस सच्चाई को बता रहे हैं। लेकिन ये जो महाराष्ट्र के विधायक दल के नेता हैं, समझ लीजिए आप, दैट मीन्स लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन, वो इस तरह का बेशर्मी भरा गैर जिम्मेवार वक्तव्य दे रहे हैं जो संवेदनहीन है, हाइट ऑफ इनसेंसिटिविटी। अरे कम से कम अपने मुल्क के लोगों की जो जान गई उनकी भावनाओं की तो कदर करो। श्रीमान विजय वट्टेरीवार जी, मैं समांतर रॉबर्ट वाड्रा का नाम नहीं लेता हूं क्योंकि भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में बहुत चर्चा हो चुकी है उनकी, वो भी देश को ज्ञान दे रहे हैं।
Well, what we understand is that India has signed an important deal on procuring 26 Rafale M fighter jets for Indian Navy from France. The deal has been signed. My colleague Vishnu Shom, who's been tracking this very closely, joins us now. Vishnu, explain to us the importance of this deal and also when can the jets be expected to be delivered. Tell us all about this.
All right. Well, this is a huge development. India and France have signed the 63,000 crore Rafale deal. This is for Rafale M fighters that you see over here on your screen. These will be for India's aircraft carriers. Let's bring you a couple of important details about this. Firstly, it's a 63,000 crore deal for 26 Rafale M fighters. 22 of these are going to be single seat, 4 are going to be trainers. This has now been cleared. It has just been signed within the last few minutes. So that's what it's all about. Let's move to the next page, bring you a few more details on this particular deal. These will be deployed on INS Vikrant and INS Vikramaditya, India's 2 aircraft carriers. Let's bring you more details. Let's go to the next page. The Defense Secretary has now signed this deal with representatives from France, primarily the Dassault company, which manufactures the fighters. The aircraft which are to be procured by the Indian Navy will be one of the most advanced of their types in the world. Indian missiles will be integrated, perhaps the Astra missile system, because we made a great deal of developments over there. The first jets should start coming into India in a couple of years from now. The entire tranche of aircraft should be acquired by approximately 2031. Remember, the Indian Air Force already operates 36 Rafale fighters. All of this is a boost for Indo-France strategic ties. In simple terms, the acquisition of this platform greatly enhances the capability of the Indian Navy. These fighters can deploy anti-ship missiles, cruise missiles, long-range air-to-air missiles, and a lot more.
Thank you, Vishnu, for joining us with those important details. It's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading phone brand.
Canada is at a crossroads. Political upheaval, economic uncertainty, and rising voices demanding change.
As the battle for power intensifies, NDTV World brings you unmatched coverage from the heart of the storm.
Welcome to Canada Election Watch, your window into a nation in churn and what it means for us in India.
From ground reports to expert analysis, from diaspora dynamics to the diplomatic impact, NDTV World is tracking every twist and turn.
Canada Election Watch, only on NDTV World. Stay ahead of the story, stay with us.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and trace.
Welcome back. Some breaking news coming in. Welcome news for the Indian Navy, which has now signed. The government of India has signed a 63,000 crore rupee deal for 26 Rafale M fighters for the Indian Navy. The deal was signed in the last 15 minutes or so. This is an incredible addition to the Indian Navy. These will be operated on the two aircraft carriers, INS Vikramaditya and INS Vikrant. They are qualitatively ahead of the MiG-29K fighters that the Indian Navy currently operates off its two aircraft carriers. Remember, India already operates Rafale fighters for the Indian Air Force, but these are modified. They are designed to withstand the stresses of landing on an aircraft carrier, operating off an aircraft carrier. They are far greater range, far more advanced electronically. So joining us now for more on this, Vice Admiral Anup Singh, and I'm also joined by Captain D.K. Sharma. Thank you both very much for being with us. Vice Admiral, in a system where defense procurements take forever, this actually happened really fast in just a couple of years from the time that there was a requirement which was stated to this deal signing. In simple terms, what does this addition mean for the Indian Navy when it comes?
A huge amount of benefit. And I'm not surprised it has come at 10 Mach speed, because that's been our experience with G2G agreements between us and France, particularly in the last couple of years. Even earlier, if you recall, Vishnu, when we were under sanctions from the West for Pokhran II in 1998, the first Western government which came to us 1 year after the sanctions were imposed was France, and said, whatever you like, we will supply it to you. It's a huge benefit and a very reliable partner. But the greatest, since you asked me what is going to be the benefit of this deal, firstly, this is the first aircraft which in the world, which was first designed and made for the Charles de Gaulle, the Marine version. From that, it was converted to the French Air Force version, and therefore our Air Force has got that particular aircraft. However, there is 90% commonality between the marine and the ground function, the ground aircraft. There is a great amount of indigenization which is going to happen for the first time, unlike all those offset contracts which were very inefficient and many a times not to the liking of the supplier like the Soviet Union or the Russians. The first in this Atmanirbharta business is going to be an MRO dedicated for the M88 engine being supplied by Safran for the Rafale. It is the first MRO outside France for this particular engine. That means that all the Rafales that are made anywhere else in the world, particularly in our region, will get repaired or overhauled in our facility. And no cost to India, including land acquisition. All that is going to be done by the French.
Okay.
There will also be a dedicated MRO, again at their cost, for all the avionics and the electronic warfare suite in this aircraft, which is all French. Most importantly, neither of the two MROs, as I said, will be paid for by us insofar as their equipment, infrastructure, or land is concerned. Then all three sections of the fuselage, the forward, mid, and the aft section, which is the main frame, are going to be manufactured in India. As to who will do it has not yet been decided between the French and the us, but I believe there are three players in the game, one PSU and two private players.
Okay.
Then the Astra BVR missile, Beyond Visual Range missile, being developed by DRDO, is going to be integrated. This is again a first. It is going to be integrated by them, and the benefit and a great spin-off for that will be our chaps will be trained in the business of integration through ICDs, which will mean that all
Admiral, just hold your
thoughts.
Admiral, hold your thoughts. I want to bring in Captain DK Sharma as well. Captain Sharma, all of this comes at a time when we are seeing the Chinese Navy evolve very quickly in terms of putting new ships out at sea. They're doing it at remarkable pace, and it just seems to be a matter of time before we see a Chinese carrier battle group operating in the Indian Ocean. Therefore, with the induction of this technology, how are we best placed to counter what seems inevitable?
Well, Vishnu, good afternoon to you and all the viewers, and good afternoon to Admiral Anup Singh. Well, what you're saying is it is only a matter of time before the Chinese carriers do venture out in our part of the ocean and will be all over. But talking about getting the Rafale Marines, Vishnu, we should remember that Vikrant was commissioned on 2nd September 22. It's almost 3 years now, and we still do not have the Wolf Pack, which is supposed to be on board Vikrant. So today's proceedings, and once they get signed, and of course they are in the process right now, it will still take some time. But I have been made to understand that a few aircrafts, maybe 6 or 8, will be immediately transferred so that we can start flying from the deck of Vikrant. But insofar as capability is concerned, now we will not have to share the MiG-29Ks between Romeo 33 and Romeo 11, that is Vikramaditya and Vikrant. And sooner we get them, better it is, because we know it, Indian Ocean region is going to be a focal point in the times to come, and we need two carriers with the full complement on top. Recently, we placed the meetings with the MH-60 Romeos, and this was a dire necessity.
Sure.
I would say it was vital for us to get it in time, and hopefully now, as Admiral was also saying, things will be speeded up, and somehow or the other in 2025, we should see some aircraft coming. Maybe they will get transferred from Charles de Gaulle or wherever they get from. But this is a very, very great move, and it will change the whole game in IOR.
Admiral Singh, to you next. There's always been this debate, and it's largely dictated by the availability of funds on whether India can afford more aircraft carriers. But the fact that you've invested 63,000 crores towards the acquisition of a new platform seems to give fillip to the argument that integral air is important, and therefore, you aren't just doing this as a one-off. It seems to suggest that the government has accepted that integral air as part of carrier battle groups need to be a part of the Indian Navy going forward. Would you agree?
Absolutely, absolutely. There is no second view on this. And the first aircraft carrier, the old Vikrant, was bought for air defense of the fleet. Today's carriers are for strategic envelopment. And you imagine an aircraft's range is not that of its gun or the missile carried either in the aircraft or on the ship, but the range at which the aircraft can go and then deliver its ordnance, which will add another 200 kilometers or 300 kilometers.
All right.
So it's a completely different game, and therefore the third aircraft carrier is very much required.
All right, but I'd like to thank you both very much for joining us. In case our viewers have just tuned in right now, I'm just going to run through some of the major developments that have taken place today. India and France have signed a deal for the aircraft that you see on your screen. That's the Rafale M. It's the maritime version of the Rafale jet, which the Indian Air Force already operates. The 63,000 crore rupee deal will see the Indian Navy acquire 22 single-seater Rafale fighters and 4 trainers. The trainers are fully operational, capable. However, they will not deploy off the aircraft carriers. This deal has been cleared in a record period of time. It will see possibly the French transferring a few aircraft earlier on to enable our training processes to go through. The Rafale M is far more advanced than the MiG-29K that the Indian Navy presently operates, and comes at a time when the Chinese are making a huge foray into naval shipbuilding, including the construction of new aircraft carriers. It does appear to be just a matter of time before Chinese aircraft carriers deploy in the Indian Ocean, which is where a platform as capable, or a fighter jet as capable as the Rafale M would be of immense use to the Indian Armed Forces in terms of capability enhancement, in this case the Indian Navy. It also seems to suggest that a certain fillip has been given to carrier aviation in the Indian Navy. Remember, this is all prohibitively expensive. It's not just the fighter aircraft, it's the construction of aircraft carriers. But it does appear that with these aircraft set to operate for several decades once they are inducted, that perhaps there would be a future for carrier aviation in the Indian Navy going forward as well. It's time now for us to take a short break. There's more coming up.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over
Welcome back. A special session of the J&K Assembly was held today to condemn Pahalgam terror attack. The legislators observed a moment of silence to pay respects to victims of Pahalgam terror attack. Remember, 26 people died in this brutal attack by terrorists on the 22nd of April. Discussions are likely on the impact of the incident on Kashmir's social fabric and tourism sector. The session was called at the insistence of legislators, also to offer tributes to all those people and their family members who are grieving. In fact, Chief Minister of J&K, Omar Abdullah, also spoke on this occasion, and he said that this attack was a setback to Kashmiriyat. He also took responsibility for this incident, and he said that as tourism minister it was his responsibility and that he had no words to express his sorrow.
मेजबान होते हुए मेरी जिम्मेदारी थी कि सही सलामत मैं इन्हें यहां से वापस भेजूं, नहीं भेज पाया और माफी मांगने के अल्फाज नहीं थे। क्या कहता हूं उनको, उन छोटे बच्चों को जिन्होंने अपने वालिद को खून में लपेटा हुआ देखा, उस नेवी अफसर की विधवा को जिनको शादी हुए ही चंद दिन हुए थे। मुझे एक दो आए, मुझे कहा हमारा कसूर क्या था, हम पहली मर्तबा कश्मीर आए थे छुट्टी मनाने के लिए, और इस छुट्टी का जिंदगी भर अब हमें खमियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा। मिलिटेंसी, टेरर, दहशत, आतंकवाद, इसका खात्मा तब होगा जब लोग हमारे साथ होंगे, और ये स्पीकर साहब उस मौके की शुरुआत है। अगर कि हम इस मौके पे एहतियात से कदम जो है लें, हमारे तरफ से कोई ऐसा कदम नहीं उठना चाहिए जिससे कि हम लोगों को अपने से दूर करें। हम बंदूक के जरिए मिलिटेंसी को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, उसको खत्म नहीं कर सकते। खत्म तब होगा जब लोग हमारे साथ होंगे। नौजवान आदिल के बारे में क्या कहें, अरे ना, जान की परवाह सबको होती है, लेकिन अपनी जान की फिक्र ना करते हुए टूरिस्टों को, अपने मेहमानों को बचाने के लिए वो अपनी जान की कुर्बानी दे गया। मैं सलाम करता हूं, यही है हमारी मेहमान नवाजी। उसके साथ साथ उनका शुक्रिया करता हूं कि उन्होंने ये किया।
Well, the Chief Minister of Delhi, Rekha Gupta, has also spoken on the Pahalgam terror attack. She was speaking at NDTV's MSME conclave, and this is what she said.
देखिए, दिल्ली और बाकी यहाँ अर्बन सेंटर्स के साथ में एक ये बात होती है कि वहाँ ज़्यादातर जनता हाईली एजुकेटेड लोग होते हैं, पढ़े लिखे लोग होते हैं, तो उनकी शायद जिम्मेदारी भी ज़्यादा बन जाती है कंपेयर टू लोग जो एक्सपोज नहीं हैं, जिन्होंने ट्रैवल नहीं किया या जिनकी पढ़ाई लिखाई उतनी नहीं है। पढ़े लिखे लोगों की एक जिम्मेदारी भी ज़्यादा बनती है। एज ए दिल्ली चीफ मिनिस्टर, एज ए चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ द नेशनल कैपिटल, एज ए लेडी चीफ मिनिस्टर, आपका दिल्ली वालों के लिए क्या कहना है कि दिल्ली वालों को दिल्ली में रहते हुए या आते जाते समय अपनी किन जिम्मेदारियों का सबसे ज़्यादा ध्यान रखने की ज़रूरत है, ताकि उसी कोलैबोरेशन से लोग ऐसा फील कर सकें कि दिल्ली एक्चुअली एक वर्ल्ड क्लास ग्लोबल सिटी के रास्ते पे है। आपका दिल्ली वालों के लिए क्या मैसेज?
ये आपने बहुत मेरे मतलब की बात कही। मुझे हमेशा से ये लगता है, देखो पूरे देश में पहलगाम की चर्चा है, मैं उससे जोड़ती हूँ इसे। जब मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कह सकती हूँ कि पूरे देश में, पूरी दिल्ली में और यहाँ इस हॉल में बैठे हुए भी जितने लोग होंगे, उस हमले को देख करके सबके दिल में ये भाव जरूर आया होगा कि मुझे अगर मौका मिल जाए तो मैं ही जा कर के बंदूक उठाऊं और गोलियों से भून दूं उन्हें। ऐसी देशभक्ति, ऐसा देश के प्रति प्यार सबके अंदर है। हर व्यक्ति सोचता है मुझे मौका मिले तो शायद मैं कुछ कर पाऊँ, पर मैं आपको विश्वास से बता सकती हूँ किसी को मौका मिलेगा ही नहीं, ना सरहद पे जाने का, ना गोली मारने का दुश्मन को, और ना सीने पे गोली खाने का। देश के लिए मरने का एक भी मौका नहीं है हम सबके पास। देश के लिए मरने का एक भी मौका हमारे पास नहीं है हमारे पास यदि कुछ मौका है तो देश के लिए जीने का मौका है.
Well, moving on, 16 Pakistani YouTube channels with a total of 63 million subscribers have been banned in India for spreading provocative and communally sensitive content in the aftermath of Pahalgam terror attack. This is what government sources have told NDTV. YouTube channels have been banned on the instructions of the Union Home Ministry. This is India's firm hand against Pakistan. 16 Pakistani YouTube channels have been banned now, and this is because of communal content on these channels, and these also include multiple Pakistani news channels and also a few sports channels.
This is the exercise of Government of India on a usual basis. Such fake narratives, such propaganda is not allowed in the country, and that's a state message from the government. This time on the recommendation of the Home Ministry, it is almost 16 YouTube channels, 3 social media posts which had completely put down by the government, which had more than 65 million followers across the globe. Now this includes several Pakistani news channels, YouTube platforms. This includes Pakistani sports YouTube platforms as well, and certainly individuals from the Pakistani side who spreads fake narrative. Official statement had come out from the Ministry of Home Affairs that stated that this is on the recommendation of the Ministry of Home Affairs, that these YouTube channels for disseminating provocative and communally sensitive content, false and misleading narratives and misinformation against India, the decision has been taken by the Indian government to completely ban that. Of course, as we are mentioning about why this is so important, of course, after the Pahalgam terror attack, we had been witnessing several Pakistani news channels spreading fake narrative against the Indian government. They had been using the Indian opposition to counter their own stand, and they were using our opposition leaders who had already stated in the past that they are completely standing with the government of India at this point of time, and they will be together with whatever action the government of India has been taken. But they were using photographs of Siddaramaiah, photographs of Rahul Gandhi, and they were spreading fake narrative. These action had come out after Pahalgam terror attack, of one of the major action to corner Pakistan digitally.
Well, Rang De Basanti actor Atul Kulkarni visited Pahalgam days after the deadly terror attack, killing 26 tourists in Baisaran Meadow, also known as mini Switzerland. Atul Kulkarni wanted to send out a strong message that terror cannot stop the flow of tourists visiting Kashmir. Atul Kulkarni was deeply saddened that 90% bookings were cancelled after the attack, and that's why he has visited Kashmir, and this is part of his Kashmir Chalo campaign. Meanwhile, Tahavur Rana was produced in court today. The 2611 plotter was taken to Patiala House by the National Investigating Agency. NIA has produced Tahavur Rana before Delhi High Court today. Senior advocate Dayam Krishnan, who is leading the NIA legal battle, also arrived at Patiala House Court, and this is where Tahavur Rana was produced in Patiala High Court. Patiala House today. In fact, Anushka joins us with more details on this. Anushka, tell us, what is the latest? Was he produced in person? And what about the preparations that NIA has done with regard to these proceedings?
That's right, Vasudha. We think that his custody was ending today. NIA had, on the first term, had asked for 18 days of custody. Now, today, two things might most probably happen. Either they will ask for the police custody, or they will be asking for a judicial custody for Tahavur Rana, because we do know that every time the NIA and the Mumbai Police ATS has tried to squeeze him, he has been evasive about all the details regarding the 2611 attack. We do know that he was very close to the main conspirator, that was David Headley, who was operating under the name of Daud Jilani. Now, he was the person who was providing the logistics and the finance to Tahavur Rana. So far, Tahavur Rana has been very evasive about the answers, and he has not yet cooperated with the NIA. Today, the NIA will either ask for a police custody, wherein the NIA will be keeping him in their custody only, and will be asking him regarding all the role that he had, while the 7 attacks took place, or they will be asking for a judicial custody wherein he will be put in jail, and every time the NIA has to ask any question from him, they will have to go to the jail only so that they could gather more information about the whole proceedings of the 26/11 attack. We do know that several of other people were also involved. Their role will also be quizzed about by Tahabur Rana, since we know that he has so far not answered any question, and we do know this also, that he had asked for permission to talk to his relatives, which the NIA court had dismissed. They didn't give him the permission to talk to anyone. And to this point, we do know that he's being right now produced in front of the NIA court. These proceedings is going on inside, and either the NIA will be asking for the police custody, or they will be asking for the judicial custody, so that they can further investigate Tahabur Rana regarding his role in the 26/11 attacks. Over to you.
Right. Thank you, Anushka, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other stories, in a major update in accordance with the National Education Policy 2020, NCERT now has revised its Class 11 textbooks. Class 7 textbooks, in fact. The curriculum for English and social science subjects have been updated to focus more on Indian culture and current national issues. Portions of Mughal dynasty, Delhi Sultanate have also been removed from Class 7 NCERT textbooks, and instead there have been additions of sacred religious institutions, including some events such as Mahakumbh and flagship government programs such as Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao and Make in India, while BJP calls it an effort to showcase all of India and that an attempt to avoid repetition in syllabus. Congress has stated that this is erasure of history and will not achieve anything but only create religious divide.
The Mughal dynasty has not been dropped. The thing is that repetition has been removed. Repetition should not be there. Now, suppose you are studying a topic in class 8. Why are you repeating same topic in class 9? Mughal era, obviously it's a rule, important part of the Indian history. But along with that, similar importance should be given to the other era also. Those the Indian golden period. And that portion is known as the Middle Age. That is the darkest part of the Indian history. So darkest thing should not be glorified in that manner.
इतिहास मिटाने से कुछ नहीं होगा. इतिहास तो किताबों से निकालने से नहीं होता. किताबें तो है मार्केट में. पर इस तरह से मुगलों का इतिहास निकालकर सरकार अगर ये जताना चाहती है कि इनकी सरकार की मंशा क्या है, ये भाईचारे को खत्म करना चाहते, देश के एकात्मता को खत्म करना चाहते, आपस में दो रिलीजन्स को लगाना भिड़ाना चाहते, जो नया प्रावधान उसमें किया है, तो ये ठीक नहीं है. ये देश की नींव सभी धर्मों को साथ में लेकर चलने की है. सभी का सम्मान की बात इस अपने देश के एक संविधान में हमें सबको दिया है. तो संविधान के ऊपर चढ़कर कोई निर्णय होता है.
My colleague Tanushka, who covers the Education Ministry for us, joins us. Tanushka, how is the Education Minister defending this move? Because this comes after several changes that have been made to textbooks, but the government says that this is an attempt to avoid repetition. And how is the opposition looking at this?
At this point, as you mentioned, the government maintains, the centre maintains that this is only looking at removing or avoiding any sort of repetition in the syllabus. We do understand that this has been made for class 7 textbooks of social sciences. The Delhi Sultanate, the Mughal rule have been completely omitted and dropped from this syllabus, which means that, from the Khiljis to the Lodhis, there's no mention of any of these sultanates in the textbook. What we also understand is that flagship schemes of the government like Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, Make in India have been given focus in the textbook as well. And there is a focus on the Indian traditions and Indian ethos as well in the syllabus this time. This is in keeping with the national education policy, and these changes that have been made are with respect to the NEP. Now the other changes also that have been made to the syllabus, especially this particular text of class 7, is that the Varna Jati system, that is the caste system, has been, the textbook claims that this system was brought in to bring about societal equalities. However, when the Britishers came in is when this system became rigid and led to inequalities in our country as well as the caste system. What we also understand from the changes that have been made, apart from what has been added, what has been dropped, is also this that major events like the Mahakumbh have also found its space in the syllabus, and this does bring about larger context and questions. As you also mentioned, we just heard the Congress leader speak out with respect to whether this is erasure of history, or as what the NCRT also at this point stands upon, that this is just to avoid repetition. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Tanushka, for joining us with those details. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court of India has issued notices to all OTT platforms as well as social media platforms like Google and Meta. And this is over a plea seeking regulation to ban all explicit content on the internet. The court has acknowledged the petition's significant concerns, emphasizing the need for action. Government counsel in court, however, said that the centre is fine-tuning regulations to address this issue of unfiltered content. Meanwhile, ED is carrying out searches and raids at multiple locations in Hyderabad at the homes and residences of land dealers regarding suspected illegal purchase of 103 acres in Rangareddy district of what is called Bhudan land by senior and prominent IAS and IPS officers of the state. The High Court had last week issued notices to 76 respondents to file their counter-reply by the 12th of June, and that had upset powerful officers, and that these were the officers who seemed to be involved in the purchase of land that cannot be sold or bought.
Since 8 a.m. today, the Enforcement Directorate has carried out raids and searches at least 3 locations in the old city areas of Hyderabad. That includes Yakutpura, Meerpet as well as Santosh Nagar. And what we understand is that this relates to certain individuals who were involved in land dealership in the Rangareddy district. What we understand is that about 103 acres is what we are talking about. What is identified as Bhudan land, or in revenue records it's called as Gairan land. Bhudan land is something that was given by landowners to the landless, and that is part of the Bhudan Yagna board as it is called, and it cannot be sold or purchased. And the allegation is that, or the suspicion is that, huge amounts of land were purchased by senior IAS officers and IPS officers in Telangana, and the High Court had in fact spoken about this just a couple of days ago on a petition, and had in fact asked why a CBI or an ED inquiry should not be ordered, and at least 76 respondents have been issued notice, and they have to file their counter on this particular issue by the 12th of June. So 3 things here: very senior, powerful, well-known, prominent names are said to have indulged in the purchase of this land, and the court is now wanting to find out how this happened, why this happened, and also seeking their explanation on why a central agency should not be involved in this. And this also relates to another senior IAS officer who was already investigated in this case, Mr. Amoy Kumar, and many other names also now coming up in this particular case.
Well, Indian stock markets are witnessing a strong rally today, with both major indices surging in afternoon trade. What's causing this massive market surge? My colleague Sakshi has the details. Okay, with that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Empower India's growth engine. Join the game changers, industry leaders, policy makers and innovators at NDTV's Emerging Business Conclave. Discover exclusive insights, powerful networking and strategies to accelerate MSME growth in India.
Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta speaks at an NDTV event, says every Indian has been moved by the Pahalgam attack and says our responsibility is to keep the nation first.
उस हमले को देख करके सबके दिल में ये भाव जरूर आया होगा कि मुझे अगर मौका मिल जाए तो मैं ही जा करके बंदूक उठाऊं और गोलियों से भून दूं.
The Jammu and Kashmir Assembly holds a special session to condemn the Pahalgam terror attack. They pay tribute to the victims and call it an attack on Kashmiriyat. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah says that all the Kashmiris are united against this attack. 26/11, terror plotter Tahawar Rana's remand has ended. The NIA has sought his custody for 12 days. For the moment, Patiala House Court has reserved its order on his custody. India and France have signed the 63,000 crore deal for the 26 Rafale M jets for the Indian Navy. The Supreme Court has issued notice to OTT platforms after a plea in the court over banning explicit content available on OTT. The Supreme Court says petition has raised several important concerns. And markets surge over 1% in trade today. The Sensex has surged over 1,000 points, reclaiming its crossing that 80,000 mark after 4 months. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut, and our top story: India today signed a 63,000 crore deal to buy 26 Rafale M fighter jets from France, set to dominate the skies from aircraft carriers INS Vikrant and INS Vikramaditya. These advanced jets will bolster India's maritime power. Well, for more on this, let me go across to my colleague Vishnu Shom, who will bring us all the details and what this means now for India.
So India has signed that critical 63,000 crore plus rupee deal with France for 26 Rafale M fighters. Let's give you a couple of details on why this is such an important development. Let's roll that footage of the fighter itself. It's a 63,000 crore rupee deal. These are the fighters that the Indian Navy will be acquiring. The first jets will be entering service in a couple of years from now, but I expect it'll be only about 2031, 2032 before all 26 are deployed. This is the exact jet that India is getting, filmed on the French aircraft carrier. France is the only other country that operates this variant of the jet, which is considerably more advanced than the MiG-29K that the Indian Navy operates. The addition of this would add a great deal to the firepower of the Indian Navy. The Rafale M comes with anti-ship missiles, cruise missiles, including the Scalp, which can hit targets on land with precision, and long-range air-to-air missiles. The Rafale M fighter will also be integrated with Indian weaponry, including the Astra platform as well. As I mentioned, it will be deployed on the Vikrant and Vikramaditya, the two aircraft carriers that India operates. All of this comes at a time when we are seeing Chinese air power grow substantially in the in the Asia-Pacific region, and many suggest that India needs a ship aircraft carriers with platforms like the Rafale M to take on what seems inevitable, a Chinese carrier deployment in the Indian Ocean. So all this is very important. It's a fillip to military aviation, certainly naval aviation, and integral air as it is known. This performs a very critical role in defending an Indian Navy fleet. It also has a huge offensive capability. Remember, planes like this ensure that a carrier battle group can protect a circumference roughly of hundreds of kilometers from any assault. So that's what this is all about. Remember, the Indian Air Force already operates 36 Rafales. This is different. This has hardened the undercarriage to ensure that operations of aircraft carriers can take place. Very, very significant development. Well, joining us now, a very, very special guest, Admiral Arun Prakash, former Navy Chief, Indian war hero, Veer Chakra, an absolutely incredible fighter pilot who knows a thing or two about naval aviation. Thanks so very much for being with us. I think one of the most interesting aspects of this deal, sir, is that it happened in record time. I've never heard of a deal where the Navy says, look, I need fighters. The government says, okay, 3 years later it's done. 2 years after that it comes. So could you let's reflect on that, because for once we aren't complaining about the speed of a defense deal.
Yes, indeed. Let's do reflect on this, because it's quite remarkable, as you say. Although not as fast as you make it out to be, because originally the Navy had floated an RFP in 2017, I think, but it was taken up with seriousness in 2019 or thereabouts. But regardless, it is still a remarkable demonstration of speed and alacrity on part of the Ministry of Defense, for which we must give it full credit. But my only hope is that this should set a precedent for all such deals, because we've also seen in the past the advanced jet trainer taking 20 years, the multi-role fighter aircraft for the Air Force taking 15 years, the 75 India submarine project still hanging fire. So this is a good precedent set by the Ministry of Defense, the bureaucracy, and I think it should be become a template for the future. 2 to 3 years is the maximum that a deal should take. And because, for the simple reason that even if the contract is signed today, it will be 36 months at least before the first aircraft is handed over to us. So these delays are all inbuilt, and as the geopolitical situation and security situation demands, I think there is need for much more expedition and alacrity on part of the acquisition wing of the Ministry of Defense.
Admiral, why does India need the Rafale M?
For the simple reason that we have 2 aircraft carriers at sea. And why do we have aircraft carriers at sea? That is that because we are a maritime power. Wherever our fleets go in the Indian Ocean or the Indo-Pacific, they need integral air cover, both for air defense, for strike, for anti-submarine warfare, for projecting power. Our fleets require protection of an aircraft carrier. At the same time, the aircraft carrier also gives the fleet the offensive capability to strike deep, strike long. So we already have 2 aircraft carriers, and they are currently equipped with the MiG-29K, which, as you know, is about nearly a decade and a half old. It's getting on. It's of Russian origin. The country of origin is at war. It's not in a really good state to support this aircraft. Also, it's getting on in years. So it's time for us to acquire a more modern aircraft, and the Rafale M is a 4.5 generation aircraft proven in combat with the French Navy. It can hold its own against any aircraft out at sea, including the the Chinese J-15 or even the US F-18. So we do need this aircraft out at sea to project our power and to protect our assets at sea.
Admiral, let me ask you a question since you love military aviation. You've had the opportunity of flying on this Rafale a couple of years back in France. You were the first to bring in the Sea Harrier into the Indian Navy, an older generation of planes. You were also among pilots who flew the Hunter, an even older generation of aircraft. When you look at, and you flew all sorts of other things as well. Could you just, I mean, over decades, how has this aircraft completely altered the face of naval aviation from a fighter aircraft standpoint?
Well, let me tell you my experience in the Rafale. This is not few years, 20 years back, 2005. I went up in a Rafale with this, put up another aircraft as an adversary. So throughout the sortie, I kept looking all around 360 degrees. I wanted to make sure that I saw the adversary before my co-pilot. After a few minutes, he said, "Admiral, what are you looking around for? It's all in the cockpit." And he was right. There is sensor fusion, the radar, the infrared, the TV, all inputs of this aircraft are sensor fused, and the pilot has it in front of him on one or two displays right in front. Everything is worked out for him. Going back further 20 years to the Hunter, all you had was a airspeed indicator and a clock and your height altimeter. That's all you had. Otherwise, it was your eyeball Mark 1, which was the only sensor you had. Then, of course, further, the Sea Harrier had radar and so on. But the Rafale M is, I think, possibly the ultimate as it stands, unless you go for better aircraft like the F-35 and so on. It is the ultimate in sensor fusion. It's got an ISA, electronically eraser radar. It's got the Scalp missile, as you said. It's got the Meteor, which can match anything in the subcontinent. It's got the Exocet anti-shipping missile. It's got an electronic warfare suite. So it has everything that a pilot would need within his reach of his hand on stick and throttle. It's called HOTAS. So it's the ultimate as far as we are concerned.
And I think one final question, reliability. That's been something that's been a concern for the Indian Navy with the MiG-29K. They've improved that over a period of time. But I think particularly given how harsh carrier aviation is on the airframes of these aircraft, if you have a high percentage of aircraft available for operations, it obviously means that you're a much more capable force. And this plane ensures that takes place, right?
Yes, I mean, French technology, aviation technology, in my experience, is extremely reliable. The serviceability, the availability of the aircraft is always very high. And although we've got small numbers, the Navy wanted 57, they've only got 22 fighters. But I'm sure that given the reliability and the availability of the Rafale M, the sortie generation rate of the aircraft carriers will not suffer. I'm sure, especially in comparison with the MiG-29, the Russian technology is not all that reliable. The Rafale M will make up in reliability and availability what it lacks in numbers. So we need not have any fears on that account.
And a final question, all this is being done with an eye on an expansionist China. The number of ships, the number of tons they're putting out at sea is something nobody's ever seen before. And therefore, it appears to be just a matter of time before a carrier battle group of the Chinese appears in the Indian Ocean. So this is futuristic in that we don't face that threat now, we can face it in the future. That's my sense.
Yes, it's bound to happen because if the Chinese are showing they've been showing their maritime presence, their submarine, their surface ships, destroyers, frigates have been coming in these waters with increasing frequency. And once they have an aircraft carrier to spare, or once the Taiwan issue is resolved one way or the other, there is more than likely that they will have a carrier task force in the Indian Ocean or in our waters. And when that happens, we must have something to counter that. I mean, we are not going to war with China, hopefully, but they shouldn't be in a position to dominate us or show their strength in our waters. So when the Chinese aircraft carrier comes here, then we should have an aircraft carrier with equal capability or better capability than they have to demonstrate. And remember that we are in our own home waters, whereas they are coming 3,000 to 4,000 miles away from their nearest naval base. So they are at a disadvantage. We are at a distinct advantage operating off the Indian peninsula.
All right, Admiral Arun Prakash, wonderful speaking to you. It is a red letter day for the Indian Navy. It's not often that you induct a new type of aircraft, and this happens to be one of the most capable anywhere. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us.
Thank you.
Canada is at a crossroads. Political upheaval, economic uncertainty, and rising voices demanding change.
As the battle for power intensifies, NDTV World brings you unmatched coverage from the heart of the storm.
Welcome to Canada Election Watch, your window into a nation in churn and what it means for us in India.
From ground reports to expert analysis, from diaspora dynamics to the diplomatic impact, NDTV World is tracking every twist and turn.
Canada Election Watch, only on NDTV World. Stay ahead of the story, stay with us.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta was at NDTV's event in Delhi, Emerging Business, the Delhi chapter, and she spoke on several issues on the Ayushman scheme that was launched in the capital today, as well as promises on pollution and cleaning up the Ganga, the Yamuna, I beg your pardon. She spoke about how it was a visionary health scheme by the centre, that pollution is not just a winter problem. Listen in.
जो इसके कंपोनेंट है एयर पोल्यूशन के, चाहे वो आपकी डस्ट हो, क्योंकि आधे से ज़्यादा शहर तो आपका ओपन है, वहाँ पे ना ग्रीनरी है ना आप वो सीमेंटेड है. दूसरा इसमें व्हीकलर पोल्यूशन कि आपके जो व्हीकल पूरे शहर में चलते हैं उसका पोल्यूशन होता है. और ये जो डस्ट पार्टिकल एयर में रहते हैं ये कोई 2 महीने के लिए नहीं आते, ये साल भर है. वो आज गर्मी के मौसम में भी है, वो सर्दी के मौसम में भी है, हर समय है. तो हमने आते ही जितनी योजनाएं बनाई, हमने वाटर स्प्रिंकलर्स थे, हमने जो स्मोक गन्स थी, पूरा साल भर चले एक्सेप्ट मानसून मौसम, क्योंकि उस टाइम तो ईश्वर बारिश कर रहा है. तो पूरा साल भर स्प्रिंकलिंग हो, पूरा साल भर स्मोक गन्स चलें ताकि जो एयर पॉल्यूटिंग कंटेंट हैं वो बैठ जाएं। ये साल भर की योजना बनाई।
और सेम यमुना पॉल्यूशन के लिए?
यस, यमुना। देखिए, यमुना जी पे भी केवल बातें हुई। सरकार ने 8,000 करोड़ रुपए पिछली सरकार को दिया, अब वो उन्होंने कहाँ खर्च किया, क्या कर दिया, पर यमुना को सॉल्यूशन नहीं मिला। तो हम जो भी मेजरमेंट्स हैं उन सबको कर रहे हैं और यमुना आपको एक दिन ज़रूर ऐसा मिलेगा जब साफ दिखाई देगी और आप सब उसके किनारे बैठ कर के यमुना जी की आरती करेंगे और मन से जो आपके भाव हैं उनको पूरा करेंगे।
अभी आप एक कार्यक्रम से आ रही हैं जिसमें पहली बार फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ दिस सिटी, एटलीस्ट इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ नेशनल कैपिटल, 70 साल के ऊपर के तमाम लोगों को एक हेल्थ कार्ड, आयुष्मान भारत का हेल्थ कार्ड हमने रोल आउट किया है। क्या आइडिया है इस बुनियादी हेल्थ सुविधा को देने के पीछे आपका नेशनल कैपिटल के सिटीजन्स के लिए?
मैं एक्चुअली बताऊं, सच में जो 70+ एज ग्रुप के हमारे रेजिडेंट हैं देश के, उनको ये हेल्थ एश्योरेंस मिलना सरकार की ओर से कि आप निश्चिंत हो जाइए, आपकी किसी तकलीफ़ में, आपकी किसी बीमारी की स्थिति में सरकार विल टेक केयर ऑफ़ यू, आपकी पूरा ध्यान रखेगी, आपका इलाज कराएगी, आपकी टेस्टिंग्स, आपका हर वो मेडिकल एक्सपेंडिचर जो आपको अपने बूते पे करना कई बार डिफ़िकल्ट हो जाता है, कई बार आपके बच्चे भी उतना सपोर्ट नहीं कर पाते, कई बार सिचुएशंस बड़ी ऑड होती है। ऐसे में सरकार जो अपने सीनियर सिटीजन्स की केयर टेकिंग कर रही है, ये ना केवल दिल्ली के लिए, मैं बताऊं पूरे विश्व में आप कोई देश उठा के देख लीजिए, ऐसी योजना आपको मिलेगी नहीं। ये पूरे वर्ल्ड के लिए एक विजनरी योजना है जिसमें आप अपने देश के, अपने शहर के 70 साल से ऊपर के बुज़ुर्गों का इलाज करा रहे हैं डिस्पाइट ऑफ देयर इनकम स्टेटस। उनका धर्म, जाति, स्टेटस कुछ भी इसमें काउंट नहीं करता। आपके पास उस शहर का आधार कार्ड हो, आप वहाँ के लोकल रेजिडेंट है, दैट इज़ एनफ। आप सोचिए कितनी खूबसूरती है इस योजना में कि एक अमीर आदमी जो अपने सब कुछ उसके पास होगा उसके लिए भी ये योजना है, और एक गरीब रेडी पटरी वाला व्यक्ति भी, उसके लिए भी वो सेम योजना है। और सही बताऊं, अमेरिका हो या कोई और बड़ा देश हो, अगर उन्होंने कोई हेल्थ का प्रोविज़न अपने सिटीजन्स के लिए क्रिएट किया होगा तो केवल उसका क्राइटेरिया है आप टैक्स पेई हैं कि नहीं है। अगर आप टैक्स पेई हैं तो गवर्नमेंट विल गिव यू हेल्थ असिस्टेंस। पर ये जो योजना है, वेदर यू आर टैक्स पेयर और नॉट, कुछ भी आपका स्टेटस है, आपको ये योजना समान रूप में हर एक बुज़ुर्ग को मिल रही है। मैं सच में थैंक्स करना चाहूँगी नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी का, जिनकी वजह से आज दिल्ली के सब बुज़ुर्गों को, उनको एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत लाभ मिला है, योजना मिली है और जीने का एक नया अधिकार मिला है।
और मैं ये इसी बात पे आने वाला था कि प्रधानमंत्री का पर्सनल फोकस इस योजना को लेके बहुत रहा है। पर्सनली उन्होंने खुद पुश किया है 70+ की आरोग्य स्कीम को देश भर के लिए, और काफ़ी दिनों से रुकी हुई थी नेशनल कैपिटल में। और अब आपको लगता है कि आप इसको पूरा स्प्रेड दे पाएंगी? वो लोग खासकर जिनको कि इस तरह की चीज़ों की जानकारी नहीं पहुंच पाती है, जो लोगों को जानकारी हो जाती है वो तो जानकारी से सुविधा का फ़ायदा उठा लेते हैं, उनको भी आपकी सरकार कोशिश करेगी कि क्या उनको पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन दे और वो इसका फ़ायदा ले सके?
मैं प्रॉमिस करती हूँ दिल्ली के हर एक 70 साल से ऊपर के बुज़ुर्ग को कि आप हम तक पहुँचे या ना पहुँचे, सरकार आप तक पहुँचेगी और एक एक बुज़ुर्ग का रजिस्ट्रेशन करा के उसको इस हेल्थ योजना का पूरा लाभ मिलेगा।
वाटर लॉगिंग का चैलेंज है बस आने वाला है अब आपके पास कुछ 45 दिनों के अंदर। वो भी बड़ा कुछ एक पॉइंट्स ऐसे हैं दिल्ली में जो कि हर बार इंटरनेशनल शेम बनते हैं हमारे, जैसे कि मिंटो ब्रिज। वहाँ पे
आपको मालूम कितने वाटर लॉगिंग के पॉइंट है दिल्ली में? लगभग 550 पॉइंट पे दिल्ली में बड़े वाटर लॉगिंग पॉइंट है। हर बार वर्षों तक आप सब ने देखा मिंटो ब्रिज के नीचे बस डूबी हुई है। ये पिक्चर एक ऐसी स्टैंडर्ड हो गया है जो हर बारिश में अखबार में फ्रंट पेज पे छपनी ही छपनी है। आपको तिलक ब्रिज पे पानी मिलेगा ही मिलेगा। आपके ऐसे पॉइंट जो आपके घरों के आसपास है, आपको वो वर्षों से उस पिक्चर को आप देखते हैं। और दिल्ली में देखिए तकलीफ़ किस बात की, दिल्ली वाले किसी वेदर को एंजॉय नहीं कर सकते। सर्दी आती है तो पॉल्यूशन आ जाता है, बारिश आता है तो ट्रैफिक जैम और वाटर लॉगिंग आ जाती है।
अच्छा है मुख्यमंत्री जी, आपने मुख्यमंत्री होके ये बात बोल ली। अच्छा
मैं बोल रही हूँ भाई, मुझे इस बात को कहने में कोई शर्म, तकलीफ जरूर है, शर्म नहीं है कि जहाँ से हमें शुरू करना है, जहाँ हम खड़े हैं, मैं कोई गलत पिक्चर पोर्ट्रेट करके नहीं आगे बढ़ना चाहती। आप गर्मियों में हीट वेव का प्रॉब्लम है, हर मौसम कुछ ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम लेके आता है, पर उसका टाइमली समाधान हो जाए, उसकी एक पूरी वर्किंग हो जाए, वो अपना देख रही है। नाले भी डिसिल्ट होने चाहिए, आपके वाटर लॉगिंग के पॉइंटों को भी आपने कर्व करना है। आज मिंटो ब्रिज पे खुद हमने घंटों खड़े होके, कैसे होगा, मैं खुद 6 टैंकर पानी वहाँ लेके गई, गिरवाया, दिखाया कि भाई पानी आपका, एक बारिश में तो ये हुआ कि सरकार ने पंप लगा दिया, जब बारिश आई तो वो पंप ही डूब गया और वो ट्रैफिक जाम के कारण ऑपरेटर पहुँच ही नहीं पाया। तो ऐसी पढ़ी लिखी सरकार भी किस नाम की। तो हमने जो इस बार किया मिंटो ब्रिज पे, एक ऑटोमेटिक पंप जो ज़मीन से लगभग 10 फुट की ऊंचाई पे हमने उसको प्लेस किया, और जैसे ही पानी का लेवल एक मेजर के ऊपर जाएगा, ऑटोमेटिक पंप काम करना शुरू कर देगा। तो ये सारी चीज़ों की तैयारी आज हमने कर दी कि बारिश आएगी तो हमें और क्या क्या चीज़ें ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है, जिसको हमें आज ही करना है।
The Delhi Chief Minister also spoke about the Pahalgam attack. She said every Indian has been moved by this terror attack and our responsibility to keep nation first, that everyone in the nation is angry.
आपकी देखिए दिल्ली और बाकी यहाँ अर्बन सेंटर्स के साथ में एक ये बात होती है कि वहाँ ज़्यादातर जनता हाईली एजुकेटेड लोग होते हैं, पढ़े लिखे लोग होते हैं, तो उनकी शायद जिम्मेदारी भी ज़्यादा बन जाती है कंपेयर टू लोग जो एक्सपोज नहीं हैं, जिन्होंने ट्रैवल नहीं किया या जिनकी पढ़ाई लिखाई उतनी नहीं है। पढ़े लिखे लोगों की एक जिम्मेदारी भी ज़्यादा बनती है। एज ए दिल्ली चीफ मिनिस्टर, एज ए चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ द नेशनल कैपिटल, एज ए लेडी चीफ मिनिस्टर, आपका दिल्ली वालों के लिए क्या कहना है कि दिल्ली वालों को दिल्ली में रहते हुए या आते जाते समय अपनी किन जिम्मेदारियों का सबसे ज़्यादा ध्यान रखने की ज़रूरत है, ताकि उसी कोलैबोरेशन से लोग ऐसा फील कर सकें कि दिल्ली एक्चुअली एक वर्ल्ड क्लास ग्लोबल सिटी के रास्ते पे है। आपका दिल्ली वालों के लिए क्या मैसेज?
ये आपने बहुत मेरे मतलब की बात कही। मुझे हमेशा से ये लगता है, देखो पूरे देश में पहलगाम की चर्चा है, मैं उससे जोड़ती हूँ इसे। जब मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कह सकती हूँ कि पूरे देश में, पूरी दिल्ली में और यहाँ इस हॉल में बैठे हुए भी जितने लोग होंगे, उस हमले को देख करके सबके दिल में ये भाव जरूर आया होगा कि मुझे अगर मौका मिल जाए तो मैं ही जा कर के बंदूक उठाऊं और गोलियों से भून दूं उन्हें। ऐसी देशभक्ति, ऐसा देश के प्रति प्यार सबके अंदर है। हर व्यक्ति सोचता है मुझे मौका मिले तो शायद मैं कुछ कर पाऊं, पर मैं आपको विश्वास से बता सकती हूँ किसी को मौका मिलेगा ही नहीं, ना सरहद पे जाने का, ना गोली मारने का दुश्मन को, और ना सीने पे गोली खाने का। देश के लिए मरने का एक भी मौका नहीं है हम सबके पास। देश के लिए मरने का एक भी मौका हमारे पास नहीं है। हमारे पास यदि कुछ मौका है तो देश के लिए जीने का मौका है।
And the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly held a special session today to condemn the Pahalgam terror attack. It started with MLAs observing a moment of silence for the victims of the attack. Discussions were around the impact of the incident, and the session was called to express condolences. Now, in a powerful speech, Chief Minister Omar Abdullah said that every part of the country from north to south, from east to west, came in the throes of this heinous attack. He also said that across Kashmir, the sentiment is not in my name.
मेजबान होते हुए मेरी जिम्मेदारी थी कि सही सलामत मैं इन्हें यहां से वापस भेजूं, नहीं भेज पाया और माफी मांगने के अल्फाज नहीं थे। क्या कहता हूं उनको, उन छोटे बच्चों को जिन्होंने अपने वालिद को खून में लपेटा हुआ देखा, उस नेवी अफसर की विधवा को जिनको शादी हुए ही चंद दिन हुए थे। मुझे एक दो आए, मुझे कहा हमारा कसूर क्या था, हम पहली मर्तबा कश्मीर आए थे, छुट्टी मनाने के लिए और इस छुट्टी का जिंदगी भर अब हमें खमियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा।
All right, a powerful speech there by the Chief Minister. Time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, a look at international news.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Market surge over 1%. The Sensex reclaims 80,000 mark. The Jammu and Kashmir Assembly holds a special session to condemn the Pahalgam terror attack. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah says Kashmiris are united in protesting the attack, saying not in my name.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV's very special coverage of 100 days of Trump's administration that will start, that in fact starts today. 100 hours of non-stop coverage of the 100 days that have really shaken up the world. I'm Gauri Dwivedi, and over the course of the next 30 minutes, we'll first talk about the big hits and misses of the 100 days of Trump 2.0. And also the big focus today in this episode will be on foreign policy, the changes that Trump 2.0 has made when it comes to America's foreign policy, from Russia to Iran to China to Ukraine. We'll cover all of that. But first up, we talk about, well, in just 100 days, President Trump has redrawn the map of US foreign policy, fueling trade wars, challenging NATO, and even threatening territorial claims from Gaza to Greenland. As global alliances fracture and tensions flare, we take a look at the chaos, or some would say the consequences, of Donald Trump's bold return to power. Next up, big hits and misses of Donald Trump's 100 days in power. Let's put that up for you viewers. The graphics that are now on your screens. The big hits as far as Trump 2.0. Well, he did get the two sides talking, didn't he? That was the big thing that he made in terms of the change. Initiated talks when it came to Russia and Ukraine, a war that had been going on for almost 3 years, and at least the two sides are now willing to create some sort of a peace deal. Next up, the other big hit of Donald Trump's administration was the fact that he did secure the border. Illegal immigration has been his big plank and something that his voters, his supporters feel that he acted upon. Now the illegal immigration through the southern border has all but stopped, something that is a big hit in President's scorecard. Quickly, let's now take a look at the other aspect, which is that there's also been a huge fillip when it comes to the US-based investment plans. There's now global companies looking at coming back to America, producing more. The whole Make in America campaign has now got a big hit and a big fillip with President Trump's policies. We'll talk on that in a bit. But the fact is, American companies want to come back to America. Let's take a look at some of the misses that are there as far as President Trump's scorecard is concerned. Signalgate, one of the biggest miss in terms of the impact this has had as far as the credibility of Trump administration is concerned, especially when it comes to war plans, planning, and such detailed impact when it comes to such sensitive national security related issues. Tariff war. He has initiated a global tariff war. Global markets are rattled, and there is now concern across the world when it comes to security and investors as to what will be the future. All right. Some of the other misses, of course, being the fact that there's been hiring, rehiring, hiring again, given the fact that DOGE has pretty much missed the intended objective with which it was formed. Let's now quickly take a look at, and wrongful deportation being the other big miss that has been talked about, is also landed in courts as well. All right, before we move any further, let's quickly now take a look at this report that talks about what all has happened as far as Trump's foreign policy goals, objectives is concerned, and then we come back and decode that did it actually have the intended result or not.
US President Donald Trump has stormed back onto the global stage with a chaotic and controversial first 100 days. His leadership thus far has been defined by punishing tariffs, fierce immigration crackdowns, and bold moves that have challenged international norms.
And we're going to make America great again.
Under his America First agenda, Trump is reshaping US foreign policy in ways in which global partners are growing increasingly wary, unsure of just how far the US president is willing to go. At the center of his agenda is a full-scale trade war. Trump argues the US has been exploited for decades and is now taking action, imposing tariffs that have jolted global markets, dragged down the dollar, and sparked warnings of a possible recession. But his trade first is just one part of a broader shift. Trump has taken a sharp turn on Ukraine, which led to a heated Oval Office clash with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Trump's approach to Russia has raised concerns for Kyiv and Europe regarding loss of territory in exchange for better ties with Putin. The EU is on edge too. Trump's ongoing criticism of NATO, accusing its allies of not pulling their weight, has strained transatlantic relations and cast doubt on America's reliability as a security partner. Adding to the chaos, Trump has floated radical territorial ambitions, threatening to annex Canada, seize control of Greenland and Gaza, reclaim the Panama Canal, and even having renamed the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. Meanwhile, his decision to dismantle US aid has disrupted humanitarian efforts worldwide. Trump's tumultuous first 100 days in office has witnessed a greater focus on addressing the China challenge.
You've been my friend for a long time, and congratulations on having done a great job. Thank you.
For India, the Trump administration is continuing the Biden-era focus on New Delhi and its role in Asia and the world. In a shifting global landscape, America First may have hit some of the traditional positions of American foreign policy, except for New Delhi. With Samia Afsar, Bureau Report, NDTV World.
And we discussed this in greater detail. What is the big impact of Donald Trump's foreign policy changes, the big changes that he has brought about in American policies that have been there for the last several decades? Ravi Agrawal, Editor-in-Chief from Foreign Policy, joins me live to talk more on that. Ravi, thank you so much for speaking to me on NDTV. And as we speak, there are fresh updates coming in that there could be another round of talks that could take place between the Russians and the Americans. And we're going to come to that in just a bit. But I want to start by asking you, what do you make of the rapid changes that have taken place before we talk further about how many wars did Donald Trump really end? Do you think that the departure from the previous positions is something that you got to give him credit for, that at least he's trying to shake things up?
It's had a pretty dramatic impact, Gauri. Over the last 100 days, there have been several surprises, especially when you compare Trump's foreign policies to his first term. The most important of these is that Trump has surprised all of America's allies by taking some of his toughest actions against them rather than against American adversaries. So, for example, on Europe, trying to favor, to some degree, Russia instead of Ukraine, a massive break from US foreign policy, and also from the policies espoused by many of Trump's advisors. Some of the toughest initial trade tariffs were put on Canada and Mexico, two US allies who had a free trade agreement with the United States, which was renegotiated by the Trump administration the first time round. So those are some of the more surprising things. I think the tariff policy overall is the one that has really roiled markets. It has really shocked investors, which has led to a lot of loss of faith in America itself, decline in the dollar. There was turmoil in the bond markets, as you're aware. So a lot of turmoil, a lot of bluster. There's a refocusing clearly in terms of trying to be tougher on China than any administration has in the past. But even there, we're seeing the Trump administration signal that it might rein in some of its proposed tariffs on China. So I would define the first 100 days mostly by confusion and chaos for now.
So while you do mention confusion and chaos, I have to put that caveat, Ravi, that to his supporters, to a lot of people around the world, this shaking things up in Washington is something that is being viewed as a big success for the Trump administration. I want to come to the China aspect of it because it impacts India as well, which we'll probably dwell deeper into later in the show. China has been identified as the biggest challenger, the one with whom the trade war is still on. It's escalating at some levels. How do you see the China policy of the Trump administration?
So it's very clear that the Trump administration, and one of the things that most of its key advisors agree on, is that China is the preeminent challenge and maybe even a threat to the United States in the 21st century. The question is how to deal with it. Now, the Biden administration before this had similar views, by the way, but it focused on dealing with China by making it harder for China to access the highest end semiconductors, but also by stitching together a network of alliances, mostly among democracies, Western democracies around the world. The Trump administration has tried to do that first part by making it much harder for China to acquire semiconductors, much harder for China to export goods to the United States, but it has also roiled relations with its allies. So it's trying to have it both ways, pick fights with everyone all at once, which is not something that's going to work out well with China, because as we're seeing, a lot of countries around the world are now beginning to look to China as the reliable partner, as a potential option to strike other trade deals that may bypass the United States. So you're seeing many Latin American leaders have been visiting China in recent days. Xi Jinping also toured Southeast Asian countries. Cambodia, for example, Vietnam, which are all beginning to look at alternatives to the United States. So even though the Trump administration has zeroed in on China, you could argue that it is doing so in a way that is to some degree counterproductive, which is why it now seems to be backing off from the historically high tariffs as much as 150%, which economists, by the way, have all said could end up hurting the United States more than it would China.
Indeed. I have to ask you about the Russia question. There's been on again, off again, the peace talks that have been going on, some progress, derailed completely. In the backdrop of all that, a lot of people see that President Trump views the Russia-Ukraine war as a subset of how he views the US-Russia relationship. Is that a view you share, or do you think that's a very pessimistic view of how President Trump and his administration may sort out the 3-year-plus long war?
So at the very start of his term, President Trump, as you say, pointed out that he would solve the war in 24 hours. That hasn't happened. But for much of the last 100 days, he has appeared to espouse Russian talking points. He has appeared to say that Russia is not responsible for starting the war. It, of course, is. He has said that in his proposal of a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine, Ukraine would essentially give up all the territory it's lost so far, including Crimea, which it lost in 2014, and it would get nothing in return. It wouldn't get any American security guarantees. It certainly wouldn't get membership to NATO, which is the one thing that it really wants if it does give up any territory. So he's appeared to really side with Russia in many respects. We're beginning to see that change in the last few days. When President Trump met President Zelensky of Ukraine at the Vatican City at the Pope's funeral last week, it seemed like he was finally coming round to the idea that Putin of Russia was playing him. And he said as much, that it seemed as if Putin was tapping him along, which means that we might be seeing signs now that Trump is realizing that Putin can't be trusted, that Putin has been stringing him along, and that in reality, all the problems that the Biden administration was dealing with in terms of Russia was probably true. So Trump may actually reverse some of what he's been saying so far. Of course, the jury's out.
Right. In fact, stay with me, Ravi, because I want to quickly now get in Professor Harsh Pant and Nicholas Nugent joining me from New Delhi and London to essentially cover the entire gamut of what all Trump administration has achieved or intended to achieve, but sort of failed to reach there. Let me, in fact, get in a quick word from Professor Pant on the India aspect, and then we, of course, delve into some of the other aspects. Ravi, stay with me. Professor Pant, the other aspect in terms of foreign policy of Trump administration, while many would say and would probably have a more pessimistic view, if for want of a better word, when it comes to US relationships with some of the NATO allies, Russia, so on and so forth. When it comes to India, not only there is continuity, stability, but there's in fact a great upside, isn't it?
Well, Gauri, yes, I think with India, certainly there has been more continuity, there has been more stability. I would also use the word in these fraught times, but also a sense of predictability that, bilateral relations thrive when there is a degree of predictability about each other's intentions. And I think in that sense, the early visit that Mr. Modi took to Washington underscored almost all of the commitments that Biden administration and Modi government have been working on and towards. So I think in that sense, the broader framework of the relationship that had been set under Biden, which also part of that had come from Trump 1.0. We saw that continue. We saw an acceleration. We saw the fact that a lot of the hinged on technology cooperation, and Trump administration in its second version decided to take it forward. So I do think that there are elements here which bind the two together. Certainly the changing balance of power in the Indo-Pacific, certainly the China factor is there, which allows you to engage each other more substantively. But I do think that the framework that Mr. Modi and President Trump developed or came to an agreement on during Mr. Modi's visit is a solid one, and therefore we have seen progress. For example, on the bilateral trade agreement happening. India is notoriously bad when it comes to free trade agreements, but now that Mr. Trump is there, perhaps we will see an accelerated process towards that, which we are witnessing over a few years. So I think a lot of the problems were anticipated. Yes. And I think our work on them was done during the first meeting, which I think is a good sign in that sense.
Indeed. And Nicholas, let me then ask you about the other aspect. Enough has been said and more is being talked about how NATO allies seem to have been getting the raw end of the deal here at this stage. Talk to us about what's the view like in London right now in terms of the Trump administration, its outlook for NATO, and also the again, on again, off again when it comes to the Ukraine-Russia issue.
Well, I agree with everything that's been said so far, but you will not be surprised if I tell you that sitting here in the UK, our biggest concern is security in Europe, because, and I would add to what Ravi said about confusion and chaos, I would add the word unpredictability, because I think that is, for Europe, that is the greatest problem we have. We don't know what's going to happen next. Our fears are that NATO, that has kept the peace in Europe since the Second World War, has lost its backbone, because Mr. Trump is clearly not committed to NATO in the way that European member nations are. And indeed Canada, I might add, is also on side with Europe. So we really don't know what's going to happen next. And we are very concerned because you have the greatest conflict in Europe since the Second World War going on at the moment. And our hopes were that Donald Trump, as he promised, would solve it, would bring peace very shortly. Now, 100 days on, that hasn't happened. So really, what is going to happen next, we don't know. I take on board what Ravi was saying about we are just seeing some signs that possibly Mr. Trump is changing his tune a little bit and getting rather more suspicious about Russia and its objectives.
In fact, he said Vladimir stop, didn't he? He said that exactly 3 days back, and probably the harshest tone one could have heard when it comes to how he views the situation to be more complex, with probably lesser answers than what the administration would have ideally had or wanted to. I'm going to slip into a very short break, come back with lots more on the other side, including what it means in terms of the outlook and road ahead going forward. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching our big focus, 100 days of Trump 2.0, impact on foreign policy. And more importantly, viewers, we now ask what lies ahead. And that's one thing I want to ask all the three panelists. Professor Pant, let me ask you that in terms of what could be the future roadmap in next 100 days, the next 200 days for President Trump and his administration. Wars haven't ended, neither has been some sort of a nuclear pact or arrangement with Iran. How hopeful or optimistic are you that at least some of this would actually be done?
Well, I think if the first 100 days are anything to go by, I would say that more unpredictability is in the offing, because clearly none of the agenda items, big ticket items, have been met. So I think a lot of the energy would certainly now be focused of the Trump administration on trying to conclude some of the big aspects of his agenda, because that's something that is really needed for him to claim that he has had some success. So while in the first 100 days we can be a bit nonchalant about the outcomes, the next 100 days would largely be all about the outcomes, because in the first 100 days it is all about challenging the existing assumptions, reordering, rearranging the world order in the ways that perhaps he would have felt best serve America and American interests. But I think now going forward, there will be a lot of questions, open questions about his ability or inability to deliver, particularly on war and peace issues, which he had said he would be able to deliver quickly. So I think a lot of the focus would be on what happens on the Ukraine front as well as on the Israel front, but perhaps also on the tariff front.
Yes, absolutely, on the tariff front. In fact, CNN says they say that 52 times the president had said that he's going to end the two wars in 24 hours. Nicholas, let me ask you the other question, which is the Iran aspect of it. Something that there has been a lot of expectation that there could be some forward movement. How hopeful are you that that could probably be the one big outcome over the next couple of months for Trump administration?
Well, I'm hopeful, of course. I'm hopeful that all these problems will be solved. I mean, we could say that internationally, President Trump has taken on three issues. One is the Ukraine-Russia war, two is the Middle East war, Gaza war, and three is Iran. Which is great. People are talking. I mean, that's all very positive. But then I look back to Trump 1, his first outing as president, and there the negotiations that went on, notably with the Taliban in Afghanistan and with North Korea, didn't lead to any results. So he frankly doesn't have a very good track record on that. But I am with you, or with the question, in saying that yes, a deal with Iran is very rightly on the top or near the top of the agenda. I just hope we're going to get some outcome on Iran, on Gaza, and most of all on Ukraine.
We leave it there, gentlemen. Thank you so much for speaking to me. A lot of ground to cover, but I guess that is also telling that just how much an American president needs to focus on, and his 100 days did touch upon a lot of things, but outcomes have been far and few. On that note, completely timed out on this special edition of 100 Days of Trump 2.0. We focused on foreign policy, but there's more to focus on. Economy, immigration, what happens to some of the other big ticket items, and Donald Trump's ratings that have plummeted. What will he focus on going forward? All that you will find only on NDTV World and its rolling coverage of the biggest global story that's happening around the world.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Empower India's growth engine. Join the game changers, industry leaders, policy makers, and innovators at NDTV's Emerging Business Conclave. Discover exclusive insights, powerful networking, and strategies to accelerate MSME growth in Delhi. NDTV's Emerging Business Conclave, Delhi Chapter, April 28th, only on NDTV Network.
Canada is at a crossroads. Political upheaval, economic uncertainty, and rising voices demanding change.
As the battle for power intensifies, NDTV World brings you unmatched coverage from the heart of the storm.
Welcome to Canada Election Watch, your window into a nation in churn and what it means for us in India.
From ground reports to expert analysis, from diaspora dynamics to the diplomatic impact, NDTV World is tracking every twist and turn.
Canada Election Watch, only on NDTV World. Stay ahead of the story, stay with us.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, you're watching NDTV. India signs a very important Rafale deal and Jammu and Kashmir has held a special assembly session today on Pahalgam terror attack. All this and more coming up, but first, the headlines. Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta exclusive to NDTV. Every Indian is moved by the Pahalgam attack, she says to NDTV. At the NDTV conclave, the Chief Minister has also said that it's our responsibility to keep nation first always.
उस हमले को देख करके सबके दिल में ये भाव जरूर आया होगा कि मुझे अगर मौका मिल जाए तो मैं ही जा कर के बंदूक उठाऊं और गोलियों से भून दूं.
Jammu and Kashmir Assembly holds a special session today to condemn the Pahalgam terror attack. The Chief Minister has also paid tributes to victims and he calls this terror attack an attack on Kashmiriyat. (2611) plot at the Habur Rana's remand ends. NIA has asked for a 12-day custody for the Habur Rana. Patiala House, meanwhile, has reserved the order on custody. An important development today, India-France signed ₹63,000 crore deal for 26 Rafale M jets for Indian Navy. This is a big maritime boost for India's capabilities. India and France signing a 63,000 crore Rafale deal. Supreme Court issues notice to all OTT platforms. This is after plea in SE asked for all explicit content on OTT platforms to be banned. As Donald Trump is all set to complete 100 days of his second US presidency, Americans view his performance as deeply negative so far, giving him the lowest approval rating for any US president in the last 70 years. Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta spoke at NDTV conclave today and she said that every Indian has been moved by the Pahalgam terror attack that also led to the loss of 26 innocent lives. She said that it is our responsibility, our collective responsibility to always think of the nation first.
आपकी देखिए दिल्ली और बाकी यहाँ अर्बन सेंटर्स के साथ में एक ये बात होती है कि वहाँ ज़्यादातर जनता हाईली एजुकेटेड लोग होते हैं, पढ़े लिखे लोग होते हैं, तो उनकी शायद जिम्मेदारी भी ज़्यादा बन जाती है कंपेयर टू लोग जो एक्सपोज नहीं हैं, जिन्होंने ट्रैवल नहीं किया या जिनकी पढ़ाई लिखाई उतनी नहीं है. पढ़े लिखे लोगों की एक जिम्मेदारी भी ज़्यादा बनती है. As a Delhi Chief Minister, as the Chief Minister of the National Capital, एज ए लेडी चीफ मिनिस्टर आपका दिल्ली वालों के लिए क्या कहना है कि दिल्ली वालों को दिल्ली में रहते हुए या आते जाते समय अपनी किन जिम्मेदारियों का सबसे ज़्यादा ध्यान रखने की ज़रूरत है ताकि उसी कोलैबोरेशन से लोग ऐसा फील कर सकें कि दिल्ली एक्चुअली एक वर्ल्ड क्लास ग्लोबल सिटी के रास्ते पे है। आपका दिल्ली वालों के लिए क्या मैसेज है?
ये आपने बहुत मेरे मतलब की बात कही। मुझे हमेशा से ये लगता है, देखो पूरे देश में पहलगाम की चर्चा है, मैं उससे जोड़ती हूँ इसे। जब मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कह सकती हूँ कि पूरे देश में, पूरी दिल्ली में और यहाँ इस हॉल में बैठे हुए भी जितने लोग होंगे, उस हमले को देख करके सबके दिल में ये भाव जरूर आया होगा कि मुझे अगर मौका मिल जाए तो मैं ही जा कर के बंदूक उठाऊं और गोलियों से भून दूं उन्हें। ऐसी देशभक्ति, ऐसा देश के प्रति प्यार सबके अंदर है। हर व्यक्ति सोचता है मुझे मौका मिले तो शायद मैं कुछ कर पाऊँ, पर मैं आपको विश्वास से बता सकती हूँ किसी को मौका मिलेगा ही नहीं, ना सरहद पे जाने का, ना गोली मारने का दुश्मन को, और ना सीने पे गोली खाने का। देश के लिए मरने का एक भी मौका नहीं है हम सबके पास। देश के लिए मरने का एक भी मौका हमारे पास नहीं है। हमारे पास यदि कुछ मौका है तो देश के लिए जीने का मौका है।
Well, NDTV is at Kashmir's most hostile crossing, NDTV at Shopian Pulwama crossing, and here's a special report on the Special Operations Group's fight against terror in J&K.
Days after the Pahalgam terrorist attack, we're standing here at the crossing point between two of the most tense parts of Kashmir. Where I'm standing right now is the Shopian district, and in a few steps beyond these two Special Operations Group men with their rifles on the ready pointing in two directions is Pulwama. Now Shopian and Pulwama, both parts of South Kashmir, are places where, as you know if you've been watching our reporting from here in J&K, are two places where the homes of terrorists have been destroyed in the last few days. As we ventured into this, the most restive part of South Kashmir today, this is a checkpoint where no mistakes can be made. All vehicles, every single vehicle has to be checked unless it already has some kind of clearance, and that's the reason why you have soldiers on the ready everywhere. Their weapons cocked, doing some of the most difficult work in Jammu and Kashmir at this point of time. On a normal day, the Special Operations Group has a difficult job. On a day after at least 10 homes have already been destroyed by the police of suspected terrorists, those connected with Pahalgam and those perhaps obliquely connected with Pahalgam, and all of them belonging to Pakistani terrorist groups. These are the men here stationed who have perhaps the most difficult job. We're on the road right now because they are constantly on alert. They do not have the luxury of resting for even a moment. They've got their orders because, as you know, even though 10 homes have been destroyed, not just here in, now I'm standing in Pulwama, a few feet that side is Shopian. Remember that none of those terrorists' whereabouts is known. 10 homes have been destroyed, but where are those terrorists? That is not known just yet. And that's the reason why here at checkpoints like this, it is very important that all cars are checked. Those are terrorists who most definitely had local support. They are capable and trained of mingling with local populations very easily, and it is possible that they have been able to meld into travel groups, not the ones that you're looking at right now. This, of course, is just procedural searching that's taking place right now at this particular Naka. But once again, it is very clear that no chances can be taken when it comes to security here in J&K. Each and every one of these soldiers carrying fully armed rifles. These are not for show. This is an actual Naka and checkpoint where search is taking place. People are being questioned. It may look like an inconvenience, but here in Jammu and Kashmir, the fact is it is precisely every little checkpoint like this one where the possibility of a terror attack is pushed to the side. Remember, when a terror attack happens, there are frequently questions about intelligence failures or not enough checking or lapses in terms of the chain of command. And I can tell you that at nakas like this one, where we've been given special access, mind you, not everyone is being allowed to film from here because this is an operational point. The point is that many of these men are deterring terrorists on a daily basis and perhaps even diffusing terror plots through thorough checking. We'll never hear about those, but you will hear about lapses that take place, and rightfully so. But these men have perhaps Jammu and Kashmir's most difficult job at this time. Days after the Pahalgam terrorist attack, we're standing here at the crossing point between two of... So this is, of course, a joint Naka and a joint patrol by the CRPF and the Jammu and Kashmir Special Operations Group. At this particular Naka, which could probably be described as the most dangerous crossing point on a real road in Kashmir, they have these bunkers with sandbags on both sides of the road which serve their own purpose. We're just stepping in for just a moment to show you what it's like inside here. There is a soldier here armed with his weapon, eyes trained on the highway at all moments. This is an extremely difficult job because not for a moment can your attention slip, because down this highway, this man here is the first line of defense. He is, of course, connected using an electronic device with people far ahead, and if any information comes early about a suspicious vehicle coming in, he has the mandate to actually engage and fire at that vehicle. So that's the first line of defense. You've seen how tiny that little bunker is. It's got sandbags enabling it to absorb bullets in case it comes under attack. Obviously, that particular shift rotates very, very often, but it remains a very, very difficult job. When your muscles are flexed, when your alertness levels are at their highest constantly, it can be physically very, very draining. But that's the job that needs to be done when terror doesn't rest.
Well, Jammu and Kashmir Assembly today held a special session to condemn the Pahalgam terror attack. The legislators observed a moment of silence to pay respects to all the victims of this terror attack, and also in a powerful speech, Chief Minister Omar Abdullah said that from Kathua to Kupwara, there's no town or village in Jammu and Kashmir where people have not protested against this brutal attack. They said, "Not in my name." He also said that this may mark the beginning of the end of terror in the valley.
मेजबान होते हुए मेरी जिम्मेदारी थी कि सही सलामत मैं इन्हें यहां से वापस भेजूं, नहीं भेज पाया और माफी मांगने के अल्फाज नहीं थे। क्या कहता हूं उनको, उन छोटे बच्चों को जिन्होंने अपने वालिद को खून में लपेटा हुआ देखा, उस नेवी अफसर की विधवा को जिनको शादी हुए ही चंद दिन हुए थे। मुझे एक दो आए, मुझे कहा हमारा कसूर क्या था, हम पहली मर्तबा कश्मीर आए थे छुट्टी मनाने के लिए, और इस छुट्टी का जिंदगी भर अब हमें खमियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा।
Well, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has spoken on the deportation of Pakistani nationals living in India. He said, and I quote, "All Pakistani nationals have been identified. In fact, the administration in Maharashtra has also ensured the departure of those who had to leave." That's what he has said. Pakistani Hindus, however, are not required to leave. Remember, this was a clarification by MHA. This is an action that's been taken after Home Minister's directive to all states, and the Home Minister had in fact asked all Chief Ministers of India to identify and deport Pakistani nationals. My colleague Anu joins us with more details on this. But before that, let's also listen in to what Mr. Fadnavis said today.
मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि जो पाकिस्तानी नागरिक केंद्र सरकार के आदेश के अनुसार देश छोड़कर जाने चाहिए, ऐसे सबको आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया गया, इसमें से कोई भी बचा नहीं और उनको बाहर भेजने के लिए कंप्लीट ट्रैकिंग चल रहा है। इसका कंप्लीट आंकड़ा जल्दी ही पुलिस आपको देगी। जो लोग शॉर्ट टर्म वीजा पर आए हैं, ऐसे पाकिस्तानी नागरिक जो है, इनको 48 घंटे में देश निकाला करना था। उसके लिए महाराष्ट्र ने पूरे तरीके से अपना फर्ज निभाया है।
Well, Anuj, my colleague, joins us with more details. Anuj, earlier it was told to all of you, in fact, you're the one who had also reported that there were around 5,000 people, of which 1,000 people had to leave from Maharashtra. They qualified, they did not qualify to staying in India. Tell us, what is the latest update on the administration's attempts to ensure that all Pakistani nationals who have been asked to leave finally depart from the country?
There are a few interesting pointers about this entire development. Firstly, the latest being that, according to the Chief Minister, all the Pakistani nationals who hold the short-term visas have been identified, and the government is also keeping a very close watch on their exit. Right? Yesterday, of course, was the last day, but we could gather it from the Chief Minister's statement yesterday that even 28th would be used, as another, kind of a bonus day to let them leave the country, because the government identified them first, then communicated it to them that they've got to leave the country, and then made sure that they leave the country using particular means. But another important point that Devendra Fadnavis mentioned here was to address the question surrounding the long-term visa holders. Now, this is something that he did not give a lot of clarity on yesterday, but today he's made it very clear that all those who hold long-term visas, he only specified, Hindu community, but even those who have married to people in Maharashtra and have applied for Maharashtra or other Indian citizenship, even they will qualify as, people who are not necessarily the ones who are under the criterion of the central government to leave the country in 48 hours. So the long-term visa holders are safe at the moment is what we've gathered from the Chief Minister's statement. But the short-term visa holders will be leaving the country, leaving the state by the end of today. The official number will be put forth by Maharashtra police in a short while from now onwards. But then yesterday we also saw that there was a bit of contradiction between the statement of Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who had stated that 107 Pakistani nationals are missing from Maharashtra. But in a very short while after that statement came out, Devendra Fadnavis made it very clear that no Pakistani national was missing and all of them had been tracked by the state government.
Right. Thank you, Anuj, for joining us with those details. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis clarifying that all Pakistani nationals who had been expected to leave India have already left the country. In fact, they've been identified and they've been deported. Meanwhile, moving on to some political stories now, the Congress leadership is upset with some objectionable statements that have been made by some of the party leaders regarding the Pahalgam terror incident. The party, what we understand, has instructed all leaders to refrain from making these unnecessary remarks. After the all-party meeting, Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge had stated that the party stands firmly with the government on every step. They had also talked about a lapse in security, but now what we understand is that the Congress leadership is upset with some objectionable remarks that have been issued by some Congress leaders. My colleague Sunil Prabhu, who tracks the Congress very closely for us, joins us now. Sunil, tell us the latest about why does the Congress feel this way, and also tell us what kind of comments have really come out which has also upset the Congress leadership.
Well, there are two important leaders. One, of course, as you've already seen, Manishankar Iyer, and then, of course, Shashi Tharoor, who have talked in the manner in which they have. The Congress Working Committee had met immediately in the aftermath of the Pahalgam incident and had passed a resolution, a very categorical statement saying that they give their full support to the government. They've also asked questions about, the operational in terms of, whether the security infrastructure and the intelligence failure and other aspects, but made it clear very categorically that they will give the government its full support. In fact, both Mr. Kharge as well as Mr. Rahul Gandhi, immediately after the Congress Working Committee had gone for the all-party meeting where they endorsed, even though they asked important questions, one, of course, of the Prime Minister's absence, and the other, of course, of the security lapse in terms of no, security personnel being there when over 1,000 tourists have visited the area where the incident of the crime. But after Manishankar Iyer as well as Mr. Shashi Tharoor, the Congress once again reiterating that only they are able to speak on this matter, and definitely not taking kindly to their remarks and their outbursts, which they say is definitely not the Congress point of view.
Right. Thank you, Sunil Prabhu, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other stories now. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah lost his cool on stage today. In fact, he also made a slap gesture to a senior cop. BJP protest at the rally had in fact upset the Karnataka Chief Minister. CM was seen scolding a senior cop and making a slap gesture. And the BJP has also reacted to this. Let's listen into that reaction.
कर्नाटक के मुख्यमंत्री कांग्रेस नेता सिद्धरामैया ने कहा है जंग जरूरी नहीं है। 26 अप्रैल को भारत के खिलाफ उन्होंने कहा कोई जंग की जरूरत नहीं है, हम इस जंग के हक में नहीं है, हमें सख्त कदम उठाने चाहिए। चीफ मिनिस्टर है ना, और पाकिस्तान इसको पूरा प्ले कर रहा है। जो कांग्रेस के नेतागण यहां बोलते हैं, कांग्रेस सरहद के पार पाकिस्तानी टेलीविजन चैनल और उनके जर्नल्स इसका उपयोग करते हैं कि भारत का व्यू है। He is the chief minister of an important state of India.
Well, my colleague Deepak Bopanna joins us with more details on this. Deepak, either gestures or statements, Siddaramaiah has been making a lot of news today. Tell us what is the latest thing that he has done?
Well, you were just earlier, speaking about how the Congress High Command has been unhappy over some of the statements that have come in over the Pahalgam terror attack. And some of those statements have come in from Karnataka leaders, including the Chief Minister himself, who's put himself in a spot of bother after his recent comments about the terror attack, saying that the war is not needed, talking about intel failure, talking about how the BJP has been making false promises and so on. Some of his cabinet colleagues also have been under fire. Today, while the Congress was staging a protest in Belagavi over price rise against the centre, a few karyakartas of the BJP happened to be inside the venue, then waved black flags and then shouted slogans against Mr. Siddaramaiah for his recent comments about the terror attack. This didn't go down too well with him. He then calls the additional SP who was on stage there, points at him, asks him to come closer, and then he asks him, where is the SP and what are you people doing? And then lifts his hand, gesturing in a way to almost slap him. This has now drawn a lot of criticism, whether this was actually something that was needed. Now, yes, there was somewhere the security situation should have been handled better by the police department, but on the dais in full public view, to yell at a police officer like that, making that sort of a gesture, that probably was not the best way for a chief minister to react. The BJP is condemning this because very recently we had a situation a few months ago where the chief minister had lost his cool against an IAS officer, and here a senior police official, being yelled at, and these gestures being made at that senior police officer probably will draw more flack from the opposition party here.
Right. Thank you, Deepak, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other stories now, India has signed a very important 63,000 crore deal to buy 26 Rafale M fighter jets from France. In fact, the deal was signed today and all set to dominate the skies from the aircraft carriers INS Vikrant and INS Vikramaditya. These advanced jets will bolster India's maritime power capabilities and also counter threats in the Indian Ocean. In fact, the Rafale M is widely considered amongst the most capable fighters of its class in the world, and it's in fact only operated presently by the French Navy. My colleague Vishnu Shom has more details on this.
So India has signed that critical 63,000 crore plus rupee deal with France for 26 Rafale M fighters. Let's give you a couple of details on why this is such an important development. Let's roll that footage of the fighter itself. It's a 63,000 crore rupee deal. These are the fighters that the Indian Navy will be acquiring. The first jets will be entering service in a couple of years from now, but I expect it'll be only about 2031, 2032 before all 26 are deployed. This is the exact jet that India is getting, filmed on the French aircraft carrier. France is the only other country that operates this variant of the jet, which is considerably more advanced than the MiG-29K that the Indian Navy operates. The addition of this would add a great deal to the firepower of the Indian Navy. The Rafale M comes with anti-ship missiles, cruise missiles, including the Scalp, which can hit targets on land with precision, and long-range air-to-air missiles. The Rafale M fighter will also be integrated with Indian weaponry, including the Astra platform as well. As I mentioned, it will be deployed on the Vikrant and Vikramaditya, the two aircraft carriers that India operates. All of this comes at a time when we are seeing Chinese air power grow substantially in the in the Asia-Pacific region, and many suggest that India needs a ship aircraft carriers with platforms like the Rafale M to take on what seems inevitable, a Chinese carrier deployment in the Indian Ocean. So all this is very important. It's a fillip to military aviation, certainly naval aviation, and integral air as it is known. This performs a very critical role in defending an Indian Navy fleet. It also has a huge offensive capability. Remember, planes like this ensure that a carrier battle group can protect a circumference roughly of hundreds of kilometers from any assault. So that's what this is all about. Remember, the Indian Air Force already operates 36 Rafales. This is different. This has hardened the undercarriage to ensure that operations of aircraft carriers can take place. Very, very significant development.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola. India.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
Welcome back. Former Water Commission Chair has spoken to NDTV. AK Bajaj has spoken on Indus Water Treaty that was recently put on abeyance by India after the terror attack in Pahalgam. And this treaty was suspended. I realized 2 years ago that the treaty favors Pakistan. That's what Mr. Bajaj has said. He has also said that they've started work on 2 new water projects. Let's listen into that conversation that my colleague had with AK Bajaj.
वाटर ट्रीटी को अबेंस में रखने का फैसला सरकार की नई स्ट्रैटेजिक रणनीति का हिस्सा है। इस पर बात करने के लिए मेरे साथ हैं AK बजाज, जो कमिश्नर इंडस रहे हैं और करीब 10 साल तक उन्होंने इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी के तहत टेक्निकल कंसल्टेंट के तौर पर पाकिस्तान के साथ निगोशिएशंस भी किया है। NDTV में आपका स्वागत है। पहला सवाल ये है कि क्या जो अबेंस में रखने का फैसला है इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को, वो फैसला एक शॉर्ट टर्म का डिसीजन है या ये सरकार की लॉन्ग टर्म रणनीति का हिस्सा है?
नहीं, ये करीब 2 साल पहले से ही हमको रियलाइज़ हुआ था कि ये ट्रीटी में बहुत सारे ऐसे प्रोविजंस हैं जो कि पाकिस्तान को बहुत ज़्यादा फेवर कर रहे हैं। तो हम लोगों ने उस वक़्त पाकिस्तान से रिक्वेस्ट किया, जो कि ट्रीटी के अंडर प्रोविज़न है, कि हम लोग ट्रीटी के कुछ पार्ट्स को रीनेगोशिएट करना चाहते हैं। तो वो 2 साल पहले से फैसला हुआ था जब हमने रिक्वेस्ट डाली वर्ल्ड बैंक को और पाकिस्तान को, वी वांट टू गो फॉर रीनेगोशिएशन। और उस 2 साल पहले से हमने फिर प्लानिंग कर ली थी कि हम क्या क्या उसमें चेंजेस चाहते हैं जो एग्जिस्टिंग ट्रीटी में। तो 2 साल से वो काम ऑलरेडी चल रहा है कि ये ट्रीटी को हम कैसे बदलें और कैसे हमारे फेवर में जाए।
तो इस दिशा में कितना 2 साल में क्या नए प्रोजेक्ट्स भी शुरू किए गए हैं भारत पाकिस्तान सीमा पर?
हाँ, अभी तक तो क्योंकि ट्रीटी एब्रोगेट नहीं हुई थी ना, या रीनेगोशिएट नहीं हुई थी, तो जो कुछ हमको ट्रीटी के अंडर हमको जो परमिसिबल था, वही काम हम लोगों ने थोड़ा स्पीडली टेकअप करके और काम शुरू किए हैं कई प्रोजेक्ट्स पे। तो इसमें जैसे कि एक 3.6 मिलियन एकड़ फीट MAF का जो स्टोरेज है, वो इंडिया को अलाउड है क्रिएट करना ऑन द वेस्टर्न रिवर जो पाकिस्तान को पानी जाता है। और वो 3.6 मिलियन एकड़ फीट हम लोग कुछ परमिसिबल उसमें यूजेस हैं जो कि हम उसको यूज़ कर सकते हैं। तो उसके तहत 2 प्रोजेक्ट इंडिया ने ऑलरेडी शुरू कर दिए हैं ऑलमोस्ट। एक पाकुलदुल प्रोजेक्ट है, JNK में है ऊपर काफ़ी, जिसमें काफ़ी काम हो चुका है और उम्मीद है कि अगले 4-5 साल में ऑपरेशनलाइज हो जाएगा। और एक बरसर प्रोजेक्ट है, उसमें भी काफ़ी स्टोरेज है, तो वो भी हम लोग काफ़ी एडवांस प्लानिंग में है। उस पर भी काम शुरू होने पे ऑन द ग्राउंड काम शुरू होने की उम्मीद है जल्दी।
तो इसका मतलब है कि जब ये प्रोजेक्ट्स पूरे हो जाएंगे तो अभी जितना पानी भारत की तरफ से पाकिस्तान पहुंचता है उतना पानी नहीं पहुंचेगा और भारत अपनी ज़रूरत के हिसाब से पानी को स्टोर करना शुरू कर देगा।
हाँ, सिर्फ स्टोर करने से फ़ायदा नहीं होगा, क्योंकि स्टोर आप कितना पानी करते जाएंगे वो कभी ना कभी तो छोड़ना ही पड़ेगा आपका।
Meanwhile, Tahawur Rana, an accused in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, was brought to the Patiala House Court in Delhi today in the midst of tight security. The National Investigation Agency NIA has sought a 12-day custody for Tahawur Rana, and this development comes after he completed an 18-day NIA remand. The NIA took Rana from its headquarters earlier today to appear before the court. Senior advocate Dayan Krishnan and Special Public Prosecutor were also present, and they presented arguments on behalf of the NIA, and this was an in-camera hearing. And what we understand is that the Patiala court has extended Rana's custody. Rana, remember, is a close associate of 26/11 Mumbai attacks conspirator David Coleman Headley, and he was extradited to India after the US Supreme Court rejected his review petition against extradition on the 4th of April. Remember, Tahawur Rana's NIA remand ended today, and he was produced in the Patiala House Court. It's a 12-day NIA custody for Tahawur Rana now, and he is a close associate of 26/11 Mumbai attacks conspirator David Coleman Headley. My colleague Anushka joins us with more details on this. Anushka, tell us what are the main takeaways of Tahawur Rana's presence today? Was he brought in person? And also, what has the court decided?
That's right, Vasudha. The NIA custody that would take in had brought Tahawur Rana an 9% proceed to the NIA, to the Patiala High Court today. Delhi High Court has in fact also now given the order that been given for 12 more days. Now remember, after it will become a 1 month long custody of Tahabur Rana, senior advocate In Kashmir and special public prosecutor Narendra Mahan representing the NDA and in pleading the argument. Tahabur Rana has so far not cooperated with any of the investigation that was going on. Police had in fact also had been responsive, and we're also learning that in fact that more days of custody and for 12 days keeping him the NIA and briefing him regarding his role. Now the NIA has in fact also said that this was not a terror attack but also part of a larger conspiracy that was in fact trying to cross the border.
Right. So Tahabur Rana's custody has been extended. That's what we understand. Thank you so much, Anushka, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other stories, Mumbai residents will soon have to pay almost double the fare for using the best buses of Mumbai, as the BMC has given the nod to increase the bus fares, with the final decision now left to the state government. The proposal for hiking bus fares, the first revision in best bus fares since 2018, was given an approval recently by the BMC. Currently, what we understand is that the fare for non-AC buses around is between ₹5 and ₹20, and for AC buses, it's between ₹6 and ₹25. My colleague Anuj Raite joins us with more details on this. Anuj, the fare hike is expected to mitigate the financial strain on the city bus operating body, is what we understand. But of course, the opposition is saying that this service has been completely neglected for years. Tell us also about the politics that's playing out, and what does this mean for the residents of Mumbai?
Vasudha, BEST has been one of the most cash-strapped institutions of the local authority here in Mumbai for the longest possible time. It has been under debt for a severely long amount of time, and it has also in a way, as the critiques have pointed out, has put the safety of the people at stake because of the lack of funds that it has received. We know what happened in Kurla because of wet lease buses which were taken on contract, and since then the conversation started to grow louder about how the BEST needs to take more buses and increase its fleet. While that is one solution for increasing the revenue of the buses, the other and the most go-to solution which was looked into by the BEST was to increase the fare. And that is what is in motion at the moment. The BEMC, and the Maharashtra government has given a preliminary nod to it, but a final decision will be taken by the Transport Department on it. But Aditya Thackeray in Shiv Sena UBT has already started criticizing this matter and has highlighted how there is a lot of improvement that needs to undergo as far as the BEST is concerned, be it the time, be it the quality of the buses, be it the quality of the drivers, and be it the tremendously low number of buses that are there for 32 lakh people who use the BEST services on a daily basis. Mind you, there are less than 5,000 bus services in motion at the moment for 32 lakh people. All of these things were pointed out by Aditya Thackeray, but as it seems, as far as the BEST activities and the BMC nod is concerned, is that the bus fare increase seems to be inevitable at the moment. But what kind of a role will it play in the upcoming BMC election is something that we'll have to wait and watch out for, because the Bus Kamgar Sena of the UBT, which is the bus union that the party runs, has severely been criticizing this matter, considering that the overall quality of the BEST is not as much as the fare requires at the moment.
Okay, thank you so much, Anuj, for reporting those details. Moving on to stories from the south of India now. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister and also DMK Chief M.K. Stalin on Monday made 9 announcements in the Assembly for the welfare of government employees. These included restoration of earned leave surrender system from the 1st of October this year, and also a 2% hike in the DA or DNS allowance from January 1st. But let me get in my colleague Sam Daniel here with more details on this. Sam, encashment of earned leaves and also 3,200 crore allocated for leave encashment. These are some of those important announcements that M.K. Stalin has made. What we understand is that Finance Minister Thangam Thennarasu in his budget speech had also announced that the EL surrender system, which was suspended due to severe financial strain in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, would be restored from the 1st of April 2026.
The Chief Minister said that it would be restored as early as October 1st this year. This comes as a welcome move for government employees, and this decision is expected to benefit around 8 lakh government employees, mainly teachers, and also the state exchequer could have to incur around 3,000 crore annual expenditure is what we understand. Important set of announcements made by Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin today. My colleague Sam Daniel joins us with more details on this. Sam, tell us about the most important announcements that M.K. Stalin has made. Of course, 2026 assembly elections are also now closer in sight. This restoration of earned leave surrender system, something that was suspended during COVID, and also the hike in DA. What does this mean for government employees, and how many people are these moves expected to benefit?
Vasudha, in a sense, it's raining sops for government employees in Tamil Nadu, with M.K. Stalin announcing 9 major allowances or financial benefits for government employees. The key one is, of course, the restoration of the surrendered leave encashment up to 15 days in a year. And this could benefit 16 lakh government employees across the state. And second one is, of course, the two-way dearness allowance to keep them on par with government employees at the center, and a 5 lakh rupees wedding allowance for any government employee in Tamil Nadu. The larger expectation, of course, is over the restoration of the old pension scheme, for which recently the government had formed a committee which was originally expected to give its report only in the month of November. But now Stalin says that that committee will be asked to give in September, so that any kind of discontentment over that, the Stalin government is trying to quell it. For women, the government is extending the maternity leave from 9 months to 12 months, besides taking into account their probation time as well, to gauge their eligibility for that. And largely, of course, this comes before the 2026 assembly elections, and with 16 lakh government employees and teachers, they constitute a major size of the vote bank, and particularly with the ruling DMK promising the restoration of the old pension scheme. Although that's not been done yet, the party wants to keep them in good humor so that they do not cause any kind of dent or damage electorally for the ruling DMK. This also, in a sense, raises speculation whether Stalin is looking at early polls after fulfilling these things in September.
Right. Sam Daniel, also there's a saying that often Tamil Nadu's governance model is quite strong because a lot of credit goes to bureaucracy, the government institutions. Tell us the importance that the government employees have in a state like Tamil Nadu, and politically, what kind of a role have they had to play?
Vasudha, Tamil Nadu follows the welfare state model, with many government welfare schemes can be implemented only with the support and cooperation of the bureaucrats from the top till those who enforce it on the ground at the lower level. And this is very important. 16 lakh government employees, be it the IAS officers, be it the police, be it the tahsildars or village administrative officers, going down the line to health workers. And it's they who implement schemes like, be it the popular schemes like the free bus rides or the free 1,000 rupee assistance for women, or even the what they call it as doorstep delivery of medical services to improve the health conditions of people. In all these things, government employees can make or mar the image of the government. In that sense, irrespective of the government in power, they make sure they are taken care, they're well taken care. And it's on those lines one looks at M.K. Stalin's announcement, particularly closer to elections due next year.
Right. Thank you, Sam Daniel, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other stories, this time from the judiciary. In the midst of judiciary versus executive face-off, the next CJI, the incumbent CJI, has reiterated his old remark, facing allegations of interfering. Justice P.R. Gavai's big comment, and this was during an OTT hearing in the Supreme Court. Remember, the Supreme Court has also asked for explicit content to be removed, and this is either for legislature or for the executive. As it is, we are facing allegations of encroaching into legislative and executive domains. Anyways, we will issue notice. That's what Justice B.R. Gavai said. This is the second second time he has made this statement. Remember, earlier in a case pertaining to Murshidabad violence, he had made a similar remark. Remember, there's already a judiciary versus executive debate that is going on, and B.R. Gavai has reiterated his comments, saying that we haven't focused on this, and it was during the OTT hearing at the Supreme Court today. Moving on, Supreme Court order release of Ranveer Alabadia's passport. Supreme Court has also expressed apprehensions over pleas seeking transfer of cases to Mumbai from Assam. Supreme Court was told that investigation against Alabadia is complete. Alabadia will appear whenever required. Supreme Court has permitted Ranveer Alabadia to apply for release of his passport from Maharashtra Cyber Cell, and Supreme Court has said that he must be returned his passport. My colleague Nupur Dogra joins us with more details on this. Nupur, this can be seen as a relief to Ranveer Alabadia. Tell us what else did the court say today?
Well, this is a sort of relief to him now as far as considering the permission to travel abroad is concerned. He has been requesting the court from past 2 occasions to grant his passport. The court has allowed release of his passport on certain conditions, taking note that most of the investigation regarding him is complete, and has, however, asked him to comply whenever called for investigation. Secondly, the court, however, it is not a complete relief for Alabadia, as the court today expressed its apprehension about clubbing or transferring the ongoing FIR, the case in Assam to Maharashtra. Remember, the YouTuber has moved the top court seeking the clubbing of FIRs or moving all the cases that have been filed against him across the country to Mumbai. Today, Justice Suryakant, while hearing this case, said that he's not very sure about allowing this transfer to Mumbai, as the Assam case involves particular apprehensions that are particular to Assam. So it is not a complete relief to him, as his main prayer stands in it stands to seek in front of the top court. It will be coming up for hearing next week as well, and it will be important to see how this turns out further.
Right. Thank you, Nupur Dogra, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other stories now. In a major update in accordance with the National Education Policy 2020, the NCERT now has revised its Class 7 textbooks. The curriculum for English and social science subjects have now been updated to focus more on Indian culture and current national issues, is what NDTV has learned. Now, under this, portions of Mughal dynasties and also Delhi Sultanate have been removed from the Class 7 NCERT textbooks, and instead there have been additions of sacred dynasties, including in some organizations and some events such as Mahakumbh, and also flagship government initiatives such as Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, and also Atmanirbharta, Make in India. Now, BJP has called all of this an effort to showcase all eras and also the nation as a whole, and has also said that this is to ensure that there's no repetition in syllabus, to which Congress has said that this is nothing but erasure of history and will only create further religious divide.
New national education policy, as per which has revamped the NCERT syllabus for the class 7th. Now, what has been added and what has been removed from the syllabus? First off, the Delhi Sultanate as well as the Mughal rule has been completely excluded from the syllabus this time. Dynasties like the Tughlaqs, the Khiljis, Mamluks and Lodhis, which were earlier at least portions of which were included in the syllabus and portions were omitted. Now the syllabus finds it completely removed and off the new textbook. So there are no references to the Delhi Sultanate altogether. What has been added to the syllabus is a chapter called How Land Becomes Sacred. Now, this chapter focuses on sacred pilgrimages across India and outside to other religions as well, in Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism and Sikhism. Now, this chapter that is introduced focuses, or rather the concept is based on sacred geography. So, new concept of sacred geography has also been introduced, and these pilgrimage sites have been talked about, such as the 12 Jyotirlingas, the Dham Yatras, the Shakti Pithas as well. Now, this chapter details completely on Indian tradition, Indian ethos, and this is kind of what the focus of the new national education policy is as well. What we also know of the new additions to this new syllabus that has been formed is that of the 12 Jyotirlingas that we just spoke about, and explicitly, in detail mentioning about these pilgrimage sites. So naturally, there is a more focus on the Indian culture. The other edition is that of the Mahakumbh Mela as well, that was held in Prayagraj earlier this year. The book mentions that this Mela had 660 million people that participated from around the globe in it. However, it does not mention the stampede that had happened at the Mahakumbh Mela this time round. There are also references to the government initiatives, the flagship programs of the government in this new textbook as well, of Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, of Make in India schemes. So there is focus on these government schemes in the new textbook as well. What we also know that the textbook mentions is that of the caste system. It says that it earlier provided societal stability, but later it became rigid, particularly under the British rule, leading to certain inequalities. While the NCERT and the centre say that these changes are just to avoid any repetition, the opposition claims that this is an erasure of history from education.
Well, several changes there, and of course a history war that's coming up. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Empower India's growth engine. Join the game changers, industry leaders, policy makers and innovators at NDTV's Emerging Business Conclave. Discover exclusive insights, powerful networking and strategies to accelerate MSME growth in Delhi. NDTV's Emerging Business Conclave, Delhi Chapter, April 28th, only on NDTV Network.
Canada is at a crossroads. Political upheaval, economic uncertainty, and rising voices demanding change.
As the battle for power intensifies, NDTV World brings you unmatched coverage from the heart of the storm.
Welcome to Canada Election Watch, your window into a nation in churn and what it means for us in India.
From ground reports to expert analysis, from diaspora dynamics to the diplomatic impact, NDTV World is tracking every twist and turn.
Canada Election Watch, only on NDTV World. Stay ahead of the story, stay with us.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Welcome back. US President Donald Trump has come out racing out of the gates in his second term in his office, slashing government agencies, launching trade wars with friends and foes alike, and even taking on the judiciary over immigration crackdown. Now, the Republicans' approval rating has sunk since returning to the White House, but his supporters could not care less. My colleague Gauri Dwivedi, who joins us with more details on this. Gauri, there has been tumultuous 100-day period of Donald Trump. How are his supporters looking at this? And also tell us a little bit about his approval rating, because those are being seen as lowest in the last 70 years.
Indeed, Vasudha, his approval ratings as per CNN is at a 70-year low for any president. In the last 70 years, they haven't faced this kind of a rating. Debacle that President Trump faces. When you speak to some of the supporters of President Trump, they say, well, these are the same folks who got the election wrong as well, just about a couple of months back. So they take it not with a pinch, but with a bucket of salt. Having said that, a lot of Donald Trump's core supporters love his shock and awe style of functioning, where he's really pretty much turned the entire DC rule book upside down. There's been a constitutional crisis in the last 100 days. There's been an issue with regard to how the White House deals with the Congress. There's been an issue with regard to the justice system. Then there have been issues with regard to how the government can go ahead and defund institutions and departments that are actually getting funding from the Congress. So covering the entire gamut of possibilities is what the Trump administration has been all about. But if one were to speak about the hallmark of what the last 100 years has been, well, Donald Trump has been true to his words, especially when it comes to his core vote base on two things. He wanted to address the tariff issue, he wanted to address the immigration issue, both of which many executive orders have been in fact undertaken, 135 to be precise have been taken, a lot of which have to do with immigration and tariffs. Some of this has also landed in courts, and it's only a matter of time when we will actually know how much of the tariff dispute that's going on right now will rewrite global trade, and how much of the immigration policies that he's actually executed will stand the court of law. But one thing is sure, in the last 100 days, President Trump has been true to his word in terms of what all he campaigned for, and his supporters back him to the hilt, even though there are some reports that seem to indicate that some of his supporters feel that President Trump's priorities need to align more with the economic challenges that an average American is facing.
Right. Also, Gauri, help us understand what does his first 100 days mean for India, because India has always looked at Trump with a lot of expectation, but also a little bit of apprehension, because he's also seen as somebody who is quite brazen with his words and actions. How would you look at the consequences of his decisions on India, the decisions that he has taken in the first 100 days of his presidency?
For India, there have been three impacts in terms of where all it impacts the US-India relationship and the Indian Americans as well as the community. First, on the trade part of it, India has the 90-day pause period, which allows us to be able to thrash out a trade pact. Reports indicate that we've made a lot of headway in it, and we are quite close to actually finalizing a trade deal between India and US, ensuring that India actually did make the best possible use of the window that exists of the 90-day before, of course, those reciprocal tariffs kick in. So that, I think, is a great plus for India. Second, the impact of the Trump administration has been on the immigration factor. Immigration has been a mixed bag for us, because we've been impacted, both the Indian students as well as the H-1B visa holders, which is the techies, have been impacted. There are some who also indicate that senior citizens who spent more than 180 days outside of US are facing trouble going back. So that's a mixed bag for us that we need to probably wait and watch for in terms of getting more clarity, because some of this, as I said, also landed in courts. The third other impact has also been that Donald Trump has said in unequivocal terms that China is the biggest challenger for the US, something that they face, and that is the biggest priority of his administration as well. Though India has opened up, made progress in terms of some of the thaw that Beijing and New Delhi talks have seen, but nevertheless there is a trust factor that remains. And given that Trump administration is quite focused on the China challenge, I think it's likely to have an impact on New Delhi's relationship, or at least perspective, when it comes to how to go ahead further with Beijing.
Right. My last question to you, and very quickly, if I were to ask you the top three highlights of 100 days of Trump 2.0, Gauri, would you say, apart from, of course, tariffs and immigration, what would be the third point? And of course, what do you think are the biggest takeaways?
I think Signal Gate is one thing that really came very close to rocking the boat, Vasudha, for Trump administration. Pete Hegseth, the defense minister, if we were to say defense minister, defense secretary of US, was almost, his neck was on the line, given that Yemen war plans were being discussed and leaked, not just on chat groups, but also to journalists, to friends and family. So that, I think, has been a very remarkable achievement that he has survived after that big controversy. Beyond that, the big hit, I think, for the Trump administration has also been the fact that they they've opened lines of communication with regard to Russia and Ukraine. Those lines were frozen during Biden era. Whether that leads to a peace deal, how quickly, what will be the terms, that is a separate conversation. But the fact that those lines of communication opened up, I think that again is a big win and a big hit for Trump administration.
Right. Thank you, Gauri Trivedi, for joining us with those details. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you,
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for the top news stories of this hour. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. A Delhi court grants the National Investigation Agency 12 more days of custody of 2611 Mumbai attacks accused Tawahur Hussain Rana. There's partial relief for YouTuber Ranveer Allahabadia. The Supreme Court has ordered that his passport be released, but he will be required to appear whenever he is summoned. A big boost for the Indian Navy. India and France have signed the 63,000 crore deal for 26 Rafale M jets for the Navy. These are expected by 2031. Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta appears on NDTV's event and speaks on the Pahalgam attack. Says every Indian has been moved by this terror attack and it's our responsibility to keep the country first.
तो उस हमले को देख करके सबके दिल में ये भाव जरूर आया होगा कि मुझे अगर मौका मिल जाए तो मैं ही जाकर के बंदूक उठाऊं और गोलियों से भून दूं.
The top leadership of the Congress upset with objectionable statements being made by various party leaders, and all have been instructed to refrain from making any unnecessary remarks. And as the US President Donald Trump all set to complete 100 days of his second US presidency, an extremely disruptive term so far, turning around the global world order. Watch the highlights on NDTV. All right, our top story now. In a Delhi court today granted the plea of the National Investigation Agency, who was seeking custody of 26/11 Mumbai attacks accused Tawahur Rana for 12 more days. He was produced before the special NIA judge after the 18-day NIA custody had expired. This was amid very tight security and with his face covered. There you can see Rana being produced at the court. Now his advocate Piyush Sachdeva was representing him. He, remember, Rana, a close associate of 26/11 Mumbai attacks conspirator David Coleman Headley, was extradited to India after the US Supreme Court rejected his review petition against extradition on April 4th. Well, let's find out more, and let's go across to NDTV's Anushka. And Anushka, tell us, give us more details of what happened in court and what the NIA, what was the arguments they made to have their custody extended.
That's right, Gargi. When Rana was arrested by the NIA, he was produced in the court for the first time, and the NIA had asked for an 18-day custody. Today, the custody had expired, and that is why he was brought for a physical proceeding here at the Delhi High Court, wherein the NIA had argued that there are many more investigation processes that are due, and Tawahur Rana is not very much cooperative. The Mumbai ATS team had come here at the NIA headquarters, where he is lodged currently, to quiz him on regarding several of the logistics and several of the matter in which he was involved with the main conspirator, that is David Headley. Today the NIA has asked for a custody for 12 more days. They have said and have argued that they need to take Tawahur Rana to all those places where this terror attack was planned, and they have to in fact ask Tawahur Rana as to what all the dots, the missing dots, how are they connected, and that is why they need a custody for 12 more days. The court has in fact granted them the custody of 12 more days with tight security. Tawahur Rana was brought here. His face was covered, and after the proceeding, he was taken out, amid high security. He has once again been sent to the NIA headquarters, and there more of the investigation will be taking place. Several of the Mumbai police ATS branch will be coming here and will be taking him to several different locations, is what we are learning from our sources, to recreate the scene of 17 years ago of the dastardly attack that took place. The NIA has said that it was not just a terror attack, there were larger conspiracies that were planned, and Tawahur Rana was the person behind the logistics and the financing of the whole terror attack. He was the person behind providing logistic and finance to David Headley, who was operating under the name Dawood Jilani, and that Tawahur Rana is in fact right now being quizzed regarding all of that. A thorough investigation is in fact going on at the NIA headquarters, where Tawahur Rana is not giving much of the details, but yes, the NIA is in fact investigating upon the whole matter to get to the root of the whole conspiracy that took place and took lives of many of the Indian citizens that were at that were in fact there at the attacks, and those people who are the victims of the attack. Over to you.
All right, thanks so much, Anushka, for taking us through the details of what went on in the NIA court there as the custody was extended of Tawahur Rana. Well, let's now go across to Navneet Vasan, former Joint Director of the CBI. Thank you so much for speaking to us here at NDTV, sir, and help us understand about this investigation so far. As my colleague was telling us, that the NIA planned to take Tawahur Rana to various locations to further hopefully get more information from him regarding the 26/11 attacks.
Yeah, you see, under Section 43D of UAPA Act, the police custody can be given for total number of 30 days. So 18 days was given earlier, and the court has today extended, as your correspondent told, for 12 more days. Now, this case is a very complicated case. It's not a very, very simple, straightforward case, because the conspiracy has taken place over where large number of people were involved. And I'm sure that the number of people from this country who were based here, they were also involved. And it is necessary for an investigation agency like NIA to take Tahur Rana to places and confront people with whom he was in touch. And second thing, one must understand that Tahur Rana is a security risk, so it's not very easy to take him whenever the police wants. You have to take necessary security precautions. So that makes the job of NIA all the more difficult. NIA and for that matter ATS Mumbai. So in this case, there are many mysteries, there are many missing links which we got to establish, for which this custody, I think, was necessary, and the court has accordingly given, has extended the police custody.
That's right, sir. And also at a time when, India has once again has faced a terror attack, the Pahalgam attack, we really need to see some justice done in the 26/11 attack. And that's why getting Tahur Rana's custody has been so key.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. And we are not letting any stone unturned to chase other terrorists who have caused havoc in this country. And our government, our investigation agencies will go all out to see that these... hello?
Yes, do continue, sir. Yes.
So those people are chased wherever they are, and they are brought to justice.
Right, sir. So one can imagine this is going to be a long, drawn out, like we want justice, but it is still going to take some time. Of course, it's been a long while since 26/11, but even now, the NIA, trying to, speak to him. We have heard from sources that Tahur Rana has been very reluctant, as one can imagine, or very forthcoming. However, this is very, very key that one gets to, gets whatever information that one can from him.
They are very difficult to investigate. They are not easy cases. And the investigation agency has to, work very hard, because the effort of the investigation agency would be to ensure that all evidence is collected, produced in the court, so that the accused can be brought to book. That is what the public at large will be looking towards the investigation agencies, that these people are brought to justice.
All right, Navneet Vasan, thank you so much for speaking to us here at NDTV. Well, moving on to some other news now coming in. Some relief for YouTuber Ranveer Alabadia. The Supreme Court today allowed the return of his passport to enable him to travel abroad for work. A bench of Justices Surya Kant and N. Koteswar Singh relaxed the condition after Assam and Maharashtra government said the investigation against him has been completed. Now, the bench asked Alabadia to approach the Maharashtra Cyber Police Bureau for the return of his passport. So, some relief there. On February 18th, the top court had, while protecting Alabadia from arrest in multiple FIRs that had been filed over his comments during a YouTube show, they had directed him to deposit his passport. Now, Alabadia, who's popularly known as Beer Biceps, had been booked for his comments on parents and sex during comic Samay Raina's YouTube show, India's Got Latent. Samay Raina also facing an investigation. So, some relief there. Let's go across to Nupur Dogra joins us, and Anuj also joining us for more on this. Nupur, first you tell us, what happened in court and some mixed relief for Alabadia.
Yes, in fact, when it comes to his passport and permission to travel abroad, it is indeed a relief for Alabadia. The Supreme Court has allowed him to get his passports. Now, however, the case, his petition seeking transfer of the case ongoing in Assam to Maharashtra, which is in fact his first plea that he has moved in the Supreme Court, is still pending with the top court. Justice Surya Kant, while hearing this prayer from his counsel, expressed apprehensions in allowing transfer of the case from Assam to Mumbai, as he said that some of the complaints in the FIR are Assam specific, and it is not that the contents of FIR in Mumbai and Assam are same. So it cannot be that the court was apprehensive about clubbing of FIRs and transferring the case back to Mumbai. Now, when it comes to Samay Raina, the top court, if you remember, had last week, while hearing this case, had directed another foundation, SMA Cure Foundation, to file a separate writ petition, bringing every joke he has made with regards to disabled persons and persons suffering from rare diseases like SMA on record and implead him in that case. Now, the court was it could not be done so far by the as they did not have access to some crucial details, including his address. The top court has granted the petitioner 1 week to make sure that he, along with others who have been seen making crass jokes against rare diseases and persons with disabilities, are brought to notice of the top court and are impleaded in that separate writ petition by that organization. So all in all, trouble for Raina is still there, looming, and Allahabadia's petition is still pending in the top court.
All right, well, let's go across to Anuj now for more. And Anuj, this had been a massive controversy at the time that it broke. You had, members of parliament, ministers all speaking out against Ranveer Allahabadia and the other YouTubers in this entire matter. If you could take us, through all those developments, and today finally some, mixed relief for Ranveer Allahabadia.
After a long hurdle and a long path of Ranveer Allahabadia and Samay Raina facing, not just in court, but also, the wrath of the politicians and legislators in Maharashtra, we can see that some sort of relief coming, especially Ranveer Allahabadia's way. Firstly, we got to know that, he could operate his own YouTube channel, and now with the permission to travel abroad. But if you remember, there was a huge amount of wrath amongst the political circles, especially from the ruling dispensation, who had gone out and calling him out for the kind of content that he would make. There were also instances of, his older content making rounds on social media and getting criticized for various of its nature. And then multiple cases were filed against him in Assam earlier, and then later to Mumbai, which resulted in many summons being given by the authorities here, by the cyber cell and by the Maharashtra police first, and then the cyber cell, not just to Ranveer Allahabadia, but to all those people who were involved in this entire matter. If you remember, it was not just the 6 members on the panel who were called for the investigation or for the interrogation back then, but it was also, all the people who had served on the panel of India's Got Latent Controversy, all of them were called, and a few of the visitors, few of the audience members were also communicated, or rather, were called or summoned by the police for their statements. While this was happening from the ruling dispensation, saying it did not go very well with the opposition, as they had criticized the stance of the government and the stance of Mumbai police on what is termed as the extent to which the state exercised, or the people of the state exercised their freedom of expression. And then, of course, later on, we saw the Kunal Kamra case kind of, served as an extension of the similar debate elsewhere in that circle. But the relief that has come to, Ranveer Allahabadia, especially earlier the rescue from the arrest, and now the fact that he could travel abroad, is seen as a major point of relief for him at the moment. But, there is still a question looming over the amount of restrictions and limitations that have been put forth as far as, the kind of content they could continue to make.
All right, thanks so much, Anuj and Nupur there for joining us with all the very latest developments. Well, some breaking news now coming in big international news, and Vladimir Putin has declared a 3-day ceasefire with Ukraine from May 8th to 10th. This is to mark 80 years since the World War II victory. This is according to a statement that was published by Kremlin. The ceasefire, which was declared out of humanitarian considerations, begins on 8th May at midnight and will last till midnight, May 11th. Remember, this comes at a time that the world is also hoping for a permanent ceasefire, a permanent end to this endless war that has been taking place. But let's go across to Ghazali now for more. And Ghazali, so, some relief there, a 3-day ceasefire declared by Putin. This is to mark 80 years since the World War II victory.
Yeah, certainly a big move by Russia, because it has come perhaps after negotiations which Russia had been arranging or engaging in with Mr. Steve Witkoff, the special envoy of Mr. Trump, who has been engaging with Russia and Ukraine for a ceasefire. Now, as per the statement issued by Kremlin, it says that the ceasefire or the temporary truce will be in effect from midnight on May 7th to May 8th until midnight on May 10th to May 11th. May 10th is the day when Russia will be celebrating the victory day for its victory in World War II. And through this truce, perhaps Mr. Putin is also trying to send a message that he's the one who is trying to achieve peace or looking for peace in this war, and not Ukraine, because the statement also later says that if Ukraine violates the truce, the Russian armed forces will respond effectively. And this is in a series of such announcements which have been made in the recent weeks by Russia, because last time when a truce was announced, both Russia and Ukraine had actively accused each other of targeting their energy infrastructure, because the previous truce was announced with the intervention of the United States, and back then the White House had announced that perhaps perhaps there will be a temporary truce between the two countries, and both countries will avoid targeting the energy infrastructure. But immediately after that announcement, both Russia and Ukraine had accused each other. Visuals came out from both the regions at how both the countries are targeting energy infrastructure. Now this time around, perhaps Russia has taken that lead in announcing the ceasefire or permanent truce, not a ceasefire, and it has said that perhaps it is just to mark the Victory Day, which Russia will be celebrating on May 10th. And we'll have to see whether for 2-3 days on all those dates which the Kremlin says that the truce will be in play there between both the regions, how Ukraine will react to it, or whether the same kind of accusations will fly against each other, or both sides will have such restraint.
That's right, Ghazali. So some relief there. A temporary truce, a 3-day, ceasefire declared by Russia, and we're waiting to see what Ukraine's response is. But this comes at a time, as you mentioned, we're waiting, for a larger end to this war, and something that the U.S. has been talking about. We've heard President Trump just recently saying that, he's very hopeful of that ceasefire being arrived at, and he's urging both sides to hold high-level talks.
Mr. Trump is now using harsh words, because if you remember his few posts which he has put on Truth Social on his personal account, that is stop Putin, because he is also running out of time, because it's been more than 2 months that he's in office, and he came to power riding on this a big claim that he's the president who will stop all the wars, be it in the Middle East or be it in Europe. And he has held talks with both sides in Europe, between with the Russians and with the Ukrainians. He has been sending his envoy, but Russia and Ukraine both doesn't seem to be in that position of stopping the war, because after all the verbal agreements, after all the verbal assurances, the war still continues, the attacks continue from both sides, lives are being lost from both sides, and that is why just in his last post he appeared very frustrated that despite all the assurances, neither Russia is stopping nor the Ukrainian side.
All right, thanks so much, Ghazali, for joining us with all those details. So a 3-day ceasefire has been declared by Putin, and this will be from the 8th of May to 10th to mark 80 years since the World War II victory. In other news, Supreme Court today issued notices to OTT platforms like Netflix, Alt Balaji, as well as social media platforms like Google and Meta. This over a plea seeking regulation to ban explicit content. The court did acknowledge that the petition's significant concerns, emphasizing the need for action. Government counsel in court did say the center is fine-tuning regulations to address the issue of unfiltered content. Well, let's go across to Nupur for more on this story. And Nupur, give us more details of what was said in court. And this is something that, we see being raised time and again.
Well, this particular petition, came up in the top court complaining that there are several platforms, including OTT platforms like Netflix, Amazon Prime, Ulu app, and in fact, social media platforms, including Meta's Instagram and Facebook. They display several obscene content, which includes pornographic material, and they are in fact accessible to everyone, though even if there is a disclaimer on them that this content is made for 18+ audience. Despite that, children right now have huge access to them because of social media platforms like Instagram and Meta. And the Supreme Court also, in fact, expressed concern about this content. However, Justice B.R. Gavai, while hearing this petition, asked the center, and in fact, reiterated his earlier stance that it is the executive's job. It is the legislature's job to bring in regulation for such content online. It is the judge said that of course the presence of such content is concerning, but would it not then the judiciary is already being blamed for stepping into executive and judicial and legislature's avenue or domain. However, SG Tushar Mehta, appearing on behalf of Center, said that of course he also raised apprehension that there are concerning materials online, and he said that this will not be treated as an adversarial intervention from the top court, and he in fact urged the top court to hear the petition. And after taking this submission from Solicitor General Tushar Mehta on record, the Supreme Court has today issued notices to these OTT platforms, including Netflix, Meta, Google, Amazon Prime, Alt Balaji, and other such apps where it has been found where the petitioner has complained that they have some obscene content, which including child pornography and other pornographic stuff, which is now openly available in their trailers, their premieres on social media apps that are run by Meta. So it has in fact raised a genuine concern. The top court also expressed concern about regulating this content. The center has also expressed concern about regulating this concern. And center has told the court that already some regulations are there, but they are also contemplating for bringing in further regulations to regulate such kind of content on OTT platforms. Now, it will be important to see that how this hearing turns up when it comes up next for hearing.
All right. Thanks so much, Nupur, for joining us with those details. And so the Supreme Court also agreeing that something should be done to curb the explicit content on OTT platforms. News now from Karnataka, where Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is in controversy. This after it was seen that the Chief Minister lost his cool and made this slapping gesture to a senior cop. The BJP, in fact, is quick to, capitalize on this and protest at a rally saying that they're protesting over Siddaramaiah's action at a senior cop, where he has scolded the cop and made this slapping gesture. Let's just listen to what the BJP had to say.
Today in Belagavi, CM Siddaramaiah almost slaps on police officers when few karyakartas of BJP goes and protest on the tweets of Siddaramaiah as well as on his wordings as well as on some of the ministers who are insensitive for the people who have lost their life in Pahalgam, showing sympathy towards Pakistan. Similar thing happened with Priyanka Kharge's case. All across Karnataka, whether it is police officers, revenue officials, or mining officials, or anybody else, health officials, they've all been under threat. How insensitive is this? Siddaramaiah should definitely answer for this, and he should have clarity that he is an Indian first, not a Pakistan.
ಕಪ್ಪು ಬಾವುಟ ಇಂಥ ಇದು CM ಅವರು ಎಷ್ಟು ನೋಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಜನರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಯಾವ ಸೋಗುನು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರ ಬೆಲೆ ಏರಿಕೆ ಯಾರಿಂದ ತತ್ತರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಜನರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ನಾಟಕ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಭೆ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಏನು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಅವರ ಹತಾಶ ಮನೋಭಾವವನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ತಿದೆ. ಅವರು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೆ. ಮುಯಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇದೆ. ಶಾಂತಿಯುತವಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಬಂದು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ನಾಳೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಅವ್ರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನುಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ವಾ? ನಮಗೂ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇದೆ, ನಮಗೂ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ದಾರಿಗಳು ನೂರಾರು.
All right, let's go across to Deepak Bopanna now for more. And Deepak, we're seeing those visuals, the Chief Minister really losing his cool on stage, making that slapping gesture, obviously in great anger at that top cop, but the BJP quickly moving in and protesting.
Well, to give you better context of what has happened there, this was a protest that was being staged by the Congress party, an event that was organized to protest against the increase in prices of LPG and several other by the centre. Now, during these protests, a few BJP karyakartas, women karyakartas, began to stage a protest against Mr. Siddaramaiah. The protest that the BJP workers were trying to stage is over his recent comments about the Pahalgam terror attack, where he had said that there was no need for war. He had questioned the centre about the intelligence failure and so on. Now, immediately after that, Mr. Siddaramaiah, of course, was quite irked. On the stage was an additional SP. He is from Dharwad. He was posted for security around the dais itself. He points at him, he asks him where the SP is and, how are they letting such things happen. He then, of course, makes a gesture which looks like, he's almost slapping him. This has drawn a lot of flack from the BJP. But, of course, several questions are also being raised as to how BJP workers were allowed inside this Congress event, and was this the right form of protest even if they wanted to? Right now, you've heard from the BJP spokesperson there mentioning about other instances where, Congress leaders or Mr. Siddaramaiah himself has lost his cool. No response is coming from the Karnataka Chief Minister. We're expecting one very soon. Meanwhile, as far as the protests that were carried out by the BJP, we've seen Lakshmi Hepalkar, the minister in the Chief Minister's, in Mr. Siddaramaiah's cabinet, who's gone on to question the intentions behind the BJP making the protest in a peaceful event that the Congress had organized, and also warning that such protests can also happen from the Congress party when BJP holds rallies or events like this.
All right, so the Karnataka Chief Minister there losing his cool on stage. Thanks so much, Deepak, for joining us with all details of this entire controversy. Now, a special report from Jammu and Kashmir in India's war on terror in the aftermath of the Pahalgam attacks. It's been a fourth day of Pakistani troops resorting to unprovoked firing and violating the ceasefire along the line of control. NDTV reports from Kashmir's most hostile crossing, the Shopian-Pulwama crossing. Here's a special report.
With permission, we've just decided to join this foot patrol by the Special Operations Group. This is part of the Naka itself. We've sought special permission, so it's not disrupting any operations that are taking place. They're just moving from one place to the other. So we've just jumped in to reflect the difficulty of the kind of work that the Jammu and Kashmir police is doing right now. Remember, many of the men, all of the men are from here, from communities around here, and therefore it is a sensitive tightrope that needs to be walked between professional duties and their families. And therefore, the work that they do becomes difficult on a daily basis. And at a time when, the homes of people, some of them from their own villages, are being destroyed, it becomes an emotionally difficult experience. They're some of the most professional warriors, that we're showing you here on NDTV. And we salute them in so many ways. I'm sure I say this on behalf of all Indians when we say we thank all of our security personnel for the extremely difficult job they do in a place that has so many shades of grey. But as we continue to report on this patrol, this checkpoint, and all of these warriors who have no choice but to stay awake, this is a 24-hour Naka here between Shopian and Pulwama. We will continue to bring you stories like this up close of just what an incredibly critical job that they do.
And Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta attended an NDTV event in Delhi, an NDTV conclave, where she also spoke of the Pahalgam attack and said that every Indian was moved by this terror attack, that our responsibility is to keep nation first, and every citizen of the nation is angry.
देखिए दिल्ली और बाकी यहाँ अर्बन सेंटर्स के साथ में एक ये बात होती है कि वहाँ ज़्यादातर जनता हाईली एजुकेटेड लोग होते हैं, पढ़े लिखे लोग होते हैं, तो उनकी शायद जिम्मेदारी भी ज़्यादा बन जाती है कंपेयर टू लोग जो एक्सपोज नहीं हैं, जिन्होंने ट्रैवल नहीं किया या जिनकी पढ़ाई लिखाई उतनी नहीं है. पढ़े लिखे लोगों की एक जिम्मेदारी भी ज़्यादा बनती है. एज अ दिल्ली चीफ मिनिस्टर, एज अ चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ द नेशनल कैपिटल, एज अ लेडी चीफ मिनिस्टर, आपका दिल्ली वालों के लिए क्या कहना है कि दिल्ली वालों को दिल्ली में रहते हुए या आते जाते समय अपनी किन जिम्मेदारियों का सबसे ज़्यादा ध्यान रखने की ज़रूरत है, ताकि उसी कोलैबोरेशन से लोग ऐसा फील कर सकें कि दिल्ली एक्चुअली एक वर्ल्ड क्लास ग्लोबल सिटी के रास्ते पे है. आपका दिल्ली वालों के लिए क्या मैसेज?
ये आपने बहुत मेरे मतलब की बात कही. मुझे हमेशा से ये लगता है, देखो पूरे देश में पहलगांव की चर्चा है, मैं उससे जोड़ती हूँ इसे. जब मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कह सकती हूँ कि पूरे देश में, पूरी दिल्ली में और यहाँ इस हॉल में बैठे हुए भी जितने लोग होंगे, उस हमले को देख करके सबके दिल में ये भाव जरूर आया होगा कि मुझे अगर मौका मिल जाए तो मैं ही जा कर के बंदूक उठाऊं और गोलियों से भून दूं उन्हें. ऐसी देशभक्ति, ऐसा देश के प्रति प्यार सबके अंदर है. हर व्यक्ति सोचता है मुझे मौका मिले तो शायद मैं कुछ कर पाऊँ, पर मैं आपको विश्वास से बता सकती हूँ किसी को मौका मिलेगा ही नहीं. ना सरहद पे जाने का, ना गोली मारने का दुश्मन को, और ना सीने पे गोली खाने का. देश के लिए मरने का एक भी मौका नहीं है हम सबके पास. देश के लिए मरने का एक भी मौका हमारे पास नहीं है. हमारे पास यदि कुछ मौका है तो देश के लिए जीने का मौका है.
All right, and in Jammu and Kashmir, the Assembly held a special session today to condemn the Pahalgam terror attack, where MLAs observed a moment of silence to pay respects to the victims. And in a powerful speech, Chief Minister Omar Abdullah said that from Kathua to Kupwara, there's no town or village where people did not come out and protest against this attack and say, "Not in my name." He also said that this may mark the beginning of the end of terror in the valley.
मेजबान होते हुए मेरी जिम्मेदारी थी कि सही सलामत मैं इन्हें यहां से वापस भेजूं, नहीं भेज पाया और माफी मांगने के अल्फाज नहीं थे। क्या कहता हूं उनको, उन छोटे बच्चों को जिन्होंने अपने वालिद को खून में लपेटा हुआ देखा, उस नेवी अफसर की विधवा को जिनको शादी हुए ही चंद दिन हुए थे। मुझे एक दो आए, मुझे कहा हमारा कसूर क्या था, हम पहली मर्तबा कश्मीर आए थे छुट्टी मनाने के लिए, और इस छुट्टी का जिंदगी भर अब हमें खमियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा। क्या यह हमारी इजाजत से हुआ? हम में से कोई इस हमले के साथ नहीं है। इस हमले ने हमें अंदर से खोखला किया, लेकिन इस हमले ने, क्योंकि हर खराबी में कहीं ना कहीं हमें कोई रोशनी की किरण ढूंढने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। बहुत मुश्किल है इन हालात में वो रोशनी ढूंढना, लेकिन स्पीकर साहब, पहली मर्तबा 26 साल में मैंने जम्मू कश्मीर में किसी हमले के बाद लोगों को इस तरह बाहर आते हुए नहीं देखा। मिलिटेंसी, टेरर, दहशत, आतंकवाद, इसका खात्मा तब होगा जब लोग हमारे साथ होंगे, और ये स्पीकर साहब उस मौके की शुरुआत है। अगर कि हम इस मौके पे एहतियात से कदम जो है लें, हमारे तरफ से कोई ऐसा कदम नहीं उठना चाहिए जिससे कि हम लोगों को अपने से दूर करें। हम बंदूक के जरिए मिलिटेंसी को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, उसको खत्म नहीं कर सकते। खत्म तब होगा जब लोग हमारे साथ होंगे। नौजवान आदिल के बारे में क्या कहें? अब जान की परवाह सबको होती है, लेकिन अपनी जान की फिक्र ना करते हुए टूरिस्टों को, अपने मेहमानों को बचाने के लिए वो अपनी जान की कुर्बानी दे गया। मैं सलाम करता हूं। यही है हमारी मेहमान नवाजी। उसके साथ साथ उनका शुक्रिया करता हूं कि उन्होंने ये किया।
With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news on the other side, and the Congress leadership has asked members to stop making any remarks on the Pahalgam attack.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
A post by the Foreign Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, said spoke to Foreign Secretary David Lammy of UK today, discussed the cross-border terrorist attack at Pahalgam, underlined the importance of zero tolerance for terrorism.
Canada is at a crossroads. Political upheaval, economic uncertainty, and rising voices demanding change.
As the battle for power intensifies, NDTV World brings you unmatched coverage from the heart of the storm.
Welcome to Canada Election Watch, your window into a nation in churn and what it means for us in India.
From ground reports to expert analysis, from diaspora dynamics to the diplomatic impact, NDTV World is tracking every twist and turn.
Canada Election Watch, only on NDTV World. Stay ahead of the story, stay with us.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you.
Welcome back. Some breaking news now coming in from Spain and Portugal, where massive power outage has been reported in several of the cities, and this has disrupted critical infrastructure. There are reports in the local media that services, train stations, airports have also been impacted. Let's go across to Disha for more. And Disha, give us more details of what's happening. And there are reports that slowly, power is coming back in some places.
Right, Gargi. So, various cities from Spain, Portugal and even southern France were affected by a major power outage. And now, as you mentioned, there are reports that the power is back in certain areas, but the power outage and the blackout remains in various parts of these countries as well. And this has severely affected the transport as well as telecommunications, hospitals, airports and trains. So, in terms of the blackout, one of the reasons that is being speculated of the behind this outage is a fire which has disrupted a high voltage power line in southern France, but it is yet to be ascertained whether this was the main reason or there were other reasons. In fact, Spanish national security committees and departments are also speculating that a hacking could have been a reason behind this power outage, but all of the main
cause behind it remains unclear, but the electrical companies, some of the main electrical companies in Portugal and Spain are now saying that they are working to restore power, and in some cities the power has already been restored. But this is quite a developing story, and in fact millions in these cities in Spain, Portugal and southern France have been affected by this massive blackout that is quite rare to witness in Europe.
All right, thanks so much, Disha. So still not known what has caused this outage, but one can imagine how disruptive and chaotic it must be. But some good news there that slowly power is coming back in some of those cities. So major disruptions there in Portugal, Spain and even parts of France. In other news, the Congress leadership has asked its party members to avoid making any unnecessary remarks after the Pahalgam terror attack. The party's leadership has said that such comments don't reflect its position, that an official statement has been made and individual remarks do not reflect their position. This distancing comes amid a political row over remarks made by several congressmen, including even the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Well, let's go across to Sunil Prabhu now for more. And Sunil, give us more details of this and the Congress now distancing itself from remarks made by various leaders, including the Karnataka Chief Minister.
That's right. The Karnataka Chief Minister, Manish Shankaraya, Shashi Tharoor, the list carries on. Everyone has their own viewpoint, and the Congress party making it clear that what Rahul Gandhi, as well as the Congress president, said at the all-party meeting, as well as the party resolution, which we reported about, two aspects that they've made very clear. One, of course, Mr. Kharge pointing out the Prime Minister's absence at the all-party meeting, saying it would have been good if he was present rather than the CCS members conveying to him, because that would have been the best way to speak in one voice to the entire nation. And the second, of course, that they fully support the government in whatever decision they take, irrespective of the fact that the questions they asked about the, in terms of intelligence failure, the lack of security in Pahalgam, where tourists were there, and all those other aspects. So it's in that backdrop now that the Congress has come out very strongly against its own leaders to not, create a situation which is embarrassing for it, and that is why I've made it clear that only the authorized spokespersons will speak on this important aspect.
All right. Thanks so much, Sunil, for joining us with those details. So leaders instructed to not make any unnecessary remarks, and top leadership said to be upset over some of those remarks being made. And in other news, farm leader Rakesh Tikayat's remarks have ignited a controversy. Tikayat opposed stopping water to Pakistan. Remember, after the Pahalgam attack, India has said that they will not provide water to Pakistan as has been prescribed in the Indus Water Treaty. However, Shivraj Singh Chauhan has hit back on this and said we won't give water to killers.
एक समझौता हो रहा पहला, तो उसमें तो गलत निर्णय है उसका, वो तो जो समझौता है वो तो लागू रहना चाहिए। हम उसके पक्ष में नहीं, पानी हम किसान हैं, अगर वहाँ का किसान तो कहीं का भी हो, पूरे भारत का किसान हो, इस पर प्रभावित हो उस पर ये नहीं, जो पानी का तो वो नहीं, उसका नहीं हमने सही मानते। पानी तो चलता रहना चाहिए, पानी बिना तो सब कुछ बेकार हो जाएगा मामला।
कुछ लोग सरकार का विरोध करते करते देश का विरोध करने लगे हैं। जिन्होंने निर्दोषों का खून बहाया है उसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं, उन्हें पानी नहीं देंगे।
All right, Naresh Tikayat's remarks, they're sparking a controversy. In other news, India today signed a 63,000 crore deal to buy 26 Rafale M fighter jets from France, set to dominate the skies from the aircraft carriers INS Vikrant and INS Vikramaditya. These advanced jets will bolster India's maritime power, countering threats in the Indian Ocean. NDTV's Vishnu Shom with the details.
So India has signed that critical 63,000 crore plus rupee deal with France for 26 Rafale M fighters. Let's give you a couple of details on why this is such an important development. Let's roll that footage of the fighter itself. It's a 63,000 crore rupee deal. These are the fighters that the Indian Navy will be acquiring. The first jets will be entering service in a couple of years from now, but I expect it'll be only about 2031, 2032 before all 26 are deployed. This is the exact jet that India is getting, filmed on the French aircraft carrier. France is the only other country that operates this variant of the jet, which is considerably more advanced than the MiG-29K that the Indian Navy operates. The addition of this would add a great deal to the firepower of the Indian Navy. The Rafale M comes with anti-ship missiles, cruise missiles, including the Scalp, which can hit targets on land with precision, and long-range air-to-air missiles. The Rafale M fighter will also be integrated with Indian weaponry, including the Astra platform as well. As I mentioned, it will be deployed on the Vikrant and Vikramaditya, the two aircraft carriers that India operates. All of this comes at a time when we are seeing Chinese air power grow substantially in the in the Asia-Pacific region, and many suggest that India needs a ship aircraft carriers with platforms like the Rafale M to take on what seems inevitable, a Chinese carrier deployment in the Indian Ocean. So all this is very important. It's a fillip to military aviation, certainly naval aviation, and integral air as it is known. This performs a very critical role in defending an Indian Navy fleet. It also has a huge offensive capability. Remember, planes like this ensure that a carrier battle group can protect a circumference roughly of hundreds of kilometers from any assault. So that's what this is all about. Remember, the Indian Air Force already operates 36 Rafales. This is different. This has hardened the undercarriage to ensure that operations of aircraft carriers can take place. Very, very significant development.
Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta was at the NDTV conclave on emerging business, Delhi chapter, and she spoke on various schemes as well as challenges for her government. She spoke on the Ayushman scheme that was launched today in Delhi, and also on pollution, which is a huge challenge for Delhi, and as well as Yamuna cleaning.
जो इसके कंपोनेंट है एयर पोल्यूशन के, चाहे वो आपकी डस्ट हो, क्योंकि आधे से ज़्यादा शहर तो आपका ओपन है, वहाँ पे ना ग्रीनरी है ना आप वो सीमेंटेड है. दूसरा इसमें व्हीकलर पोल्यूशन कि आपके जो व्हीकल पूरे शहर में चलते हैं उसका पोल्यूशन होता है. और ये जो डस्ट पार्टिकल एयर में रहते हैं ये कोई 2 महीने के लिए नहीं आते, ये साल भर है. वो आज गर्मी के मौसम में भी है, वो सर्दी के मौसम में भी है, हर समय है. तो हमने आते ही जितनी योजनाएं बनाई, हमने वाटर स्प्रिंकलर्स थे, हमने जो स्मोक गन्स थी, पूरा साल भर चले एक्सेप्ट मानसून मौसम, क्योंकि उस टाइम तो ईश्वर बारिश कर रहा है. तो पूरा साल भर स्प्रिंकलिंग हो, पूरा साल भर स्मोक गन्स चलें ताकि जो एयर पॉल्यूटिंग कंटेंट हैं वो बैठ जाएं. ये साल भर की योजना बनाई.
और सेम यमुना पॉल्यूशन के लिए?
यस, यमुना. देखिए, यमुना जी पे भी केवल बातें हुई. सरकार ने 8,000 करोड़ रुपए पिछली सरकार को दिया. अब वो उन्होंने कहाँ खर्च किया, क्या कर दिया, पर यमुना को सॉल्यूशन नहीं मिला. तो हम जो भी मेजरमेंट्स हैं उन सबको कर रहे हैं, और यमुना आपको एक दिन ज़रूर ऐसा मिलेगा जब साफ दिखाई देगी और आप सब उसके किनारे बैठ कर के यमुना जी की आरती करेंगे और मन से जो आपके भाव हैं उनको पूरा करेंगे.
अभी आप एक कार्यक्रम से आ रही हैं जिसमें पहली बार फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ दिस सिटी, एटलीस्ट इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ नेशनल कैपिटल, 70 साल के ऊपर के तमाम लोगों को एक हेल्थ कार्ड, आयुष्मान भारत का हेल्थ कार्ड हमने रोल आउट किया है. क्या आइडिया है इस बुनियादी हेल्थ सुविधा को देने के पीछे आपका नेशनल कैपिटल के सिटीजन्स के लिए?
मैं एक्चुअली बताऊं, सच में जो 70+ एज ग्रुप के हमारे रेजिडेंट हैं देश के, उनको ये हेल्थ एश्योरेंस मिलना सरकार की ओर से कि आप निश्चिंत हो जाइए, आपकी किसी तकलीफ़ में, आपकी किसी बीमारी की स्थिति में सरकार विल टेक केयर ऑफ़ यू. आपकी पूरा ध्यान रखेगी, आपका इलाज कराएगी, आपकी टेस्टिंग्स, आपका हर वो मेडिकल एक्सपेंडिचर जो आपको अपने बूते पे करना कई बार डिफ़िकल्ट हो जाता है, कई बार आपके बच्चे भी उतना सपोर्ट नहीं कर पाते, कई बार सिचुएशंस बड़ी ऑड होती है। ऐसे में सरकार जो अपने सीनियर सिटीजन्स की केयर टेकिंग कर रही है, ये ना केवल दिल्ली के लिए, मैं बताऊं पूरे विश्व में आप कोई देश उठा के देख लीजिए, ऐसी योजना आपको मिलेगी नहीं। ये पूरे वर्ल्ड के लिए एक विजनरी योजना है जिसमें आप अपने देश के, अपने शहर के 70 साल से ऊपर के बुजुर्गों का इलाज करा रहे हैं डिस्पाइट ऑफ देयर इनकम स्टेटस। उनका धर्म, जाति, स्टेटस कुछ भी इसमें काउंट नहीं करता। आपके पास उस शहर का आधार कार्ड हो, आप वहाँ के लोकल रेजिडेंट है, दैट इज़ एनफ। आप सोचिए कितनी खूबसूरती है इस योजना में कि एक अमीर आदमी जो अपने सब कुछ उसके पास होगा उसके लिए भी ये योजना है, और एक गरीब रेडी पटरी वाला व्यक्ति भी, उसके लिए भी वो सेम योजना है। और सही बताऊं, अमेरिका हो या कोई और बड़ा देश हो, अगर उन्होंने कोई हेल्थ का प्रोविज़न अपने सिटीजन्स के लिए क्रिएट किया होगा तो केवल उसका क्राइटेरिया है आप टैक्स पेई हैं कि नहीं है। अगर आप टैक्स पेई हैं तो गवर्नमेंट विल गिव यू हेल्थ असिस्टेंस। पर ये जो योजना है, वेदर यू आर टैक्स पेयर और नॉट, कुछ भी आपका स्टेटस है, आपको ये योजना समान रूप में हर एक बुजुर्ग को मिल रही है। मैं सच में थैंक्स करना चाहूँगी नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी का, जिनकी वजह से आज दिल्ली के सब बुजुर्गों को उनको एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत लाभ मिला है, योजना मिली है और जीने का एक नया अधिकार मिला है।
और मैं ये इसी बात पे आने वाला था कि प्रधानमंत्री का पर्सनल फोकस इस योजना को लेके बहुत रहा है। पर्सनली उन्होंने खुद पुश किया है 70+ की आरोग्य स्कीम को देश भर के लिए, और काफ़ी दिनों से ये रुकी हुई थी नेशनल कैपिटल में, और अब आपको लगता है कि आप इसको पूरा स्प्रेड दे पाएंगी। वो लोग खासकर जिनको कि इस तरह की चीज़ों की जानकारी नहीं पहुंच पाती है, जो लोगों को जानकारी हो जाती है वो तो जानकारी से सुविधा का फ़ायदा उठा लेते हैं, उनको भी आपकी सरकार कोशिश करेगी कि क्या उनको पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन दे और वो इसका फ़ायदा ले सके?
मैं प्रॉमिस करती हूँ दिल्ली के हर एक 70 साल से ऊपर के बुज़ुर्ग को कि आप हम तक पहुँचे या ना पहुँचे, सरकार आप तक पहुँचेगी और एक एक बुज़ुर्ग का रजिस्ट्रेशन करा के उसको इस हेल्थ योजना का पूरा लाभ मिलेगा।
वाटर लॉगिंग का चैलेंज है बस आने वाला है अब आपके पास कुछ 45 दिनों के अंदर। वो भी बड़ा कुछ एक पॉइंट्स ऐसे हैं दिल्ली में जो कि हर बार इंटरनेशनल शेम बनते हैं हमारे, जैसे कि मिंटो ब्रिज। वहाँ पे
आपको मालूम कितने वाटर लॉगिंग के पॉइंट है दिल्ली में? लगभग 550 पॉइंट पे दिल्ली में बड़े वाटर लॉगिंग पॉइंट है। हर बार वर्षों तक आप सब ने देखा मिंटो ब्रिज के नीचे बस डूबी हुई है। ये पिक्चर एक ऐसी स्टैंडर्ड हो गया है जो हर बारिश में अखबार में फ्रंट पेज पे छपनी ही छपनी है। आपको तिलक ब्रिज पे पानी मिलेगा ही मिलेगा। आपके ऐसे पॉइंट जो आपके घरों के आसपास है, आपको वो वर्षों से उस पिक्चर को आप देखते हैं। और दिल्ली में देखिए तकलीफ किस बात की, दिल्ली वाले किसी वेदर को एंजॉय नहीं कर सकते। सर्दी आती है तो पॉल्यूशन आ जाता है, बारिश आता है तो ट्रैफिक जैम और वाटर लॉगिंग आ जाती है।
अच्छा है मुख्यमंत्री जी, आपने मुख्यमंत्री होके ये बात बोल ली। अच्छा
मैं बोल रही हूँ भाई, मुझे इस बात को कहने में कोई शर्म, तकलीफ जरूर है, शर्म नहीं है कि जहाँ से हमें शुरू करना है, जहाँ हम खड़े हैं, मैं कोई गलत पिक्चर पोर्ट्रेट करके नहीं आगे बढ़ना चाहती। आप गर्मियों में हीट वेव का प्रॉब्लम है, हर मौसम कुछ ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम लेके आता है, पर उसका टाइमली समाधान हो जाए, उसकी एक पूरी वर्किंग हो जाए, वो अपना देख रही है। नाले भी डिसिल्ट होने चाहिए, आपके वाटर लॉगिंग के पॉइंटों को भी आपने कर्व करना है। आज मिंटो ब्रिज पे खुद हमने घंटों खड़े होके, कैसे होगा, मैं खुद 6 टैंकर पानी वहाँ लेके गई, गिरवाया, दिखाया कि भाई पानी आपका। एक बारिश में तो ये हुआ कि सरकार ने पंप लगा दिया, जब बारिश आई तो वो पंप ही डूब गया और वो ट्रैफिक जाम के कारण ऑपरेटर पहुँच ही नहीं पाया। तो ऐसी पढ़ी लिखी सरकार भी किस नाम की। तो हमने जो इस बार किया मिंटो ब्रिज पे, एक ऑटोमेटिक पंप जो ज़मीन से लगभग 10 फुट की ऊंचाई पे हमने उसको प्लेस किया, और जैसे ही पानी का लेवल एक मेजर के ऊपर जाएगा, ऑटोमेटिक पंप काम करना शुरू कर देगा। तो ये सारी चीज़ों की तैयारी आज हमने कर दी कि बारिश आएगी तो हमें और क्या क्या चीज़ें ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है, जिसको हमें आज ही करना है।
Well, it's been 100 100 days of Trump 2.0 since Donald Trump took charge for a second time, and it's been quite a tumultuous time. Let's go across to Disha for more as NDTV special coverage on 100 days of Donald Trump. And I think, Disha, the most disruptive aspect, there have been many disruptions, of course, but most disruptive have been the tariff announcements, isn't it?
Absolutely. When it comes to tariffs, the policy flip-flop that the Trump administration has continued to show has been, as you mentioned, one of the big disrupting factors. And in fact, it has led to a lot of uncertainty when it comes to the voter mood, the opinions in the by the Americans towards the economy. And because the fact is, tariffs impact all portions of life, all sectors of lives for not just the Americans but across the world. And the Trump administration, whether it comes on April 2nd when they impose the much feared reciprocal tariffs, and then within 6 days paused all of these tariffs, and now they are in a trade war, an escalating trade war with China. And now, in fact, US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying that India is one of the first countries that is likely to ink a trade pact with the US. There's been so much back and forth and so much flip-flops by the Trump administration that it has become quite difficult to ascertain what the Trump administration really wants to do when it comes to tariffs. And in fact, that has impacted US opinions towards the economy and its growth in the next year. So that has been one of the big disruptions in the 100 days of the Trump administration.
That's right. Disha, thanks so much for joining us, and do watch our special coverage. Despite everything, remember, Donald Trump's supporters love the unconventional billionaire. That's all from me for the moment. News continues right here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. Empower India's growth engine. Join the game changers, industry leaders, policy makers and innovators at NDTV's Emerging Business Conclave. Discover exclusive insights, powerful networking and strategies to accelerate MSME growth in Delhi. NDTV's Emerging Business Conclave, Delhi Chapter, April 28th, only on NDTV Network.
Canada is at a crossroads. Political upheaval, economic uncertainty, and rising voices demanding change.
As the battle for power intensifies, NDTV World brings you unmatched coverage from the heart of the storm.
Welcome to Canada Election Watch, your window into a nation in churn and what it means for us in India.
From ground reports to expert analysis, from diaspora dynamics to the diplomatic impact, NDTV World is tracking every twist and turn.
Canada Election Watch, only on NDTV World. Stay ahead of the story, stay with us.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Very good evening and welcome to NDTV. It's 6 p.m. Time for news break, ladies and gentlemen. An action-packed hour lined up for you with the top stories of the day. We'll get our focus on Kashmir as well, but before that, other important stories in the headlines at this hour. Supreme Court issues notices to OTT platforms on plea seeking OTT regulation. Delhi court grants the National Investigation Agency 12 more days of custody of 26/11 Mumbai attacks accused Tahabur Hussain Rana. Partial relief for controversial YouTuber Ranveer Allahabadiya. Supreme Court orders release of Allahabadiya's passport. Allahabadiya to appear whenever required before the authorities, says the court. India, France signed 63,000 crore deals of 26 Rafale M jets for Indian Navy. Big boost for India's fighting capabilities. Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta exclusively speaks to NDTV, says every Indian moved by Pahalgam attack, our responsibility is to keep the nation first.
हमले को देख करके सबके दिल में ये भाव जरूर आया होगा कि मुझे अगर मौका मिल जाए तो मैं ही जाकर के बंदूक उठाऊं और गोलियों से भून दूं.
Vladimir Putin announces 3-day ceasefire with Ukraine from May 8 to May 10. Big step between Russia and Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, the Supreme Court today made some very important observations and also has issued notices to OTT platforms like Netflix, Alt Balaji, and others as well. And there are some social media platforms including Google and Meta. The notices of these social media giants, those who are part and parcel of our daily lives, is over a plea seeking regulation and ban on explicit content. Because remember, largely these OTT platforms like Netflix and others, they do not adhere to the same regulations of the censorship or the censor board like the movies and other releases in the country. So for violence and for other explicit content, there is a plea which has been put across, which says that absence of rule leads to sharing of explicit material. Because many of these are not age regulated, or even if they are age regulated, there is no guarantee of who's watching, then becomes a problem. Seek central authority to monitor online content. This has been an ongoing, at least a debate when it comes to between censorship and freedom of expression as far as the filmmakers and these platforms are concerned. The plea also says that child pornography is being shared through these platforms, may increase crime rate and harm social values, so on and so forth. But the fact remains, ladies and gentlemen, that these shows or the films which are being made, they at least put out a certification of who should watch it and who, in fact, it is suitable for. Now, the petition's significant concerns are emphasizing the need for action, and many now see this as a precursor to government moving in with some sort of regulation as far as these contents are concerned. Let me go across at this moment to my colleague Nupur Dogra, who's bringing us more details on this big story.
Well, this particular petition, came up in the top court complaining that there are several platforms, including OTT platforms like Netflix, Amazon, Amazon Prime, Ulu app, and in fact, social media platforms, including Meta's Instagram and Facebook. They display several obscene content, which includes pornographic material, and they are in fact accessible to everyone, though even if there is a disclaimer on them that this this content is made for 18 plus audience, despite that children right now have huge access to them because of social media platforms like Instagram and Meta. And the Supreme Court also, in fact, expressed concern about this content. However, Justice B.R. Gavai, while hearing this petition, asked the center, and in fact, reiterated his earlier stance that it is the executive's job. It is the legislature's job to bring in regulation for such content online. It is the judge said that of course the presence of such content is concerning, but would it not? Then the judiciary is already being blamed for stepping into executive and judicial and legislature's avenue or domain. However, SG Tushar Mehta, appearing on behalf of Center, said that of course he also raised apprehension that there are concerning materials online, and he said that this will not be treated as an adversarial intervention from the top court, and he in fact urged the top court to hear the petition. And after taking this submission from Solicitor General Tushar Mehta on record, the Supreme Court has today issued notices to these OTT platforms, including Netflix, Meta, Google, Amazon Prime, Alt, Balaji, and other such apps where it has been found where the petitioner has complained that they have some obscene content, which including child pornography and other pornographic stuff, which is now openly available in their trailers, their premieres on social media apps that are run by Meta. So it has in fact raised a genuine concern. The top court also expressed concern about regulating this content. The center has also expressed concern about regulating this concern, and center has told the court that already some regulations are there, but they are also contemplating for bringing in further regulations to regulate such kind of content on OTT platforms. Now, it will be important to see that how this hearing turns up when it comes up next for hearing.
Right, Nupu, thank you for joining us with all those details. So is this the precursor for another round of censorship, as many critique would call it? They very clearly mention who is it suitable, whatever content that you're consuming, what is the age group it is suitable for? Or should we just, let the government decide what people should be watching or not? Joining me at this moment, Mr. Rahul Eshwar. He's an activist who is joining us at this moment. He has, in fact, also led a few campaigns, on issues regarding as such. And also, we are being joined at this moment is Shahzad Khan, actor. Thank you so much for joining us, gentlemen. Rahul, let me ask you this. I mean, why should the government decide what I watch? These OTT platforms, whatever content that they create, they very clearly label it, whether it is suitable for adults or over 16 years or over 13 years or 11 years and so on and so forth. As a parent, as somebody who may be bothered whether children have access to all this or not, you have the option of parental control. Why make it a national issue about it?
Please remember, that's a classic liberal argument which may sound good, but which will not run good in the real life. For example, there are websites that's easily available in India called RapeTube, that shows, vulgar and rape pictures. Child pornography is easily available. There are more extreme forms which I cannot even tell, that is available. So shouldn't we have some kind of a control? Nobody is saying that, you have to be the Aloknath, Sanskari person. But at the same point of time, some line has to be drawn somewhere, right? But some Lakshmana Rekhas are always there.
Sure.
And I am a
But Rahul, can I, sorry, because you were making this argument that all these are available. But there are already remedies within the law which are available for them. If there is child pornography being shown, then you can register an FIR, and that person or that site or whatever is showing that pornographic content will be blocked, will be arrested. So why take it out on these content providers?
But please remember, the law many times doesn't have a teeth. For example, right now I am speaking in UAE. There are many pornographic materials that is absolutely not available in net. See, we have to have a nuanced debate in this. We have to, categorize erotica as different and pornography as different. The hardcore, extreme pornographic material are freely available. That will psychologically damage our children. Please don't think, I am the Harichandra or I am the Sri Rama or I am the, holier than thou person. But having said that, I am a person who gave the first complaint complaint against Ranveer Ahluwalia. There are some lines that we have to limit. I'm not being the Sanskari Aloknath, but at the same point of time, you cannot have a free-for-all.
But you are then saying that there are certain extreme cases, hence ban everything. Ban whatever Netflix is showing.
No, have some kind of
content also. Hold on. Let me get in Mr. Shehzad Khan on this as well. Mr. Khan, Rahul is saying that, freedom of expression of the artist and the makers, sure, but it comes with reasonable restrictions.
Thank you very much for having me on your show. I totally agree with you that OTT means over the top, but there should be certain restrictions on it, which the children don't have the accessibility to, and there should be no interference from any government. Saying that you can watch this, you cannot watch this. Okay, there should be censorship. Like in the films, they have a censor board. The same way, they should have an OTT censor board, which should censor whatever they're going to release on the OTT. And I think that should be more than enough for it.
Are you suggesting that the censor board should also be involved in the releases for the OTT content as well?
I think so. If they're involved in the films, then why not in the OTT content? That will end all this hullabaloo about it, because they're getting so much of money.
But how does it make a sense? Like Netflix or Amazon or every other platform does give you the option, if you have a child at home, you can choose the child profile and you can restrict what the child watches. Bad parenting cannot be an example, or at least if the parents do not have the time, that can't be an excuse for others to consume the content that the world is watching.
See, what I'm seeing around is that more than Netflix or Amazon or all these renowned OTT channels, there is more vulgarity on Instagram. The amount of vulgarity which is there on Instagram, I think it beats all these Netflix and Amazon and all these apps. All these OTT platforms. The maximum I see, they're showing girls the way they're walking, the way they're dressing, yes. And it's kind of a prostitution which is going on through Instagram and through this X thread and all whatever these.
Rahul, where does this tirade end? Because like Mr. Khan is saying, it's true that you are talking about OTT platforms, but there are. Like in the case of Ranveer Ahluwalia and what happened with India's Got Latent, people were questioning, it's just one program, one platform. Look at the easy accessibility on Instagram, Facebook, this, that and others, on Twitter, of all these kind of pornographic or objectionable content, which is not even age restricted.
Absolutely, and that's the reason why, whether it is Instagram or any other content, we need to hire our community standards. There are some standards we should definitely adhere to. Nobody is saying that we should close our eyes and no sexuality should be there. But at the same point of time, the amount of perversion, just go through Instagram. Actually, just go through X and type some words, you will know. So there needs to be some kind of, please remember.
We're talking about, aren't we? Are we confusing it? We are talking about two different things. Somebody, promoting porn or any other kind of objectionable material on Instagram or any other, social media platform is different from, let's say, a Netflix releasing a film which is a German movie, which comes with reasonable warnings about what that movie will have, what is the age appropriation for that movie. Why should both be mixed?
But can we have OTT anarchy? The real question is, can we have an anarchy in the OTT world? There should be some kind of regulation. You have to draw a Lakshmana Rekha somewhere.
But why? You need to decide what you want to watch, Rahul. If your children are exposed to that, that means that that's the question on you, not on the platform.
No, the government should do, the civil society should do, you and me should do, the media should do.
Agree. You and I should decide. I agree. You and I should decide what we watch and what we expose our children to, not the government coming in and saying that, we will decide what you should watch and what should be exposed.
See, government is people, right? At the end of the day, government is people. And please remember, some kind of rule and regulation needs to be there. That's the reason why in UAE, there is some kind of authority which decides. In many nations, for example, in Australia, in England, there are authorities
I respect your point of view. I respect
decide.
both of you for your point of view. But let's not compare our country to any other country. When you start talking about UAE, then there, of course, there will be many different things that that country does or does not, which would be acceptable in our own country with our own values and the way our democracy runs. But thank you so much, gentlemen. It's a very important debate that people need to have. We need to talk about, all these issues, because it just can't be a brush stroke saying everything and these are the rules and you can only show this and not show that. In an evolving globalized society, we need to be exposed to all kind of content which is coming in from everywhere. But yes, regulations need to be on what your children are exposed, and I think the responsibility first starts with the parents at home rather than the government sitting outside. Anyway, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, shifting focus to another big story from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court on Monday allowed YouTuber Ranveer Alabadia's passport to enable him to travel abroad for work. A bench of Justice Suryakant and then Koteshwar Singh relaxed the conditions after Assam and Maharashtra government said that the investigation against him are complete. The bench asked Alabadia to approach Maharashtra Cyber Police Bureau for his passport. On February 18, the top court protected Alabadia from arrest in multiple FIRs filed over his comments during a YouTube show and directed him to deposit his passport when the investigation was on.
In fact, when it comes to his passport and permission to travel abroad, it is indeed a relief for Alabadia. The Supreme Court has allowed him to get his passports. Now, however, the case, his petition seeking transfer of the case ongoing in Assam to Maharashtra, which is in fact his first plea that he has moved in the Supreme Court, is still pending with the top court. Justice Suryakant, while hearing this prayer from his counsel, expressed apprehensions in allowing transfer of the case from Assam to Mumbai, as he said that some of the complaints in the FIR are Assam specific, and it is not that the contents of FIR in Mumbai and Assam are same. So it cannot be that the court was apprehensive about clubbing of FIRs and transferring the case back to Mumbai. Now, when it comes to Samay Raina, the top court, if you remember, had last week, while hearing this case, had directed another foundation, SMA Cure Foundation, to file a separate writ petition, bringing every joke he has made with regards to disabled persons and persons suffering from rare diseases like SMA on record and implead him in that case. Now, the court was told that it could not be done so far by the petitioners as they did not have access to some crucial details, including his address. The top court has granted the petitioner 1 week to make sure that he along with others who have been seen making crass jokes against rare diseases and persons with disabilities are brought to notice of the top court and are impleaded in that separate writ petition by that organization. So all in all, trouble for Raina is still there looming, and Alabadia's petition is still pending in the top court.
Meanwhile, a Delhi court on Monday granted, the plea of the National Investigation Agency, which is at this moment in custody of Tahavur Hussain Rana, one of the key conspirators of 26/11 carnage that took place in Mumbai. This man, who of course, is walking with his head covered in that black cloth, was recently brought back from United States, and investigation is going on. The court has given another 12 days to the agency to investigate Tahavur Hussain Rana. Rana was produced before the special NIA judge on expiry of his 18-day NIA custody. He has again been sent. He will be in 12-day custody of the NIA, where further questioning regarding the conspiracy of 26/11 is going to take place. Anushka, my colleague, has more.
When Rana was arrested by the NIA, he was produced in the court for the first time, and the NIA had asked for an 18-day custody. Today, the custody had expired, and that is why he was brought for a physical proceeding here at the Delhi High Court, wherein the NIA had argued that there are many more investigation processes that are due, and Tahavur Rana is not very much cooperative. The Mumbai ATS team had come here at the NIA headquarters, where he is lodged currently, to quiz him on regarding several of the logistics and several of the matter in which he was involved with the main conspirator, that is David Headley. Today the NIA has asked for a custody for 12 more days. They have said and have argued that they need to take the Rana to all those places where this terror attack was planned, and they have to in fact ask the Rana as to what all the dots, the missing dots, how are they connected, and that is why they need a custody for 12 more days. The court has in fact granted them the custody of 12 more days with tight security. The Rana was brought here. His face was covered, and after the proceeding he was taken out amid high security. He has once again been sent to the NIA headquarters, and there more of the investigation will be taking place. Several of the Mumbai police ATS branch will be coming here and will be taking him to several different locations, is what we are learning from our sources, to recreate the scene of 17 years ago of the dastardly attack that took place. The NIA has said that it was not just a terror attack, there were larger conspiracies that were planned.
Meanwhile, some international news, ladies and gentlemen. A massive power outage, something that, in few places of our country we are used to, is now being reported from several cities across Spain and Portugal. The blackout disrupted critical infrastructure. Media is reporting that services like trains and airports were severely impacted due to this outage. Now, this is not just in Spain. In fact, what we are learning is 3 countries in Europe are impacted by these outages. In large parts of Spain are suffering blackouts. In Portugal as well, there are areas which are suffering from these blackouts. Spain and Portugal Spanish power operator Red Electrica has said these blackouts are across the country. What is the reason why and how it is impacting the life there? My colleague Paridhi Banot is joining us at this moment from Paris at this moment. Paridhi, thank you for joining us. Just give us viewers a sense of what's happening in Europe. I mean, people in India in many parts would be used to this, but how is Europe dealing with it?
Good evening, Ankit. Yes, you've given us a lot of the details already on what is happening. Well, primarily, there have been some power outages that have been reported in Spain and Portugal. From Madrid to Lisbon, the impact has been felt across the Iberian Peninsula and, in fact, has left millions across Spain as well as Portugal without electricity. Now, the Portuguese Portuguese energy supplier has clarified the reason for the interruption and said that it was due to a problem in the European electricity grid. However, Ankit, we're not sure of the exact reason, and it's still being ascertained as to why there were outages in Spain as well as Portugal. Now, I do know that there are some media reports that are saying that France was also hit due to this outage. However, there's no local media reports that have emerged from France as of now. If at all France is hit, then it'll probably be in the southwest region of France, which is where Spain and Portugal and France are to meet, and where Spain and Portugal have been affected so far. Just talking about what the disruptions have been, Ankit, Madrid's Barajas International Airport and Lisbon's Humberto Delgado were closed. Telecommunications have been affected. It seems that as far as trains are concerned, those have also been impacted. Lots of voyagers that were on their way here and there have been disrupted in Spain and Portugal largely. If we talk about the European level, if there's any statement that has come out, well, there is a statement from the European Commission which has come out, and it was released earlier this afternoon, local European time. And it stated, and I'm going to quote for our viewers and for you here, in contact with the national authorities of Spain and Portugal, and trying to understand the underlying cause and impact of the situation. So everything's really uncertain right now, Ankit. There's no exact reason that has been ascertained for this power outage. However, it has left millions without electricity. It's being restored as we speak. Portugal's as well as Spain suppliers have said that they're trying to restore electricity in a phased-out manner as soon as possible. But we're still going to have to wait for more details. It's a developing story, as you've already mentioned.
Paridhi, thank you so much for that detailed report on the power outages, at least in 3 countries as it's being reported at this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are slipping into a very short break. We are coming back with much more. Kashmir, the fallout of what's been happening after our Pahalgam, exclusive ground reports, all coming up after a very short break. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of there.
गोल्ड ग्लास क्लियर ग्लास पार हो या नियर सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर.
Canada is at a crossroads. Political upheaval, economic uncertainty, and rising voices demanding change.
As the battle for power intensifies, NDTV World brings you unmatched coverage from the heart of the storm.
Welcome to Canada Election Watch, your window into a nation in churn and what it means for us in India.
From ground reports to expert analysis, from diaspora dynamics to the diplomatic impact, NDTV World is tracking every twist and turn.
Canada Election Watch, only on NDTV World. Stay ahead of the story, stay with us.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. At NDTV, since the attack took place in Pahalgam last Tuesday, it's been 6 days and we have been continuously tracking every development, getting you ground reports, also getting you what it means, not only just for India and Pakistan, but the implications of the larger world. This attack, which many say have crossed the red line as far as the terror sponsored by Pakistan is concerned. Now, a lot is happening continuously. Before I start bringing you the ground reports, there is, of course, this anticipation of what India is going to do. And in that sense, top-level meetings have been happening throughout the day. The Raksha Mantri met the Prime Minister today. There were also, high-level meetings of the defense forces. So there is a lot which is taking place as Prime Minister Modi is being briefed by the Raksha Mantri. NSA Ajit Doval was also part of this meeting. What happens next? Before I bring you the ground reports which have been sent by my colleague, let me bring in NDTV's Shiv Arur, who has been on the ground right after this attack took place, bringing us exclusive reports. And also, Shiv, bring our viewers a sense at this moment, because the anticipation, of course, strategically, tactically, many would say that this is good because there is Pakistan right now is sitting in wait. What India is going to do, so is the world. We'll choose our own time when we want to, in fact, react. But across the border and in Kashmir, what are the top highlights today?
Well, Ankit, like you rightly said, the increasing amount of uncertainty over what India's next move is a textbook definition of time and place of India's choosing. And I think that the security establishment is quite okay with with the lack of clarity over what shape or form India's, retaliation, as it were, could take in the days or the weeks going forward. We have absolutely no idea what that's going to look like. There are many different options. And as you just brought out, that meeting between Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, and the prime minister is only one part of a series of meetings that are perhaps, and we can only conjecture, giving some sort of form or shape to what India's political decision is going to be vis-a-vis Pakistan. Here in Jammu and Kashmir, at the tactical level, there have been ceasefire violations on the line of control. They have expanded since last night south of the Pir Panjal range. Actions are being taken against terrorists and overground workers in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir. That's continuing right now. I've just returned from Shopian, where there is, the latest is that there is a complete media blackout as far as the demolitions of those houses are concerned, which actually demonstrates, Ankit, the kind of evolving nature of the narrative here. First, they wanted to show you the demolished houses. Now they don't, because they believe it might have some kind of a backlash effect on local populations. But beyond that, there is a palpable sense of suspense and anxiety over what is going to happen next. Like you said, tomorrow will be 1 week since the Pahalgam massacre. There is no word yet on any of the terrorists who were responsible personally, or which groups may have been directly responsible for it from across the border. But that continues to be something that we need to piece together. The intelligence, the investigation, of course, continue as well. Hopefully later this week, there will be a little bit more clarity as far as the investigation is concerned, and especially those terrorists. Let's remind ourselves, only 3 sketches have come out so far.
Right, Shiv, before I let you go, at this moment, let me also ask you very quickly. Of course, all options are open for India. When we choose to react, all options will be on the table. What has changed from the Balakot strikes or the strikes that took place, after the Uri attack and so on and so forth? What has changed since then till now? What options have India added to its arsenal?
I believe that, the options will be even bigger than what they were, during Balakot post-Pulwama. I think the Indian government knows and believes that after setting a certain benchmark with the Uri surgical strikes, Ankit, and then with Balakot, whatever action is coming up next, given the severity of, murdering tourists in cold blood, has to be something a whole lot bigger, not just visibly, but it has to be something that goes out to the entire world and sends out a message, not just to Pakistan. Since you talked about 2019 and post-Balakot, the information war, as you've been reporting, has already begun. Fake documents of Indian Army preparedness have been viraled in Pakistan. Psychological warfare, those mind games have come out. The Indian Army has just, come out with a statement trying to bust fake news. So one part of me believes that the reactive nature of sections of our establishment is still very much the same, which is a pity to see, because the lessons from the past should have put India on the front foot when it comes to narrative, when it comes to psychological warfare, when it comes to psychological operations and information warfare. That doesn't appear yet to be the case. I may be jumping the gun, but we'll have to see in the days ahead, because as we know, Pakistan leaves no stone unturned, and with Chinese help, Ankit, to getting fake news and misinformation out at a time like this.
And the propaganda warfare, not now, for many, many years, Pakistan had some sort of a speciality which we are yet to catch up on. Thank you so much, Shiv, for joining us and sending us all those ground reports from Kashmir. But ladies and gentlemen, let me also give you a sense of what else is happening around this, because this is an important move. And while we are speaking, the hope is that the entire country is together. Like the opposition has said, the government is free to take whatever action it seems fit, and the entire country is backing the government. Meanwhile, today in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, a special session was held to condemn what happened in Pahalgam. The MLAs observed a moment of silence to pay respects to the victims of terror. In a powerful speech, Chief Minister Umar Abdullah said, from Katwa to Kupwara, there is no town or village where people did not protest against this terror attack. He said, this is not in my name. He also said, this may mark the beginning of the end of terror in the valley, where it now seems to be losing little ground support that it had.
मेजबान होते हुए मेरी जिम्मेदारी थी कि सही सलामत मैं इन्हें यहां से वापस भेजूं, नहीं भेज पाया और माफी मांगने के अल्फाज नहीं थे। क्या कहता हूं उनको, उन छोटे बच्चों को जिन्होंने अपने वालिद को खून में लपेटा हुआ देखा, उस नेवी अफसर की विधवा को जिनको शादी हुए ही चंद दिन हुए थे। मुझे एक दो आए, मुझे कहा हमारा कसूर क्या था, हम पहली मर्तबा कश्मीर आए थे छुट्टी मनाने के लिए, और इस छुट्टी का जिंदगी भर अब हमें खमियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा।
But at a time, ladies and gentlemen, when all of us are looking to our government for the next action against Pakistan, some controversial statements give at least some propagandists, across the border a handle to try and create confusion. And this time, the controversial remark has come from Naresh Tikait, a farmer leader. He has said that he, in fact, has opposed stopping of the water, or at least the government, which has said that its intention as far as the Indus Water Treaty is concerned. Mr. Tikait said that we are against the government's move, and because there are farmers, who will be hit in Pakistan as well, and we sympathize with those farmers. Meanwhile, Union Minister for Agriculture, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, has hit back and has said, won't give water to killers.
एक समझौता हो रहा पहला, तो उसमें तो गलत निर्णय है उसका, वो तो जो समझौता है वो तो लागू रहना चाहिए। हम उसके पक्ष में नहीं, पानी हम किसान हैं, अगर वहाँ का किसान तो कहीं का भी हो, पूरे भारत का किसान हो, इस पर प्रभावित हो उस पर ये नहीं, जो पानी का तो वो नहीं, उसका नहीं हमने सही मानते। पानी तो चलता रहना चाहिए, पानी बिना तो सब कुछ बेकार हो जाएगा मामला।
कुछ लोग सरकार का विरोध करते करते देश का विरोध करने लगे हैं। जिन्होंने निर्दोषों का खून बहाया है उसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं, उन्हें पानी नहीं देंगे।
Meanwhile, like Shiv and I were talking about the propaganda war, the government has cracked the whip because Pakistan is, there are expert propagandists when it comes to India and what's happening with Kashmir. 16 Pakistani YouTube channels with a total of 63 million subscribers have been banned in India for spreading provocative and communally sensitive content in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack. This is according to the government. The YouTube channels have been banned by on the Union Ministry, Home Ministry's recommendations. Now, this is once again the government, in fact, taking some proactive action to try and win this information war, which is at this moment taking place between India and Pakistan. And they have identified these channels as the source of propaganda and misinformation against India. Let's just give you a sense of, few of these channels, 16 Pakistani channels and YouTubers. So this includes news channels as well from Pakistan, and YouTubers have been banned in India. Now, let's get a sense. They have been banned for spreading communally sensitive posts and videos on their channels. Pakistani channels are spreading misinformation. They are also, in fact, spreading propaganda against India through their platform, which the government doesn't think that it should be allowed at all. Let me give you a rainbow of the channels which have been banned by the government. Dawn News, Samay TV, ARY News, Bold News, Raftar, all these are news channels in Pakistan. Geo News, one of the top news channels in Pakistan. Suno News, the Pakistan Reference, Sama Sports, Uzair Cricket, Razi Nama are few of the channels which have been banned by the government. Their accessibility in India is completely being curtailed so that they do not use the social media platforms against India and benefit monetarily out of it as well. My colleague Aishwarya has more.
This is the exercise of Government of India on a usual basis. Such fake narratives, such propaganda is not allowed in the country, and that's a state message from the government. This time on the recommendation of the Home Ministry, it is almost 16 YouTube channels, 3 social media posts which had completely put down by the government, which had more than 65 million followers across the globe. Now this includes several Pakistani news channels, YouTube platforms. This includes Pakistani sports YouTube platforms as well, and certainly individuals from the Pakistani side who spreads fake narrative. Official statement had come out from the Ministry of Home Affairs that stated that this is on the recommendation of the Ministry of Home Affairs, that these YouTube channels for disseminating provocative and communally sensitive content, false and misleading narratives and misinformation against India. The decision has been taken by the Indian government to completely ban that. Of course, as we are mentioning about why this is so important, of course, after the Pahalgam terror attack, we had been witnessing several Pakistani news channels spreading fake narrative against the Indian government. They had been using the Indian opposition to counter their own stand, and they were using our opposition leaders who had already stated in the past that they are completely standing with the government of India at this point of time, and they will be together with whatever action the government of India has been taken. But they were using photographs of Siddaramaiah, photographs of Rahul Gandhi, and they were spreading fake narrative. These action had come out after Pahalgam terror attack, one of the major action to corner Pakistan digitally.
Meanwhile, the Congress leadership has asked party members to avoid making unnecessary controversy or remarks as far as Pahalgam is concerned. Remember, this has all started after Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and some other leaders in Maharashtra made some remarks which has embarrassed the Congress party. The party's leadership has said such comments do not reflect the position of the Congress party. The clarification and distancing has come amid the political controversy over remarks made by several Congress leaders, including Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, after the party leadership pledged complete support to the government in the time of crisis. Sources from the Congress party have told NDTV the Congress top leadership is upset with the objectionable statements made by the party leaders regarding the Pahalgam incident. The party has instructed all leaders to refrain from making unnecessary remarks. It also gives a handle to the BJP to in fact hit out at the Congress party in domestic politics. After the all-party meeting, Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, and Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge had stated categorically that the party stands with the government on every step. They had also alleged there was security lapses which the government in fact agreed to while in the all-party meeting. Meanwhile, a lot is happening as far as the deportation of the Pakistani nationals from the country is concerned. Now, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has also reacted to this because there are a lot of people from Maharashtra, those who were given a 48-hour deadline. He has said that all Pakistani nationals have been identified and they have ensured, the government of Maharashtra has ensured departure of those who had to leave. Pakistani Hindus are not required to leave after the remarks, action after a Home Minister directed Chief Ministers. The Home Minister in fact had said identify and deport Pakistani nationals, but Hindus from Pakistan are exempt from this order.
मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि जो पाकिस्तानी नागरिक केंद्र सरकार के आदेश के अनुसार देश छोड़कर जाने चाहिए, ऐसे सबको आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया गया। इसमें से कोई भी बचा नहीं और उनको बाहर भेजने के लिए कंप्लीट ट्रैकिंग चल रहा है। इसका कंप्लीट आंकड़ा जल्दी ही पुलिस आपको देगी। जो लोग शॉर्ट टर्म वीजा पर आए हैं, ऐसे पाकिस्तानी नागरिक जो है, इनको 48 घंटे में देश निकाला करना था। उसके लिए महाराष्ट्र ने पूरे तरीके से अपना फर्ज निभाया है।
I was just talking to you about the Congress party's diktat to its leaders. One of the reasons for that diktat is, of course, Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah. Now, after his remarks, there is a lot of outrage against the Chief Minister. He has also issued a clarification as well, ladies and gentlemen. Black flag protests took place against the Chief Minister of Karnataka. The BJP, of course, hitting out at the Chief Minister. The controversy is over his remarks on war. The Chief Minister then has gone ahead, has in fact taken his statement back and also said, though, he's politically not afraid of anything. And BJP, in fact, has accused the Chief Minister of making shameful remarks.
ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿಗೆ ನೀವೇ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬುದ್ಧಿವಾದ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಿಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಥರದ ಹೋರಾಟಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ